Prix de Monaco Historic. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Marriott, and with me to bring you the 8-race action today is Bob Constanduros. Bob, lots of history, but also, judging by qualifying yesterday, some great wheel-to-wheel racing action too.
Yeah, looking forward to it enormously. The various different classes, as in 2022, and the various different divisions between when they first ran this race back in the 1920s. 1929 was the first one, all the way through to just before, or just the beginning of the turbo era in the early 80s, when turbos began to come in and pushing normally aspirated engines out. So that's the difference all the way from 1929, which is when the first race was held here, all the way through to approximately 1985, with cars from that era, including one sports car race, because they ran a sports car race instead of the Grand Prix in 1952.
Absolutely. The latest cars that we'll be racing here have been 1985, mainly DFV Formula 1 cars. They make a great sight, and we anticipate a very close race there. Just a quick shot of our French colleague down there. I think we might pick up a few interviews from him as well at the end of races. But the red and white colour scheme of Monaco, so famous. Bob, I mean, you've been covering Monaco Grand Prix for the best part of 50 years, I suppose, and you're going to be here in 2 weeks' time, so it'll be a very different atmosphere. This, a little bit more relaxed.
It is indeed. It's absolutely fantastic to be here for the historics, to see the historics here in Monaco as well. And it's just so great to see the cars. The cars move around so much around this circuit. And you can imagine what it was like back in the 1920s without the surface. I mean, this is a smooth surface. It wasn't the same then.
But I tell you what, there'll be a lot more overtaking today than there will be in 2 weeks' time. Of that, there's no question. And we're going to start, actually, with Serie A2. This is for front-engine Grand Prix cars, which were built before 1961. Yes, the 14th Grand Prix Historic started back in 1998. It's roughly been every couple of years.
Yeah, if I can just correct you, 1997.
1997, yeah.
And it was in order to celebrate the 700th anniversary of the Grimaldi family, which is the royal family here in Monaco. That's why the Historique was founded back in 1997. So as you say, we start with A2, which is front-engine Grand Prix cars built before 1961.
So there's the Palace, and we got an intriguing front row of the grid, because on the pole is a veteran, we have to say, German lady racer. She won here first 24 years ago. Her name is Claudia Hürtgen, and alongside her is the brother of Dario Franchitti, Indy winner, of course. There you see the grid coming up now. So Hürtgen and Franchitti. And look how close, 0.3 of a second. Then Max Smith-Hilliard in his trusty Lotus 16. And then another Lotus 16 of Jochen Volk-Roussillon. Then Tony Wood in the TechMate. He's won this race in the past. And then the entrepreneur, millionaire John Spears in his 250F Maserati. Then, well, what about the guy in ninth? Interesting story with him.
Yeah, actually, he's a late replacement. Basically, Claudia Hürtgen changed to Alex Birkenstock's Ferrari, and replacing Claudia Hürtgen is Stefan de Groot, if I've got that correct. He's down there as being French, but he's quite a theatrical character, and he's in a Maserati 250F.
And he's Belgian, yes. But just
Belgian or French, we're not certain.
Cycling through one very interesting car, the Ferguson P99, a car, the last front-engine Formula 1 car to ever win a Formula 1 race. That was at Alton Park, and I was there to see it. Sterling Moss was the driver. So intriguing four-wheel drive car, and we'll look forward to seeing that.
There they all are, look, lined up, and a couple of red cars at the front. The Ferrari 246 of Methuselah Racing, being driven by Claudia Hürtgen, but owned, I think, by Alex Birkenstock of the shoe fame. And as you say, the Maserati 250F, which Marino Franchitti told me yesterday he absolutely adores driving. It's the most beautiful racing car he's ever driven. So what a couple at the front of the grid. It'll be intriguing to see those two getting off the line. Claudia Hergen with the most extraordinary racing career around here. She's won in so many different cars, and actually it's a circuit where her career actually ended in single-seaters when Formula 3, when we think she probably landed on her head but damaged her hand so badly that she was unable to drive for quite some time, and that was the end of her single-seater career. But she's come back and really made a name for herself in historics. That's Claudia Hergen, and she'll be on the front row of the grid on pole position ahead of Marina Franchitti, younger brother of Dario, and then Max Smith-Hilliard in the Lotus 16. Then a couple of Spaniards. We mentioned Joaquin Folch-Roussillon, the
yes.
paint magnate from Spain, and also his fellow Spaniard and also a businessman in Spain, Guillermo Fierro Aleta.
Now he
has a Maserati 250.
Yeah, he's been a winner around here. This race 2 years ago, this event is only every 2 years. The last time out, it was Claudia Hergen that won this, but only by just a second and a half from Tony Wood in the Tech Mech, and we'll talk about that in a moment. And then Guillermo was third, but the Tech Mech is basically a reworked Maserati 250F, the classic Grand Prix car, raced in period by the likes of Sterling Moss and very many others, Fangio and so on. But they decided to try and make the car a bit better at the end of its life, a company called Tech Mech, and it wasn't great in period and did very little racing. But since then, it's been fettled to great speed, in fact.
Well, I think if you look at it, if you look at the size of a 250F, and then you look at the Tech Mech, it's sort of had a bit of a diet, really, and it's not quite as porky as a 250F is.
No, and it's got different rear suspension, I believe, as well. Yes, it's pared down. So here are the cars, and there's Max Smith-Hilliard, the former wholesale butcher. I call him the Sausage King, but they sold that business now. And the very chatty chap. We also got a very rare American car in here called a Scarab, and Bob, you'll probably fill in the details on that a little bit. Yeah.
Mark Shaw in the Scarab. He starts in 6th spot on the grid, Mark Shaw. So the Scotsman. That's a car that's been here before in the hands of Julian Bronson, of course, the Bristol enthusiast. We've seen it here before, but now it's in Mark Shaw's hands. They
only built 3 of those cars, and they built them too late, really, because everything was going rear-engined, and backed by Lance Raventlow. I think he was from the Woolworth family, if I remember correctly. And it's very intriguing. It's got an American Offenhausen engine in, like the engine that used in Indy cars a long time ago, and that engine lies flat in the chassis. So the pistons don't go up and down, they go horizontally. Intriguing device. They've really got it going very well indeed. And I understand that they've got a new engine coming for it from America, but this is the original one. So that'll be something to watch.
This is a bit tired, is it?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So they've got a rebuilt. So they're just going round on their warm-up lap, going through the iconic tunnel underneath what is now called the Fairmont Hotel. It has been the Lowe's Hotel, it's been the Grand Hotel, it's been the station as well, it's even been the Clay Pigeon, Tir de Pigeon.
You mentioned that yesterday. I'd never heard that. They shot the clays over the harbour.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what a magnificent sight it is here down on the Riviera, this little principality. Prince Rainier was here yesterday, had lots of... Albert, a former Olympian in bobsleigh racing, but we also had lots of Grand Prix drivers. Charles Leclerc was here, we saw him, we saw Lando Norris, we had the actor Patrick Dempsey, and good racer too is Patrick, he was here.
Oliver Behrman.
I think there might be a few more as well.
Fernando Alonso on Friday as well.
Yes, because interestingly, over the day, we've got some big names, better known in the management and design side of current Formula One racing, and including Zach Brown, of course, boss of McLaren. And in fact, Fernando seemed to be giving him a bit of advice. Looking at the times didn't make a huge amount of difference.
So the cars coming round to take up their grid positions for this first 10-lap race. and it's going to be intriguing to see, and it's going to be so fascinating to see the way the cars move around on this track. Because, of course, they're on much skinnier tyres than modern Formula cars, and therefore much more influenced by the surface of the track. So here they come up to take up their grid positions. Number 30 there, and is Fiero Aleta. But there on pole position is Claudia Hürtgen from Aachen in Germany, just right on the Belgian border, also known as Aix.
Aix, yeah. And just behind the green car with the yellow nose, if you see that crash helmet, you'll recognise it, because that is actually a Graham Hill stroke Damon Hill crash helmet, because indeed Graham raced that car in period, the London Rowing Club colours, which Max Hilliard, he loves those colours, so he wears them in tribute to the man who drove this car in period. There's a blue of Tulle, but there's a lovely shot of a 250F Maserati. The Scarab stopped, and the drivers walked away from it.
Thomas Schlereth, the Australian new owner of the Scarab, and I fear, sorry, he's the owner of the Ferguson. Yeah, it's Mark Shaw who owns the Scarab. So I think we're going to have a delayed start while we get that car off the circuit.
Yeah, that's a big disappointment. That car qualified 6th with its unusual cast iron wheels, or cast aluminium wheels, I think.
Well, at least they can move it.
They can manoeuvre it. We had quite a lot of incident, didn't we, in qualifying yesterday, and a couple of fancied runners sticking under the barrier. Look at that sign writing there.
This is Marshall Cam, so this is one of the marshals pushing the car off the circuit, and he's got a camera attached to him, which is why you can see they're carrying a dolly as well. These marshals are very, very well trained. They were doing the Formula E here 2 weeks ago. They'll be doing the Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time, and rapidly that car is being removed, so that's good news.
Yeah.
So should be underway fairly soon, but what a disappointment. Non-start for the Scarab, for Mark Shaw. We'll see him later on, but he's obviously not going to take any further part in this, but he is in other cars.
As are quite a lot of drivers, actually, some doing double, even triple duty.
Yeah, one after another as well, jumping out of one car straight into something else.
There are a few cars here which were designed before the war, Bob, and then obviously didn't race then, and then were resurrected. The little Gordini there, French car. There's another Lotus 16. That's the number 40 car. It's run by Classic Team Lotus, the organisation run by Colin Chapman's son Clive. He's here, hugely enthusiastic, and the team still based in Hethel, where the original Formula 1 team was. They do a great job. They've probably got 8 or 10 cars here.
And they've got a little test track there as well, which I wasn't really aware of, but it was still there. So they can test the cars, which is kind of a luxury, isn't it?
Yeah, it sits right outside the factory gates, really. So, anticipation in the air, heartbeats rising.
I think they do one more lap by the looks of things. There's that Gordini.
With all that mural painted down the side of it. We were discussing this yesterday. They certainly didn't do things like that in period. And some people love it, others think maybe they shouldn't have done that. But there you are, that's what he likes. And a little French company, Gordini.
Amédée Gordini was the originator. It's his car, so he can do what he wants with it.
Absolutely.
Number 2 there is Massimo Di Risio from Italy in the Oscar. That's another small manufacturer, and actually Di Risio, who imports Chinese cars into Italy and rebadges them, so he's very much involved in the automotive industry, and he has the rights to the name of Oscar as well.
Joachim Falk says on his crash home, he's got this long Spanish name with presumably his mother's family name in there, but Joachim Falk on the crash helmet makes it a little bit easier for us.
He used to drive a Brabham BT49, which was loaned to him by Bernie Eccleston, and I remember him being on the front row of the grid at Barcelona during a Grand Prix weekend, and we saw Bernie talking to him and asked him what he said after the race. He said, well, you're on the front row of the grid, but why aren't you on pole?
I did spot a car down the pit lane there, ready to come out. That's Eric Leroy and the other Gordini.
He had a penalty, I think, which is why he's in the pit lane.
Yes.
So Claudia Hertgen, green flag. So this is their final warm-up lap, and away goes Claudia Hertgen, laying down some rubber on the grid there. Excellent. So we're going to see a superb start. And here they go off the line for this final warm-up lap. So looking forward to this.
Yeah, Claudia's won some big races, endurance races, many years after that big Formula 3 accident here, and she won the Dubai 24 Hours, for instance. I think she was second in the Spa 24. She's won some VLN races around the Nürburgring. Hugely experienced. So there, the harbour glinting. See how the later cars in this group, sort of the one close to 61, are so much lower than the older ones. The profile changing, trying to cheat the air, of course, as the cars got through. Past some very expensive shops there, Bob, and then turning into Casino Square, where you noted there's been a bit of re-gardening done. Used to be flower beds just at that section you see there in front of there's the casino.
Down the hill, past the tip top on the left, and into Mirabeau, Upper Mirabeau. Some people call it Upper Mirabeau, Supérieur, and because below it is Mirabeau Intérieur, I think they call it.
And we see that particularly this corner here, you see how the curbing is chamfered. Back 30 years ago, it was an old-fashioned square curbing, and if you hit that, you broke a wheel. You had to be absolutely accurate. Now you can ride the curbs. It's made the circuit faster, generally.
But I remember Thierry Boutsen, who we saw yesterday, told me that he reckoned he could go, and he has a business here in Monaco, selling jets, as you do. He told me he reckoned he could go round there faster on his scooter than in a Formula 1 car.
Looking down the list, we've also got Jeffrey O'Neill from United States in a Maserati 250F, and he runs a very nice historic festival in Sonoma, California. That's the car waiting in the pit lane, and then you see the stickers on it showing it's been in this race before. I think, Bob, you said yesterday, when you come back in 2 weeks, those yachts there will be much larger.
Yeah, they will have grown.
Yeah, getting a berth for the Monaco Grand Prix is a work of art, and negotiations with the harbour master, I believe.
Yeah.
So, obviously, people filtering in. It's a very early start, but we saw some packed grandstands yesterday for practice. They will definitely be filling up in the next hour or so.
Tremendous crowd yesterday. Absolutely. Everyone told me, oh, it's really lovely to be in Monaco for the historics because, you know, it's so much quieter. But honestly, the grandstands were so full, that Tabac grandstand.
We're looking down on the famous La Rascasse restaurant. I've never eaten there. I'm not sure if you have. But that is one of the corners that was changed. So it must have been 40 years ago, I suppose. That was just a straight hairpin. It didn't turn left and then go on a long loop right originally. And that was known as the Gasworks hairpin.
Briefly, we saw the Tech-Mac there. Here they come. This is Max Smith-Hilliard coming up to take up... Oh, no, that's Joachim Falsch-Rusenau coming up to take up his position in the Lotus 16.
And we did just see the Ferguson briefly as well. It's a blue car in the colours of Rob Walker. And Rob Walker, famous independent engineer, he ran that car for the Ferguson Research Organisation. Sterling Moss raced it. Intriguing car because it's four-wheel drive. And as I said, the last front-engine car ever to win a Formula 1 race, or international Formula 1 race anyway. Little Coopers going through the field. And again, Joachim Falk.
So the two Spaniards, it's intriguing.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, somebody's threading their way
through.
Yeah,
that's Christian Dumoulin from Belgium.
Getting a bit lost, I think, as well.
Yeah.
He's not really doing that very well, is he?
He might have had a bit of a hiccup, of course, on a warm-up lap.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he's in his right spot. In fact, I'd say he definitely isn't.
No.
It should
They
be a
may
bit further.
ignore that. It doesn't look as though he's going to reverse. It's probably best not to, actually, at this stage.
No, yes. Doesn't look right back there, does it?
So there's Marina Franchitti, and below us the pole lady, pole sitter, Claudia Hürgen, ready to go. We'll keep an eye on the lights, etc. And they're hanging out a sign. It wasn't delayed start, so I think that, yes, they're going away. Is that the start?
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No, I think it's another. There's the Tech-Mac there, just in the foreground. There's the Ferguson.
Extra formation lap there, it's on it. And Johan Sergeson, I noticed, went into the pit. And he was one of the quite competitive drivers there. Not sure what's happened to that car. I get a report he was in another Lotus 16. They're well known for having rather tricky gearboxes, though. So they actually called it the queer box. It was developed. It was developed by Lotus, and we've seen various people race Lotus 16s over the years. So they can be very, very competitive. Philip Walker, I think, particularly, and sometimes the gearboxes do let them down. So maybe that's the problem. See a 250F Maserati there in white, which looks a bit unusual. So
there another lap, which probably means it'll be a 9-lap race rather than a 10-lap. 26 there is the Talbot Largo from the Canadian driver, Dennis Biccioni. Pale blue, of course, quite a big car. That's probably 4.5 litres, because that is the unsupercharged version, or normally aspirated version. 4.5 probably, I'm saying, because there are 4 different classes here. So 46 to 55, supercharged 1500 or 4.5. Class 2, Formula 2 cars built before 53, under 2 litres, and then Class 3 Formula 1 cars, January 54 to December 60, under 2 litres or 750 supercharged, and Class 4 cars that weren't in those 1, 2, 3, but were built between 50 and 60. So yes, if I said turbocharged, I meant supercharged, of course.
Yes.
Supercharged, mechanically boosted, rather than turbocharged, which is gas boosted, the induction. Sometimes we forget the huge elevation changes here at Monaco, because the Principality is basically on the edge of a mountain coming down into the Mediterranean. There's a steep climbs up towards the casino, and then after the casino, very steeply down again through the hairpin bends, and just a magnificent track all round, and a huge challenge, of course, and so easy to make a mistake. You talked about track limits yesterday, Bob. Track limits, which is an expression used in modern motor racing. Well, it doesn't exist here, because except for a couple of circuits, there's a couple of places, the chicane, for example, and around the swimming pool. But otherwise, track limits is very, very well, what can we say, designated. Defined, I suppose. By barriers. Yes. So 18 turns squeezed into 3.337 kilometers, 2.07 miles. And we're about to have our first race, hopefully, in a few moments. Under blue skies, just a few clouds up there, back in the Alpes Maritimes, but a beautiful day for racing. Yeah, as we've had so far with practice on. Oh, there's, yes, we did see a car in the pits. Yes, it's Johan Sergeson. It doesn't look as though it's going to take any further part. There it is. There it is. Stationary in the pit lane. Johan Sergeson, the Midlands garage owner from Scotland originally, but in the Midlands. So I'm not awfully certain why we had that extra formation lap, but it could have been because of the Belgian driver not being in position on the grid, Dumoulin. So hopefully this time he will be in position on the grid. Yeah, over the next few hours we'll see the evolution of motor racing design, won't we? Here we've still got cars with wire wheels and engines in the front. I think this time... history lesson. Here they go. And away they go. Claudia Hürgen leading away. Max Hilliard Oh, Max Smith-Hilliard stopped on the grid. I think he moved forward very briefly, but everyone's going to miss him, hopefully. And into the lead goes Claudia Herk. A really good start from her.
Huge disappointment from the guy who was in third position on the grid. I wonder if he can. There's Marino with his crash helmet. And I think that's the end of that. Oh, look at this. Great racing up into the Casino Square.
False Roussillon in third place, being pushed hard by his compatriot Piero Aleta, and into Spanish battle there. And the Tech-Mech trying to come down the inside, going into Mirabeau. That'll be interesting who comes out first. They've got great respect for one another, these competitors.
Spirited racer is Tony Wood. As we said, had success in this race in the past, won it in 18, won it in 16 as well. The Grey Lotus 16s, they won here in this category also in the past.
So Claudia Hergen leading them around, really doing a good job, with Marina Franchitti in second place. No, it's not. It's up into second place is Joachim Falch-Roussillon. And of course, it's so easy to make a mistake, not only mechanically, but also in terms of driving as well, missing a braking point, missing a gear, etc., etc. So it's very easy just to lose a fraction of time and to be overtaken. But Falch-Roussillon doing a good job there, up in second place behind Claudia Hergen.
Absolutely cracking start from her, I think, Bob. And see if she can start to pull away.
40-30, that's Falch-Roussillon, and then Piero Aleta. And I think Marino must have dropped back, so they complete lap one with Claudia Hergen in the lead from, and it's a good lead as well, from Joachim Falch-Roussillon, then Guillermo Piero Aleta, Tony Wood up into fourth place, and then John Spears in sixth place. Oh, no, they've redone it. Said Marino is in the lead. So
is that a penalty?
I don't know how that's worked. Maybe he's got a problem with his transponder, and that's why they didn't pick that up. But Franchitti, according to that, is in the lead. So we're not looking at first and second at the moment.
I'm sure that will unravel itself, but we know Marino's crash helmet.
Now they've changed it. Marino goes down to eighth place. So I'm sorry,
something's
confusing you, but we're confused as well.
Well, by the computer, but let's see what's actually happening on the racetrack, because that I think is more significant.
Yeah, indeed.
The Claudia's Ferrari, they built just 5 of those in 1960. And raced by the likes of Richard Ginther and William Perez, Cliff Allison and so on. Cliff Allison wrecked one of these cars here at Monaco. Well, back over, what, 70 years ago, or however long it was.
And look at that lead of Claudia Hergen after one lap with 6.4 seconds. Wow, what a start from her. Here it is. And there is Max Smith-Hilliard being left behind. It was a great start from Claudia Hergen. She did a grand job, and thankfully Max Smith-Hilliard was missed by everyone behind.
So on the road, Marino is definitely second. I've just looked out of the box window and seen Marino in second place. The Ferguson going very well, and so Marino on here is dropping on the timing. So I would suggest his transponder's packed up, and now it's righted itself. So now we got the right order on your screen.
There he is.
Yeah.
There's Franchitti in second place. This is him coming up the hill out of Saint-Devote, and there is Falch-Roussillon in third place. Falch-Roussillon really has look at there's the Tech-Mech all over the back of Piero Aleta. Tony Wood trying hard to get past. He's a former winner here.
Certainly is, and you can compare the original Maserati 250F with the modified Tech-Mech version.
Falch-Roussillon in number 40 in the little Lotus, nicely color-coded in this sort of era of racing. The red cars are Italian, the green cars are British.
Yeah, Marino hasn't had the career of his brother, but he's had a good career. One of his best victories, Sebring 12 Hours, driving for Chip Ganassi, famous team. And I love his crash helmet, Bob. It shows that he's Scottish, but with the tricolour of Italy going through it, showing the heritage of the family, of course.
And Thomas Schlereth in the Ferguson in 8th place, so he's doing pretty well. As I say, he's the new owner of that car from Australia.
And he's been coached by Stuart Hall, who put in the fastest lap of all in this meeting in qualifying. So obviously Stuart's taught him quite a bit. I think he has a German heritage for sure. He's shown as Australian nationality, but he's definitely of German heritage. I spoke to him on Friday, and he's delighted with the car. Car hasn't raced much, Bob, for a long time, and it's great that somebody's bought it recently and is now racing it, and racing it well.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very good stuff from him. Coming through up into 8th place. Well, actually, he's benefited from a couple of retirements, hasn't he? Mark Shaw not starting in the Scarab, and Max Smith-Hilliard, same thing. He failed to get away as well. So there is the Tech-Mech. Tony Wood still worrying Fiero Aleta. That's in your picture at the moment as they go up the hill out of Saint-Devot. And just ahead of them is number 40, Falch Roussillon. So Spaniards in 3rd and 4th at the moment. Tony Wood trying to establish the Tech-Mech and push it to the front.
Yeah, the Tech-Mech only raced in one Grand Prix, the US Grand Prix in 1959 with actually a Brazilian driver called Fritz de Ore. Just did that one race. It's just a bit too late, really. It was a good idea, I think you'd say. But by then, the rear-engine cars, the Coopers in particular, were coming in, and the Lotuses and Ferrari, of course, switched also to rear-engine. 6
years ago, Tony Wood won here ahead of Falch Roussillon was in 3rd, the Scarab was in 4th, and Fiero Aleta in 5th, and Smith-Hilliard in 6th. So you can see all these people have been racing against one another for quite some time. And Tony Wood also won in 2016 ahead of the Scarab, which was in 2nd place of Michael Gans at that time.
Yeah, that Franchitti's transponder is still playing up, so now he's shown us dropped to 12th, but that's not the real case. I'm sure they'll sort that out in a little while. But no, great to see the Ferguson race. As I said, I saw it in period win the Gold Cup at Alton Park. I was taken there for a birthday. Round past the swimming pool. This circuit, Bob, I mean, you've been here so many times, has changed a little bit. That's one section that isn't as it was when these cars raced in period. Most of it is.
Yeah. There's the Tech-Mech again, just keeping an eye on that, very distinctive, and what a battle this is over 3rd place for Falch Roussillon, who's just holding on there, and they're threading their way through back markers. Traffic really is a problem around here, but these are cars that are a lot narrower than modern Formula cars, of course, so therefore we've seen them actually 3 abreast going down the hill into Mirabeau.
There's Marino, that characteristic crash helmet of his. And he definitely is 2nd on the road, and his timing screen has corrected itself again.
So Marino, 9.9 seconds, nearly 10 seconds behind Claudia Hurtgen, who is absolutely running away with this.
9-lap race, Bob, but it did reduce it by 1, and we're just about halfway through now.
It's all happening down
the hill.
Yeah, it is.
And there's a Tech-Mech getting stuck. You see its lower profile. And the Lotus in the typical Colin Chapman colours, green and yellow. And, well, having trouble with the 8 car, that's Paul Grant. Paul Grant sounds very British. He's Belgian. But
I think he operates in Belgium and probably has operated in Belgium for a long time.
No, he is Belgian.
Okay.
And his father wasn't, so they gave him an English name.
So he operates just outside Brussels, selling Grand Prix cars, some Formula 1, classic cars, classic racing cars.
Yeah, I had a chat with him on Friday, a thoroughly nice chap. And anyway, he's got problems. But Claudia Hurtgen pulled 10 seconds away from Marino in the car that's owned by Marino's father-in-law, Nick Mason, famous drummer, of course. And great enthusiast, raced at Le Mans, has Nick. Well, most of the family have raced, haven't they?
Yeah, yes. With varying amounts of success, but yeah, as you say.
I hope he doesn't put another hole in the Armco hole in the wall.
Nick's 2 daughters have both raced, his wife has raced as well. And Nick, of course, has raced himself, has been a long time collector of cars. And his fellow bandmate, Dave Gilmore, is also a collector of racing cars.
Yeah, he had a BRM P25, didn't he, at one stage? Dave Gilmore.
Here's the Tech-Mex side by side up the hill, really trying to get past Piero later, and that battle is still continuing. Boy, are they having fun out there, those two.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Sliding it through there. Do you think he'll find a way? Now, this is another possible overtaking situation across the zebra crossing.
I'm sure Tony would echo if I said I'd love to see this happening all over again. I hope that if only they could have another race a bit later on today and do it all over again.
Piero Eletta is defending very well, though.
Yeah, and well-placed car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Showing he's got quite a lot of experience. Absolutely just holding on. And Tony Wood must be so frustrated. Overtaking a slower Lotus there. Now, that wasn't Fols Roussillon. No, it wasn't. He's still there.
So we got Ferrari, Maserati, Lotus.
Yeah. So the battle really still is Fols Roussillon just managing to maintain a gap to his compatriot. So just holding on to that third place. Fols Roussillon, yeah, in the Lotus as they come up to the swimming pool.
And a very good run by John Spires in his 250F Maserati. British entrepreneur. Last weekend he was racing a TVR at Donington Park. This weekend he's racing his Maserati here at Monaco. What a contrast.
Look at Tony Wood, absolutely all over the back of the 250F. Giving us a great comparison between the two cars. And they're followed all the way, as you say, by John Spears. Right behind him. And now, Fols Roussillon, did he make a mistake? Oh, no, that's the Cooper Bristol going up the hill, isn't it?
Yep.
So they've got past that quite easily. And that's Marino Franchitti. And look at this traffic. You can see exactly. You've only got to have one or two slower cars.
Yep.
Whoa!
And Claudia Hurtgen going quicker and quicker, just gone purple in the first sector. So she is really flying around here.
Tremendous stuff. She's now got a lead of 13 seconds over Marino Franchitti. Well, not many people can say that.
No, well, right from the start of this meeting, this first race, showing the brilliant racing you can get from Historics.
And there is Piero Eletta getting ahead of Fols Roussillon.
Yeah, that was a good move, wasn't it? Down
into Mirabeau.
Into the Mirabeau corner. Now through the tunnel, which again has changed its shape over the years. Used to be a more traditional rounded edge tunnel, if you will, but very modern with a hotel on top of it now. Another back marker has to keep it out of the way.
There'll be some interesting Spanish words after this with Fols Roussillon now demoted to 4th place in the Lotus, and Piero Eletta promoted in the Maserati 250F. And Tony Wood is still there, but not quite as close as he was.
Lotus 16 trying to have a little look, but no way through there. Past another row of shops and down into the Rascas corner. And accelerating out of there. Sort of a two-part corner, isn't it? It's got sort of double apex corner. And a Lotus 16 really sliding at our camera.
Beautiful stuff, and beginning to be challenged. I wonder if he's just got a little bit of a problem. He's being challenged, but he's coming back at his compatriot at Piero Eletta is Fols Roussillon in the Lotus, but he is under pressure from Tony Wood as well. But Gordini there being shown the blue flag. Blue flag for a blue car. 34 there is John Spears.
And that little blue Gordini, I think that's the one that started from the pit lane. That's already a lap down. And another Spaniard, Burgos Sainz de Baranda, or Baramba, just keeping out of the way. He's down in 21st position. He's just been lapped now.
So Claudia Hurtgen still out in the lead. Not to confuse the red cars there. There was a slower back marker. But Claudia Hurtgen doing a grand job. Absolutely what is required for Methuselah Racing.
These people come from all sorts of different backgrounds of cars and competition history. We were talking about Paul Grant a few moments ago. Paul started his competition career in a little daft Variomatic rally car. Yeah, if you remember those, all the belts whirring round.
Well, of course, they also powered, powered Formula 3 cars as well.
They did checkered flag Formula 3 cars.
Exactly.
Tony Hakeborn and Mike Beckwith, I think the drivers loved them, actually. They were strange because the engine note just stayed the same. And Williams Formula 1 tried a similar system, you know, many years ago, and I was privileged to film it, and then I think it was banned before it ever got to the official racetrack. So there we are, Hurtgen in this beautiful Ferrari owned by Alex Birkenstock and run by Methuselah Racing, just doing an outstanding job here.
8 laps completed by her, so 1 lap, she's on her last lap. Marina Franchitti goes through 14.5 seconds behind Hurtgen, and then Fiero Aleta 3.5 seconds back in 3rd place. Tony Wood is in 4th, Spears is in 5th. Falch Roussillon we've got a problem because he's dropped back.
Oh, and it's facing the wrong way.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So Falch Roussillon, yes, facing the wrong way up the hill, and that is a problem for. Or is that at Tabac? Yes, it's out. I think it's through Tabac, isn't it? Yes. It's after the swimming pool. Quite an interesting place because he's some way after the corner.
Fortunately, he's off the line, isn't he?
Yeah.
But how can he turn that round? I think that might bring out the a full course, or the safety car.
Well, they're on the last lap.
Yeah. So yes, he's just sitting there hoping that somebody's going to climb out of it.
Yeah.
So he'll be disappointed.
It's not a full course yellow yet, so their speeds are not regulated yet.
No, I still see a green light flashing there.
Yeah,
so,
well, that's just after the incident.
Yeah, so
here is Claudia Hurtgen coming through Rascasse, heading towards Virage Noguez. That's the last corner. Should be the checkered flag for her here. Oh, okay.
Oh, well, we didn't see a checkered flag. No, it's the end of the 8th lap, wasn't it?
Well, 9 laps completed.
Yes.
According to our screens.
Indeed, yes.
The Oscar has been abandoned on the way up the hill out of Saint-Devote. But Claudia Hurtgen, yellow flag there, now a green flag, so 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go, organisation. So
keep going, girl, because so many times, you know, there's been problems.
And people back off.
Yeah, exactly.
Lost the race before. She got 20-second lead, though.
Or you get a penalty for doing an extra lap, like Dorian Pin did in Jeddah earlier on this year.
Yeah, talking about another highly talented, but now current female racing driver.
Yeah.
I think she's a real deal, isn't she?
Yeah, I think so. So Claudia Hurtgen in the tunnel. We thought that was the last lap. It'll be interesting to see how they signal it.
Yeah.
10 laps out of 9.
Yes. So, well, terrific, great racing, wasn't it, between Fiero Aleta and Wood.
But Tony Wood has made it up into 3rd place, and so great stuff there. John Spears perhaps getting past Fiero Aleta on this last lap. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We're keeping an eye on the leader at the moment, Claudia Hurtgen, as she comes up behind number 50. That's Jeffrey O'Neill in his Maserati 250F. They're all a little bit different, these 250Fs, because they're...
They built them over a period of years, didn't they? So the car was evolving. And, well, look at this.
Great stuff. She overtakes and didn't overtake under the yellow flag.
Now we must see the checkered flag out now, and there it goes. And she makes it 2nd consecutive victory in this A2 front-engine Grand Prix category. Cars built before 1961. And there's Marino. He crosses the line. He'll be delighted with that. He's told me that he's getting more and more used to this 250F. He has raced it quite a lot in the UK, but here, you know, a daunting experience. What do you tell your father-in-law if you crash a thing that's worth over £1 million, I suppose?
In third place, Tony Wood in the Tech-Mech, so well done to him. Just ahead of Guillermo Fierro Aleta in fourth place. John Spears fifth, Stefan de Groot in fifth place. And then Thomas Schlereth in his new acquisition should go through in seventh. But what a race, great fun.
Certainly was. And beautiful sounds too from this.
Spectacular stuff. These drivers.
I love the blister on the front of that Ferrari, and if you can just see it there, and you can just see the top of the carburetor intakes. It's great to see bits of mechanics. It's quite iconic, that. There she is, look. She's happy with a black crash helmet.
We'll see her again later on today, and but what a start to the day for her. Claudia Hergen, well done.
There is a possibility we might get an interview with her. We might be to dive into the French feed for that. We'll find out in a few minutes. But Hergen, Franchitti, Wood, that was the top three. But terrific battle between Wood and Fierro Aleta. He just didn't give up, Tony Wood, did he? Lap after lap, he couldn't find a way past. Finally, he did it.
Yeah, he was there all the time, wasn't he? And that's what you have with these cars. That's exactly what you have to do.
Yeah.
You have to be there to exploit any slight mistake of your adversary. And if he makes a mistake, you take the chance. You have to. That's the way you get past.
One of the great things about cars of this era is the braking distance is so much longer than they are currently. So the window of opportunity for outbraking somebody is increased. So there's more chance of overtaking under the brakes. There's Claudia waving to the fans. Early start here, of course, at Monaco. But we'll be cracking through the 8 races, Bob.
Well, it may be an early start wherever you're watching in the world. You're very welcome.
Yes.
Now, these first 3, I suspect, will come up onto the grid, or will they go into the pit lane? We'll see in a moment.
That little scoop, of course, channels air down into the carburetors.
There is the abandoned car.
Still pointing.
40, yeah.
It's still pointing in the wrong direction.
Of Joachim Fulch-Roussinol in the Lotus 16.
So the Spanish, you say he's a paint magnet, Bob?
Yeah. Yeah. Marshall's signalling the first 3 to go through onto the start-finishing line to go onto the podium. Here it is, Hergen, Franchitti, Wood. Fierro Aleta just misses out, and then John Spears in 5th, Stefan de Groot 6th, then Schlereth. Brad Baker from Canada, Guy Plant in 9th place.
Bob, he won his class, didn't he? I think Guy Plant.
And then 10th, Jeffrey O'Neill, signalled from the USA. That's those who have completed the race. And now perhaps we will be hearing from Claudia Hergen. And
there's Marina, look. Claudia's been racing, I mean, she won a race here 24 years ago, so...
Unbelievable, isn't it? 24 years ago.
There she is. And the German team who runs that car so successfully. They're the 2 great makes of Italy, Maserati and Ferrari, who race so much in the history. And we are hoping to get that interview pretty soon. See the cameraman down there. Claudia racing the team, and now she's been led out to get that black crash helmet off. There, the crash helmet comes off, and there she is. Smile on her face, the victory garland. She, I thought she was going to put it on Marino's shoulder. There's Tony Wood, look, Tony happy with his 3rd after a cracking race. So first win of the day.
Here is our interviewer.
Yes, Claudia, congrats for your win. Unbelievable driving for you with this weekend with a Ferrari for you, another win. It's the second in a row. Pole position, fastest lap in the victory. How was it to attack this weekend to take the win?
It was a little bit difficult because on Friday we had a little problems on the car. So we prepare everything for the qualifying. So car was really good in qualifying. So I know I must set the car on pole because that's the target for the race. And then I will full concentrate for the first 3-4 laps. I know I will push because there's no traffic and have a good start, and then I can continue. And in the first time I look in the mirror was after lap 4 and say, okay, come on, relax and go ahead.
It's always something special to drive here in Monaco, but of course to win in Monaco.
Of course, it's special for me, you know, 93 with a big accident in Formula 3. So, yeah, first, when I came back here to Monaco, I love Monaco. And, yeah, it's for me really like my hometown. And it's a special feeling when I drive here in Monaco. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Excellent. A good interview from Claudia Högden.
Yes, well done. Very nice to hear from her. There's Marino Franchitti. There are the cars. The lovely Ferrari Dino.
Yeah, just Dino, because the late son of Enzo Ferrari, who died early, and cars named after him, racetracks named after Dino Ferrari as well.
We have a podium ceremony as well. Well, isn't that great to have a lady winner to start the day? And really did a fantastic job. Marino Franchitti there, and obviously Tony Wood as well. Marino will be very happy, as you said, with that second place, although the gap, 15.4 seconds.
Yeah, but one of his best results in that car. I think he's been racing now for about 5 years, off and on, but not very regularly. Marino with his shaved head, and of course his brother Darrow's got a fine head of hair, hasn't he? But
yeah.
I remember Marino racing back in Formula Ford years ago, and a lot to live up to your older brother. And a nice traditional laurel garland.
I'm not used to following you.
Yes, not a wreath. A wreath is for dead people.
Exactly, and so many people get that wrong. A garland.
Yeah, a garland, that's it.
And that will hang on the wall of the Methuselah Racing organisation, I'm sure, in a couple of days' time, and they've got all the kit back to Germany. Just a phenomenal driver, Claudia Högden. I just wonder what would have happened if she hadn't had that huge Formula 3 crash. Huge talent. Tony Wood trying to get the crowd to cheer. Proudly wearing the badge of the British Racing Drivers Club. And great historian is both Marino and Darrow know a lot about the history of motor racing. Little jump from Claudia.
Le premier trophée qui sera décerné sera la coupe de son Altesse Sérénissime le Prince Albert II de Monaco, remise par Monsieur Patrice Senna, conseiller du gouvernement, ministre de l'Intérieur, remise bien sûr à Claudia.
And a very nice trophy is handed over, and I'm sure that will take pride of place in the trophy cabinet back in Aachen.
Yeah, nice trophy, isn't it?
Yep.
Superb.
They always do things properly at Monaco.
No expense spared.
But a rather different sort of trophy there for a second trophy. Some cartoon character wearing a 1950s crash helmet. So he can park that one next to his Sebring 12-hour winning trophy.
Well done.
Also remember him racing at Le Mans in the Delta Wing.
Yes, yeah. Tony Wood in third place gets his trophy as well. And now the national anthem of Germany.
Et on écoute l'hymne national allemand. La victoire de Claudia Hogan devant Marino Franchitti et Tony Wood. Bravo, messieurs, dames. Et on va passer à la photo officielle avec les trois lauréats sur ce podium. Ils vont ensuite descendre de ce podium, récupérer les fameuses coupettes de circonstance, histoire de célébrer ce premier top 3 de la journée. Bravo, Claudia Hogan, Madame Claudia Hogan, bravo à messieurs Marino Franchitti et Tony Wood. Bien beau podium pour attaquer cette journée avec cette Série A2. Juan Manuel Fangio, merci à monsieur Ruben Fangio également présent sur ce podium, ce qui a donné, et c'est vrai que la ressemblance est assez étonnante, ce qui a donné pas mal de charme supplémentaire et de prestige supplémentaire. On va attendre la descente au pied du podium maintenant pour la remise des coupettes de circonstances. Monsieur Yvan Amiel procédera à la signature également de ce trophée des légendes comme il le fera à l'issue de chacune de ces épreuves.
So the champagne did not spray there, keeping that for later, but coming up in about 20 minutes time, Bob Constanturis will be the next race. We're going to move on in history a little bit, because coming up will be a race for the Serie B cars. And
I think it's Series 1A, actually.
oh, is it A1? Yes, it is A1 next. Yes,
Yep.
they have moved it around a little bit. So A1.
So that's the earlier cars.
Yes, we're going to go back in time now.
Yeah.
Seems a bit counterintuitive, but that's what we're going to do.
Bugattis, ERAs, cars that are perhaps, well, certainly the Bugatti is 100 years old. So
Yeah.
we'll look forward to seeing that in a few moments' time. A champagne breakfast, meanwhile, for our first three.
Oh, look, how civilised, drinking out of it.
Special glasses as well. I'd love to take one of those home. I'd even drink champagne.
Well, you said champagne so many times, Bob, at Grand Prix over the years. You're famous for it, of course, but you don't get to say that anymore.
No, it's bubbles these days.
Bubbles.
Bollicine.
Bollicino.
Yeah, because it's not champagne that is sprayed on the.
Is it a sort of champagne recipe with the 3 regular grapes, or is it more a sort of spumante?
It's more a spumante, sparkling wine, should we say?
Yes.
One of our mechanics is in the living room.
Great stuff. So we'll take a little break now and come back to you with A1 cars. That's cars from before the war, and also voiturettes. So, as I say, we'll see Bugattis, we'll see ERAs, Maseratis, and an Alfa Romeo as well.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
For you, no?
Yeah,
We're going to help you. We're going to help you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Congratulations. So in 2 years,
So the highlights of our first race here in Monaco, the front-engine Grand Prix cars built before 1961. And this was the grid with Claudia Hergen on pole position from Marino Franchitti. And what a start she made, Claudia Hergen. Left on the grid was Max Smith-Hilliard in the Lotus 16. But at the front, the two red cars, Ferrari ahead of Maserati.
Yeah, Marino Franchitti slotting into second place. Sadly, that Lotus 16 failing, but there was other similar models right in there with Guillermo Fierro Eletta. There is the car being pushed away. Some early action up into the casino square, but Claudia Hergen just in a different zone, really, to the others.
With Marino Franchitti in second place, and really the battle was all over third.
Certainly was, and there was tremendous racing for third place. Tony Wood, who's had success in this race in the Tech-Mech, the modified Maserati 250F, going very well indeed and trying to find a way past. We also had John Spears moving up, and also had the Ferguson P99 racing for the first time for many years, and looking really smart. The one-off four-wheel drive car raced in period by Sterling Moss. There is the Tech-Mech going around the La Rascasse hairpin.
And in fact, we had the two Spaniards, Fierro Eletta in his Maserati, and Foch Roussillon in the Lotus 16. So two Spaniards amongst that mix with Tony Wood as well, and John Spears, and that number 40. That was the Foch Roussillon Lotus.
And soon, Bob, they were having to lap quite a lot of back markers, weren't they? And that made it even harder work. But Claudia Hergen in the little Ferrari Dino 246 going superbly. There's that big battle.
Fierro Eletta against his compatriot Foch Roussillon.
Yeah, I expect they've raced each other a lot in the past, but really entertaining scrap for a third place.
Watched all the way by the Tech-Mech of Tony Wood. But heading for the checkered flag all the way was Claudia Hergen. There was just no doubt about it in the Ferrari. And then Foch Roussillon had this spin, which meant the car was abandoned just before Rascasse. And so he was out of third place.
Yeah,
heading for the checkered flag was our winner, Claudia Hergen.
And Claudia Hergen making it 2 wins out of 2 in this A2 category, which started the weekend in grand style.
With the Marino Franchitti in second place, and in third, Tony Wood in the Tech-Mech.
So cars winding their way onto the track now. This pre-war Grand Prix cars and Voiturettes, and we will have the British ERAs in it. th running of this Grand Prix historic here at the wonderful Monaco street circuit, and we're rolling the clock back, Bob Constantiouris, now.
Yes, not just in it, the ERAs, but on the front row,
yes.
both of them. Both of them having been owned by Padden Stowling, but the second car now owned by Brad Baker, and both prepared, in fact, by the same preparation company. So the two ERAs, R5B, which is the famous Remus, or is it Romulus?
I think it's Remus.
It's Remus.
And owned by Prince Bira of Thailand, or Siam as it was in those days.
Owned by Prince Chula, but driven by Bira.
Given to him as a 21st birthday present.
As you do.
And he had 3 ERAs at different stages, Prince Bira, and a fine racing driver he was. So Dowling has won this race in the past, in 2018. The main contenders from race 2 years ago, last time they ran, are not in the race. Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash should have been in the race, but they I think they dropped a valve, tried to repair it, ran in qualification, it stopped on the opening lap, so that's a huge disappointment, and PBE officially scratched. So he was third 3 years ago. In 21, he was leading, and then the car had fuel vaporization problems, if I remember correctly. So not a happy hunting ground for him. But Dowling, Irish, I think he's based in America, isn't he? Paddins Dowling. Back in 14, he was second here. But he's definitely going to be the class of the field here. And also in third place, you'll see Michael Birch. Races all over the world, really, in various different historic cars, including a lovely Talbot.
Yeah, just to go back to Padden Stowling, he was a close second in 2012 and also in 2014 as well.
Yes.
But then won it in 2018 in the 5B, ERA 5B, which is the car he will be racing this time. But he had R10B, which is now sold to Brad Baker, the Canadian driver, who will be racing it today. They will be on the front row of the grid. 17 of these R-type ERAs were built. And, of course, Raymond May is very much involved. In fact, they finished first, second and third here in 1936, led by Bira's R2B, Romulus, ahead of Marcel Lehoux and Nicky Embaricos in their private cars, beating the might of Maserati in what was the Rainier Cup in 1936. So you were here, Andrew.
I was, yes. No, this race named after Louis Chiron, a former winner in period of the Monaco Grand Prix. But Bob, we noticed it's another very disappointing non-starter, obviously some mechanical failure from the Alfa Romeo.
Yes, the Alfa Romeo of Fritz Burkhardt, who has the Pearl collection of cars in Switzerland. He had this extraordinary Alfa Romeo 8C Monza from 1933, delivered new to Scuderia Ferrari for Tazio Nuvolari, but sadly it's blown a head gasket, so unfortunately won't be starting from 7th on the grid in this race. But we have got Bugattis, and the Bugatti was launched exactly 100 years ago. Amazing to think that Bugattis are racing this weekend, particularly the car of François Fouquet-Hadvillain. And he starts 8th on the grid, or 7th on the grid without the Alfa Romeo. And that car was built in 1925, so it's 99 years old, and here it is still being raced. You would have thought just to put it out of its misery and allow it to retire gracefully, but no, it's being raced. Number 18 there.
Another similar Bugatti, unusual colour in white. That car, the 18 machine of Staps.
So fantastic cars there. MG there, number 4. And that is John Gillett from Australia in the MGK3 Magnet 1934. One of the Voiturette cars under 1500cc.
I think that might be another car that Prince Bira raced. Didn't only race ERAs, he had 3 of them. The third one was called Hanuman. Well, look at the engine there from the Bugatti. Lovely to see that, just lifted the bonnet. And we did see a quick shot of Martin Halusa down there, who's racing his. He's the founder of Apex Partners. Both his sons are racing this weekend as well.
Yes, it's a name you'll hear quite a lot of. Austrian by birth, but lived in Britain for quite a long time, Martin Halusa.
Yeah, I think he's based down in here at Monaco, why not? So Dowling versus Baker, we think, in this, with the ERAs, English Racing Autos, founded by Humphrey Cook, Raymond Mays and Peter Perthen in November 1933 in the little town of Bourne in Lincolnshire, where of course BRM were based for many years, and subsequently of course now the great preparation company Hall and Hall are still up in that town. So great motor racing history there.
I thought Hall and Hall seemed to be based in our breakfast room this morning.
Well, in fact, most of the mechanics were. Not sure what. I think they were hoping for a full English, but they got a croissant.
That's about it, yes. Lincolnshire boys probably do.
Well, Lincolnshire sausages, of course.
Exactly, yeah.
Now there's Padding's Dowling, and looking very focused, looking down into the cockpit. Old-fashioned goggles.
Yeah, good old-fashioned goggles there, Padding's Dowling.
And you see some stickers, yellow stickers on in front of the cockpit. Well, I don't know if you notice from the shape of the cockpit. That signifies that they're exempt from wearing a hands device. Quite a lot of stickers. So those round stickers, that they are basically the scrutineering tickets from this meeting over the years. Here is race control. Quite a brains trust there. We believe the famous Belgian rally and race driver Marc Dues is part of that team.
And he's also assisted, I think, by Olivier Beretta, who is a former Formula 1 driver from Monaco. So, local boys. 72 there is Mark Winter, a pseudonym for a German driver in the Maserati 6CM.
Quite a lot of German businessmen tend to do that. I think there's more German. If you look at the entry list for the Nürburgring 24 Hours, you'll see about 20 different names, some of them quite peculiar. And there was a famous German racing driver who won Le Mans called, allegedly, John Winter, but his name was Louis Kraggers. And he moved to America. Met a sorry end, actually.
Very nearly killed me once at the Nürburgring.
Did he?
Yeah, he was one side of the Armco, about 6 inches away from it, and I was the other side, 6 inches away from it. And he was off the circuit, being lapped by Bob Wallach at the time, his teammate, and in a Porsche 935. And he wasn't on the circuit, and he probably wasn't in control either, but we both got away with it. 72.
The Maserati, its famous badge on the front with the tridents. Sometimes you see a big trident, particularly the 250F Maseratis in the radiator aero.
Now, you were talking yesterday about the colours. There is the pole winner in the colours of Siam.
Yes, the blue and yellow Siam. Back in the day, there still are national racing colours, and obviously green for Britain, red for Italy, white with the blue stripes for United States, blue of course for France, it couldn't be anything else, yellow for Belgium, dark green and gold for Australia, and so on. And I think there still is a list in existence, you can find it on the internet, but back in the day these cars were painted those colours, and of course it's the colour of the entrant, I think, rather than the manufacturer.
Yes, they're all not exactly on their grid positions because, of course, they're elderly people and they need a push start. So that's exactly what they're all getting, and then they come up onto their grid positions once they've been push started, once they've got those engines up, running and firing.
Now we have to say that at this race, it'll be a surprise if Dowling doesn't dominate it. Because he is very quick in this CRA and he knows it well. There's the car now being rolled back. But this is motor racing, you never know.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with these elderly cars as well. They will move around wonderfully on this circuit as well. And 15 seconds to go before they set off on their final parade lap, or formation lap if you like. And elderly cars, of course, tend to fail. We forget just how unreliable they were, perhaps. And away they go on this final formation lap. Have they all got away? I hope so. As I say, we're missing the Alfa Romeo, sadly, of Fritz Burkhardt, but I think everyone's got away, so let's hope so. And through Saint-Devote, up the hill.
And really, in TV pictures, doesn't show you how steep the climb is up there. And you know, when you walk up the side there, you get a bit of puff at the end. Well, old blokes like us do anyway.
Past Rosie's Bar,
Yeah.
or where Rosie's Bar used to be. Of course, that's Rosie, of course, ran the bar on the left-hand side of the go up the hill, where Graham Hill used to celebrate his many victories, 5 victories here. And then through Massenet, the left-hander, into Casino Square, now denuded of its gardens on the left-hand side of your picture now. And I don't know what's happened to those, but hopefully they'll be restored. And then through Casino Square, then down the hill to Mirabeau, the right-hander at the bottom of the hill there, past the tip-top bar on the left. Never been there, of course. We'll talk about that later on. Then through the hairpin, it was the station hairpin.
And it is really very tight round there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, modern Formula cars have to have special steering racks to get through there. And then the right-hander at Portier, the previous right-hander, sometimes called Mirabeau Antérieur, je crois. And then the right-hander at Portier, and then into the tunnel.
And of course, big change of light as you go. Eyes have to adjust as you go through. It's much brighter than the old tunnel was, but still a bit of a shock as you dive into there, I'm sure, on this formation lap.
And then out of the tunnel, hard on the brakes for the chicane. It wasn't always there, of course, that chicane, and there's a bit of a bump there as well to unsettle the cars. Through the chicane, right, and then left-hander, and then the blast past the boats, all of which have to pull out from the quay there for safety's sake, both this weekend and in 2 weeks' time as well, into Tabac, the left-hander.
Yeah, in past years, 2 Grand Prix cars, Grand Prix drivers have finished in that harbour. Managed to swim strongly to the shore. Paul Hawkins, a great Australian, of course, splashed down there. But now there's yachts in the way, so change the trace of that. There's the swimming pool.
And of course, Tabac featured in the 1950 race because there was a wave broke over the sea wall and deposited a lot of water onto the track at Tabac. And the first, I think they lost something like half the field, crashed on that wet track in 1950.
So much history here, isn't there? Everywhere you turn.
Water, water everywhere.
Yeah. And down through the Arascas, which is the name of the restaurant there. Hairpin. Again, the trace of that has changed over the years. It's a more complicated corner now. It's a straight hairpin.
Through the Nogues right-hander, which is named after the founder of the circuit, Anthony Nogues. And then onto the pit straight, which is not really a straight, slight right-hander.
Well, that hairpin back in the old days, the great Sir Jack Brabham, we'll see some Brabham cars later, he actually crashed there on the last lap when he was in the lead. Into the straw bales. Don't see many straw bales around here now, but let's concentrate on the start of this one. Dowling there, just pumping up the fuel pressure.
On come the lights, out go the lights, and away they go. And it's Paddy Dowling into the lead, but Brad Baker keeping him honest in second place. Those 2 ERAs, first and second, as they go into Saint-Devote.
Was it Michael Birch a bit slow away? Somebody faltered there. Well, up the hill they go, and Dowling from Baker in the black ERA. No, and then I think Michael Birch is there in third place. It wasn't him then. That,
I think it's Jonathan Bailey.
Yeah, I think you're right, yes.
Up into third place, and then it's Michael Birch.
Then
so
Michael,
you were right.
Michael has got the Rubens Barrichello tribute crash helmet. Can't miss that. Down the hill, on the brakes.
And
there's Birch. Yeah,
he's already up into third.
Yeah. Michael's got a super string of cars. He was racing last weekend at Donington Park as well. So many historic meetings these days.
And the first of the Bugattis is the yellow car. That's, I think, Mark Winter. Yes, Mark Winter, and followed by Martin Halusa. So pretty much grid order at the moment, having been restored by Michael Birch getting up into third place. But,
Definitely
Brad
a battle.
Baker.
Yeah.
Brad Baker under pressure.
From Birch.
Yeah. Michael Birch, as you were saying earlier on this weekend, very competitive around here.
He likes these sort of cars. Probably his favourite is the Talbot. He races at the Le Mans Classic. The Le Mans Classic is every other year from Monaco, so they don't clash. And that's a big meeting, but that's all sports cars. This is all about Formula One, with a little bit of sports cars. We'll see those later.
So here they come up towards the completion of lap one, but this is the battle over second place. This is Brad Baker being pushed hard by Michael Birch. They go through Noguez onto the pit straight. Already, Paddington Stowlin has gone through. Paddington Stowlin in the lead from Baker in second place. 4.5 seconds, the gap between Dowling and Baker. And then Michael Birch being pushed hard, or pushing hard, behind Brad Baker.
That's an absolutely cracking first lap, isn't it? We see a replay of the start.
Two laps completed now by these cars. And Birch beginning just to ease away a little bit from Brad Baker. Brad Baker used to much quicker cars. He's had much quicker Formula One, more contemporary Formula One cars as the Canadian driver, but he's certainly hanging on to Michael Birch, not letting him get away. Paddington Stowlin may be pulling away, but Michael Birch being kept very honest by the Canadian.
A nice little scrap between the two cars.
Max is up into 7th place ahead of Ralph Emmerling in 8th. Stefano Rosina, the shipping expert, in 9th place, and then Fouquet Edvelin in 10th place.
This is the traditional ERA that we're seeing in Dowling, the traditional shape. They did later bring a more rounded and streamlined version called the G model, didn't they?
GP,
and, GP, yeah, GP. I think they made 2 or 3 of those, and they were never really that successful. Great noise, of course, from the ERAs. Once described as like the sound of ripping calico, as we said yesterday. Calico, I've never heard it being ripped, but I suppose we know what it's like.
I've never worn it, so no one's ever tried to rip it off me.
Quite sure what it is even, but obviously it's some special kind of cloth which is difficult to tear asunder. I'll probably wear also, yes. So just looking at Dowling's lap now, and I probably knows the situation, but now Michael Birch is doing almost exactly the same lap time.
Yeah, look at this. It really is a titanic battle, isn't it?
But Birch needs to do that because he's under a lot of pressure, of course, from Baker. There's the Canadian using his experience, you said, bobbing lots of different cars.
Charging up the hill, and the gap between the two, Dowling and Birch, came down a little bit on that last lap by just under a second. So they are catching with this great battle going on for 2nd place. Padden Dowling has got to keep his eye on that gap. He's got a nice, comfortable lead, but it's not that comfortable. He goes a little bit wide there as well on the descent to Mirabeau, and missed his braking just a little bit. So the gap may have come down even more. There it is, the leader going through the hairpin and then into the corner before Portier. And still, Brad Baker keeping the pressure all the time on Michael Birch. Michael Birch, perhaps, I wonder if he's... Oh, Brad Baker pulling alongside in the tunnel, looking to get past. It's very, very close. What about under-braking here for the chicane? Not close enough, perhaps.
Birch in the Maserati 4CM, 4 being for the 4 cylinders. And this car, used by the Maserati factory back in 1936. And then the various Italian drivers raced it. I mean, when you look at the front of them, it's not dissimilar to the ERAs. They're quite similar looking cars,
yeah,
in a way. Michael still under pressure. What about down at the swimming pool? No room there. And then down into Rasgas, and Michael just inched out a little bit more. The gap has actually come down to under 5 seconds now between him and Dowling. So this is far from all over. Just another 10-lap race. We're just 3 laps in, and now he's almost side by side, but Birch closes him off.
It's gone back up by half a second between Dowling and Birch.
Yeah, well, I suppose Birch defending and taking slightly different lines. And what about up the hill there?
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, just pure on power.
Yeah,
that was just done on power, wasn't it?
So Baker up into 2nd place and now ahead of Birch, but Birch will be fighting back still. This is further back. Number 2 there is Ralph Emmerling in the MG. And Bugattis as well, various iterations of Bugattis, 35, 35B, which is the powerful one, 35C, 37, using the same chassis as the 35, and a 37-44 and a 51 as well. So lots of various iterations of Bugattis.
But the 35B was the car which won the very first Monaco Grand Prix, driven by the English driver William Grover Williams. An intriguing character, a sort of upmarket chauffeur turned spy, and a brilliant book by Joe Saywood about that driver and that period in time.
Yeah, telling the story.
Well, there's the replay, just purely done on power. So just a little 4-cylinder engine, of course, in the Birch car, but Baker now actually fastest first sector.
Yeah,
of the race
completed, and the gap has come down to 4.7 seconds.
Yeah.
It's come down again, so it's very elastic, that gap between Dowling and the car he used to own, Brad Baker, in the 2nd of the ERAs.
Little Riley front of those two Bugattis. That just so iconic, the shape of that Bugatti radiator.
The car launched at the French Grand Prix. The 35 launched at the French Grand Prix at Lyon in 1924. 1924, 100 years ago.
Well, of course, you can strap some mudguards on these cars and drive them on the road, as people do. I remember doing a classic car rally years ago in Angoulême, and there was about 20 of them. And at the lunch halt, they lined them all up, and it looked fantastic. So the gap down now, as Bob is pointing to the timing screen, 2.5 seconds now, and the battle is on.
The battle is very, very much on, isn't it? Brad Baker getting a lot closer to Paddins Dowling. Paddins Dowling having first been introduced to motor racing in his native Ireland, going to the Mondello circuit in Dublin, and that's where he originally became enthusiastic about motorsport. But he sold this ERA, I think, to Brad Baker, and maybe beginning to regret that, because Brad Baker getting closer and closer. And Brad Baker's pulled away easily from Michael Birch. Mark Winter in 4th place, Jonathan Bailey in 5th, and Martin Halusa in 6th place. Then Ralph Emmerling back up into 7th place ahead of Stefano Rosina, and then the French driver Stact in 9th place, and Fouquet Edvelin in 10th.
Yeah, Paddins now living in California, and as well as the CRA, he's got a very old 1962 Lotus 7 that he races down in little local Californian circuits.
Yes, somebody going a little bit wide at the chicane there. And of course, getting your braking right on these old-fashioned drum brakes is pretty crucial. But as you were saying earlier on, Andrew, of course, the braking distance is a lot longer. But of course, that's something they'll get used to. Dowling, 2.2 seconds. Oh, it goes back up between Dowling and Baker to 4.8 seconds.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise, really, because Baker's still on this time he's on another quick lap. He seems to be quick in the first sector, but losing out on the second.
And of course, you know, if you use up the brakes, if your brakes are a bit soft.
Yes, and there's a bit of traffic around. I mean, I know it's not the fullest of grids with 14 cars, but you know, there's still some slower cars out there have to be lapped just like that. And it's John Gillett in the MGK3.
So Brad Baker, 3.1 seconds after 6 laps now between Dowling and Baker. So it is very elastic, and as you say, probably it is because of the traffic. There is Paddins Dowling, he's still in the lead. There in the background is his teammate in some ways,
yes.
Brad Baker.
Michael Birch has dropped back now, so he's now done a couple of seconds behind Baker, having led him.
Yeah, more than a couple, 6 or 8 now seconds further back. So
yes, indeed.
But these, you know, at the start of the race, everything is absolutely ready to go, and the brakes are cool, and the engine is absolutely sharp, and so many things can go off after 2 or 3 laps around this circuit. And so many settings can readjust themselves and be less efficient than they were at the start. Brad Baker coming into the chicane in R10B.
No spring chicken, Paddins, you know, 69 years old and driving like a young man here.
Well, this is what you find at historic race meetings, isn't it? They drive like young men, and then they take off the helmet, and the hair is completely the wrong colour. Or
not there
at all.
Well, it's a bit like that in the commentary box, actually. So Dowling, I think he's put the pressure back on a bit now. He'll be getting his pit balls. No, obviously no radio, pits to car radio.
And of course, the reason for the fact that so many of these drivers are not spring chickens, and they've also got hair the wrong colour, is because they've been very, very competitive, not just on the racetrack, but in business as well.
Yes.
And that's where they've made their money, and now they're indulging in their hobby.
Yeah, some of them are still obviously in senior positions. Quite a lot of others have retired, as we mentioned earlier. But there is the third place car of Michael Birch. Just see how he uses his body almost like a motorcycle racer, leaning into the corner.
Transfer of weight, as you say, that Rubens Barrichello helmet. Is it intended to be a Rubens Barrichello helmet?
Oh yes, it loves Rubens Barrichello. It says it's in its last year because these things have a shelf life, and he's going to change it. And he's not sure if he's going to stick with the same colour scheme. But it also says Michael on it, and that's where on the Rubens one it said Marlborough, but he put Michael, obviously his name, and easy to see. I had wondered if it was one that had actually been owned by Rubens, but that is not the case. It is a replica or tribute helmet. And of course, there's quite a trade in second-hand famous racing helmets. I mean, you know, in the old days, a Formula One driver would go through a whole season with just one helmet. Now they seem to have a different one, and sometimes a different colour scheme for every race. And as you commentate on those races, Bob, that must be pretty frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, it gets quite complicated, really. Paddon's Dowling there, we're watching him from the drone, as it were, and beautiful watching that car going round. And he's really doing a good job. Last time the gap was 5.8 seconds. Here he is through Rascasse, accelerates up the little hill towards Noguez, through Noguez, steers clear of the curb on the outside and the Armco on the outside, and then on the pit straight now, completes lap 8. 2 to go.
So we've got this car driven by, originally in period by a Thai, and of course in 2 weeks' time we're going to have a Thai, or half Thai driver competing.
And here is Michael Birch in second place. Brad Baker, where's Brad Baker? 10.4 seconds. He has dropped well back.
Yeah, but has Birch closed on him? It's just the whole field is spreading out now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Birch. Oh, the yellow flag waved as the white Bugatti pulls off.
Yeah, it's slowed on the way up the hill. It whatever it lost, I think it's got it back.
Yeah.
It's Thierry Stats, French driver, and he's doing a bit of maintenance as he goes around. It looks like, is it something to do with the brakes?
It looked like that to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He went through there okay, and then slowed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they hit.
Yes. Yeah.
Watch this. Here's a replay.
It's the MG, isn't it? And it, whoa.
Oh, it almost went over.
Wow.
The drive, and it very nearly hit the Armco.
I think that's the Riley, isn't it?
Yes, it's a Riley.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 Rileys, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
That's not Thierry Chanoine, it's Ralph Emmerling. It's Ralph Emmerling who is involved in that. And
then now he's decided to park it, and he's still looking around.
at Casino.
Those iconic wheels of the Bugatti, those cast wheels. Most cars had wire wheels back then. Marshall's come to the rescue, hopefully.
I think the car basically, either he lost Mr. Gear or he lost power or whatever, for whatever reason. And Emmerling came up on him so quickly, couldn't avoid him.
Yeah.
And that could have been a very nasty moment. So Paddon's Dowling completes lap 9, 1 to go for Paddon's Dowling.
Untroubled drive to victory here. To Paddons, who last won this in 18. It was won by an ERA last time out. The British driver, Mark Gillies, in R3A. Mark is now the head of public affairs for Volkswagen in the United States. And I thought he was coming to race here, actually. But he's not. He was a well-known journalist for many years, worked for British magazines and then for some of the big magazines in America, and then jumped to what they call the dark side, PR. But no, he's not here.
Brad Baker in second place, 13 seconds now behind Paddon's Dowling. Last lap being shown to the rest of the runners. We've had Dowling, Baker and Birch, 1, 2, 3. We wait for fourth place Mark Winter. And there is Thierry Stats out of his car. Now, Ralph Emmerling has managed to keep going in spite of
Yeah,
that
it
moment.
was like a
Wow.
bucking bronco. That was 45 degrees to the horizontal, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
Dowling, Baker, Birch.
So Mark Winter's gone through in 4th place, Jonathan Bailey in 5th place.
Indeed, Mark Winter just putting his fastest lap in thus far, I think, but a little bit late in the day. Dowling heading now towards the checkered flag through the swimming pool section for the last time. Breaking down under the bridge, turns right into Raskas, keeps it wide all the way round. Bumpy on the exit of there, and now to the checkered flag. And Dowling wins Serie A1 pre-war Grand Prix cars and Voiturettes, and wins it in fine style. And I'm sure he's going to be very happy as he just take his slowing down lap. Baker makes it a 1-2 for ERA, and then Michael Birch will come home in 3rd place in the number 70 car. There's Baker. Up the hill now, not on full power, of course. Race over, but Michael still racing because he grounds Raskas for the last time under the bridge. And not at the speed he was going earlier on, but safe in 3rd. Had a lovely little battle earlier on with Baker, got in front of him and then dropped back.
So Michael Birch in 3rd place. Who's going to be 4th? It should be Mark Winter, the pseudonymed Maserati driver. Should be in 4th. We shall see in a moment. But Padden Stowlin acknowledging the congratulations of the marshals, particularly. So Mark Winter went through in 4th place. Jonathan Bailey, we didn't see too much of him in 5th place, driving the Bugatti, another of the Bugatti drivers. Jonathan Bailey in Bugatti 35C, and then Martin Halusa in his Bugatti 35B in 6th place. Then it was Stefano Rosina in 7th, François Fouquet-Atvelin in 8th place. Ralph Emmerling, not awfully certain if he actually did complete it. I'm not certain. Maybe he did stop. And then Giulia de Baldanza. We had Giulia Baldanza, who's a regular here, and she was, she actually took 9th place, and Piantelli was in 10th place. That's the Italian driver Maurizio Piantelli, and another Bugatti at 37. So Padden Stowling heading for the podium. We hopefully will hear from him as well. But
yeah, we did speculate, was this Remus or Romulus, because the 2 different cars that was raced a lot by Prince Pedro. You were right the first time, Bob. It's Romulus, R2B. Been owned by a lot of famous racing drivers during its career. So not many people have nicknames for the racing cars, but one person did. So, old mate of yours, Sebastian Vettel. He named nearly all his Formula 1 cars. Some of them were quite silly names. Great shot there as Dowling pulls in. So we'll see the victory celebrations in just a moment. How narrow those front tyres. You see the front brake drums as well. And here the second ERA coming through.
Voilà, Panis effectivement devant le panneau 1, c'est celui qui ils aspirent tous à terminer la course devant ce panneau numéro 1, P1 comme on dit habituellement. Brad Baker en deuxième position, Michael Birch à la troisième place, une ERA devant une ERA et une Maserati 4CM. Bravo à Mark Winter quatrième, Jonathan Bailey cinquième sur Bugatti, Martin Alusa sixième sur Bugatti, Stefano Rosina, François Fouquet Advilin, Giulia De Baldanza et Piantelli qui clôture le top 10 d'ailleurs, une épreuve qui a perdu quelques voitures effectivement. Mais bravo, superbe victoire de Padin Zolling qui a dominé. On a eu un petit instant d'émotion pour lui à un moment où son avance est retombée à 2 secondes 4 par rapport à Brad Baker. Mais il a pu réagir et il a repris les devants pour s'imposer avec une avance confortable de 14 secondes 6 sur le pilote canadien Brad Baker, winner of this race, Padin Zolling.
Well, Padins, congrats, pole position and win for you, but it wasn't easy with Baker behind you, putting the pressure at some point in the race.
No, it wasn't. I had to keep a close eye on him. He's driving the car beautifully. He's only a new driver in it, so I was worried.
Ouais, j'étais un peu inquiet parce qu'il a magnifiquement piloté cette très belle voiture et puis c'est un pilote un petit peu plus jeune et je me suis dit qu'au fur et à mesure des tours il trouvera peut-être un surcroît d'énergie par rapport à moi. Qu'est-ce que ça fait de rouler avec ces voitures ici sur
They've managed to do it really well with much better drivers than me, so I have to be a lot more careful.
Impressionnant parce qu'on sait que ces voitures ont brillé sur ce circuit piloté avec des pilotes bien plus talentueux.
Voilà, Padin Zolling à l'interview ici avec Alexandre qui nous expliquait bien que c'était pas nécessairement évident que Brad Baker qui était lancé à sa poursuite avec la deuxième ERA est un excellent pilote qui découvre ce type de voiture et donc il était un peu worried comme il disait, il était un peu inquiet et pour le reste il dit je n'ai pas la valeur et le talent des pilotes qui ont roulé avant-guerre avec cette auto, moi je dois être beaucoup plus prudent, ne pas prendre tous les risques. Ça s'est néanmoins transformé par une excellente victoire pour Padin Zolling devant Brad Baker et Michael Birch qu'on va retrouver d'ici quelques instants sur le podium.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Everybody will help you because I have a lot of trophies. Okay, good. Do you want me to come? I like this. He's the winner. I'll take
Deuxième position pour le RA numéro 56, Brad Baker. Et le vainqueur de cette épreuve sur le RA numéro 54, Mr. Padin.
So up on the podium, Michael Birch there, car prepared by his friend Gareth.
And the national anthem of Ireland coming up.
La coupe de son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince Albert II de Monaco, sera remise par Maître Thomas Brezzo, président du Conseil national de Monaco. Il sera remise au vainqueur, bien sûr, Padin Zolling.
Yeah, another nice trophy. And the cartoon style trophy too.
C'est également Maître Thomas Brezzo, président du Conseil national de Monaco, qui va remettre le trophée de la coupe.
Congratulations. Gareth Burnett with the Pace Preparation Company. Michael works with very closely, often race together as well in the Talbots. And Padin's returning here for success with the superb Romulus. now the trophies, and great days for that trio.
Has to be said that Monaco does things properly and well. Nice trophies for everybody. Well done. And now the national anthem of Ireland.
On écoute l'hymne national du vainqueur.
Well done to Podium Dowling then, our winner. And
are they going to spray the champagne?
Are they going to spray the champagne? Question. The Verve Clicquot.
I think the answer is negative. So there's Paddins, when he's not racing the ERA, racing a little old Lotus 7.
In California.
Yeah,
just to keep sharp, as it were. Why not? So the podium party will leave. They're going to hold on to their champagne and share it with the mechanics. Why not? Because
absolutely.
They've done a lot of hard work here.
So we went back in time, but now, because we're going to go forward to Serie B.
Yeah, first of all, we'll have the highlights in a few moments.
As we look down on the great pits area here at Monaco. Grandstands started to fill up. They were very full yesterday.
Yeah.
And so the B race will come up. There's a lovely shot of Dowling with a proper laurel garland, and now the champagne in the very special flute.
And he's offered, yes, a glass there. Paddin's not taking part in any other races, so that he can partake.
They do that at the Grand Prix as well, don't they? The flutes at the end, I think. So marvellous shot there of Michael Birch working the wheel. Second place, Baker in the black. Unusual colour for an ERA, but here's the man who dominated the race. Paddins Dowling from Ireland in R5B.
So this was the race for pre-war Grand Prix cars and voiturettes, 10-lap race, and Monaco just absolutely in its element, as beautiful as it gets. This is today. This is really how it is. It's not just one of the best days. It is the best day. And here was Paddins Dowling getting off the grid in pole position, straight into the lead. A good lead from Paddins Dowling, from Bad Baker in second place.
But Michael Birch made a slow start, so he had to work his way back up the field. I think he dropped to 5th, but he was doing that very quickly indeed. There he is currently up the hill to 4th place. Quickly he moved to 3rd, and then ensued a battle between Baker and Birch. There you see the two of them coming into the Casino Square, while Paddins Dowling in the ERA managed to disappear down the hill well in the lead. in the colours of Siam. There was Birch making the pass for third.
Getting ahead of Mark Winter. And the black ERA there was his next target.
At this stage early in the race, Michael Birch seemed to have plenty of pace.
And managed to get ahead of Brad Baker, the Canadian driver, in the second of the ERAs, while Paddins Dowling pulled away at the front.
He certainly did, and he pulled away to a lead of some 14-odd seconds.
Michael Birch under a lot of pressure from Brad Baker for quite some time.
Peering over the top of the little aero screens, as they call them, and trying to resist the second of the ERAs here. And I think powered by him up the hill, didn't he, if you remember, Bob? He got lots of power on, and just because kind of small engine, four-cylinder engine in the Maserati of Birch. And after that, Baker was able to pull away, but Dowling pulling away from the pursuing pair behind.
Both of the ERAs prepared by the same company.
Yeah, some big specialists, a couple of specialists in ERAs.
17 of these R-type ERAs were built.
And we learned this morning that 16 of them are still running.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
Or available to run, shall we say.
And there was this incident here between the Bugatti of Thierry Stats and Ralph Emmerling. Obviously, Thierry Stats slowed as he went through Saint-Devote, and unfortunately, Ralph Emmerling couldn't miss him. But that did not affect the winner, and he went through, took the checkered flag. Paddins Dowling, victory for him, ahead of Brad Baker, and ERA 1-2.
National de Monaco qui va remettre le trophée des légendes, la coupe Antoine, le pilote toujours à Mr. Paddins dans les Goulias.
Si je ne me trompe pas dans le garage, j'en ai une qui n'a pas pu tourner. Malheureusement, je l'utilisais mon caméraman, bien évidemment, pour y aller. Allez, on est dans comme un pit lane. Désormais, c'est la première fois depuis le début de la matinée qu'on peut y aller ensemble en live. Je peux vous accompagner. On va même commencer d'ailleurs par celui-là qui n'est pas réellement ce véhicule qui n'est pas une Formule 1, mais qui est forcément très emblématique parce que c'est par ce moyen-là que Senna a débuté sa carrière en Formule 1. C'est ce karting, c'est l'un des tout premiers kartings de la carrière d'Ayrton Senna, si c'était peut-être même le premier. Il a été piloté hier justement ce karting d'Ayrton Senna par Gabriel Bortoletto, pilote de la McLaren Academy, forcément la McLaren Academy. C'est là la McLaren tout simplement. C'est là où tout simplement Ayrton Senna a passé la grande majorité de sa carrière, où il a remporté ses titres de champion du monde. Juste derrière, il y a aussi, il me semble que c'est la F3000, des F3000 justement, qu'a pu piloter Ayrton Senna dans sa carrière. Effectivement, c'est une Formule 3 la RT3 83. Elle a été pilotée hier par Eddie et un simulate Ferrari justement. Elle est magnifique. Elle ressemble d'ailleurs en termes de livrée à la livrée qu'on a pu voir du côté de chez McLaren. On va passer à celle qui est ensuite à gauche, qui est la Formule Ford 2000 Van Dienen RF82. Elle a été pilotée par la pilote McLaren, notamment en externe Cristina Gutiérrez, absolument magnifique, cette voiture jaune et noire qui a pu piloter Ayrton Senna dans sa carrière, et c'est absolument plaisant de l'avoir roulé bien sûr sur ce tracé emblématique de Monaco. Le Ayrton Senna a remporté 6 victoires. Il y a le rang commun de victoires de succès bien sûr en Formule 1. Ayrton Senna, ici, dans les rues de la principauté, et notamment en termes de pole position. Je me souviens de la pole position de 1988, c'est le maintenant, bien sûr, qui est disponible, et c'était absolument fantastique. On va passer au garage, ensuite je vous y emmène, et c'est là, justement, vous attendez avec grande impatience de les voir un peu plus en inside, c'est les Formule 1 qu'a pu avoir notamment Ayrton Senna dans sa carrière. Je vous y emmène. Le garage, notamment, remercie McLaren et Jaguar, bien sûr, d'avoir amené ces monoplaces, notamment la McLaren, bien sûr, pour ici à Monaco, et grâce à tout le club de Monaco, pour vous offrir cette parade autour de Ayrton Senna, pour rendre hommage à la légende Ayrton Senna. On commence par cette monoplace. Alors, elle n'a pas pu rouler hier, c'est la Toleman TG 184. Elle aurait dû être pilotée par Stephen Johnson, malheureusement. Elle n'a pas pu prendre la piste, elle est absolument magnifique. C'est avec cette monoplace justement que Ayrton Senna a débuté sa carrière officiellement en championnat du monde. Et puis, bien sûr, du côté gauche, une monoplace qui a pris la route, qui a pris la piste hier, c'est la Lotus 97D de Ayrton Senna. Emblématique, forcément, la Just Player spéciale avec un moteur Renault à l'arrière, propulsé donc par un moteur Renault. Elle a pris la piste grâce à Thierry Goodsen hier, qui a également rendu hommage à Ayrton Senna. Et enfin, bien sûr, une monoplace championne du monde, celle de 1990, c'est la LP45B, si je ne me trompe pas dans le nom officiel. Voiture donc au numéro 27 d'Ayrton Senna, plutôt Ayrton Senna de Silva, avec cette McLaren, vous voyez, en plus à l'intérieur grâce aux équipes de l'équipe de Monaco. Alors, il n'y a pas de volant, bien évidemment, mais ce qui est assez frappant, c'est à quel point, bien sûr, ils étaient décrochés tout seuls, mais en termes de sécurité, bien évidemment, par rapport à tout ce qu'on voit aujourd'hui, c'était très très découvert. Il n'y avait pas encore le système 11, si je ne m'abuse, effectivement, dans les monoplaces à ce moment-là. Et c'était à quel point c'est incroyable de pouvoir être aussi proche de cette monoplace qui a donc pris la piste grâce à Bruno Senna, neveu d'Ayrton Senna, le Brésilien. Et c'était absolument fantastique de voir tout ça et d'être aussi proche des monoplaces, de voir toute l'influence qu'il y avait autour. Forcément, il y avait de l'émotion, il y avait de la passion et de la nostalgie par rapport à tout ça. Dominique et Emmanuel, cette parade, elle a été, j'ai envie de dire, clairement remplie d'émotion.
Well, we had a very large race. We had well over 20 cars, nearly over 30 cars on the track. And it's a revival of the battle that's gone on in previous Monaco Historics between Ferrari and Lotus. Lotus represented by Andy Milhurst, Ferrari represented by Joe Sacco. He did two superb cars, the Extreme Park, the Lotus 25, which is the car that really had quite a number of successes in the hands of people like the 1963 Formula 1 World Championship, he won the 1965 World Championship. And so he'll be starting.
Well, coming up, Series B for rear-engine Grand Prix, 1500cc from 1961 to 1965, and as a small class there also for Formula 2 cars, 1956 to 1960. The sun glids off the palace here at Monaco. Certainly the grandstands are filling up. Now, interestingly, Bob, with the whole history of Grand Prix racing, these are the least powerful cars that are raced as Formula 1 cars, but they're certainly some of the most nimble and certainly the most pretty. And we got the usual, in this category, two main protagonists, Joe Colasacco in the most marvellous Ferrari, and Andy Milhurst in the Classic Team Lotus owned Lotus 25 that he's raced here to 4 successes in the past, but last time out 2 years ago it was Colasacco who took the award, took the first prize. We've got Lucas Halusa in there, but also the grid has not totally reflect the practice times, because a little bit of controversy in qualifying, and Mark Shaw is now shown in 5th place, although Mark Shaw was actually 2nd fastest and challenged for the pole position in his Lotus 21, an older model than the Milhurst Lotus 25, but he was involved in one of the slower back markers and was penalised for that incident. And the back marker, the little South African Assegai with the Alfa Romeo power, I don't think he's going to make the start because the rear suspension was damaged.
Yes, so Middlehurst then on the pole position, and absolutely a driver who knows this car, knows it so well. Nice nimble cars, as you said, and quite small cars as well. Mark Shaw really kept him on his set second fastest time, not in the same class either, Mark Shaw. That was a slower Cooper and a slightly different shape.
Yeah, but he's got a 4-cylinder engine rather than a V8.
Yeah.
And a lovely Coventry Climax V8. That's a company you don't hear of anymore because they were absorbed by Jaguar. And they started by making engines for well, for fire pumps and things like that.
Yeah, Mark Shaw actually, sorry, I said Cooper, Lotus 21 in
yes,
fact.
Lotus 21. So Andy Middlehurst, third generation racer, and his son Chris, who won the Walter Hayes Trophy last year, is a fourth generation of Middlehurst racing. So I'm sure Chris will be down there in the pits, probably with the pit board. We had a chat with Chris last night, but Andy Middlehurst, now 61 years old, from St Helens up there near Liverpool. Used to be a Nissan dealer, now they're just selling quality second-hand cars and racing cars. 5 years in a British Touring Car Championship. Started his life as a grass track and speedway racer, raced in Formula Ford all those years ago. Huge success in the Production Saloon Car Championship in Britain, winning that on 5 different occasions, and coming here from a victory at Donington Park last weekend, where he won in the fire-breathing Nissan Skyline, the car that they nicknamed Godzilla. So Andy Middlehurst against Colasacco. That will be the story of this.
So Joe Colasacco is an Italian-born citizen living in Connecticut. In fact, his father worked for Alfa Romeo and was in Italy, and then was posted to the USA to look after Alfa Romeos there. And that's where Joe Colasacco also established his Alfa Romeo business. And that's where he met Lawrence Oriana, who also is of Connecticut, and it's his car, Lawrence Oriana's car, the Ferrari 1512, and this chassis was raced 3 times at Spa by Surtees, Monza by Bandini, and Mexico City by Pedro Rodriguez.
I believe Lawrence has got a big collection of Italian cars, some 30 really wonderful Italian cars. I think this is probably the star in the collection. Those lovely little Ferrari with the most magnificent exhaust system. It's an absolute work of art.
Spaghetti.
And the red, but with the blue wheels that ran on Ferraris for a while. And again, a very nimble machine, just 1500 cc. The authorities thought at 1960 that the cars were getting a bit too powerful, so they decided to change the formula down to 1500. And say Climax built engines for it, BRM and Ferrari. But this should be a cracking race between Middlehurst. Colasacco did a lot of racing in America in sort of lower powered single-seaters, sort of Formula 4, or Formula 2000 they call it in America, and their Formula 1600 cars in the Sports Car Club of America series. He's been very successful in that. But we've seen him with this wonderful Ferrari in Goodwood as well in the past. So great to have him here. But the Lotus on pole position in the traditional Lotus colours before sponsorship came along, with the green with the yellow stripe down the middle. And Colin Chapman, the great designer, engineer, entrepreneur who founded Lotus Cars. His son Clive is the custodian of many of the team's cars. It's a terrific operation, Classic Team Lotus. They're running about 10 cars here, but a long time ago, through the chief mechanic Bob Dance, they picked Andy Middlehurst to drive the car.
In third spot on the grid is Lucas Halusa, and he is the second youngest son of Martin Halusa, who we saw earlier on today, and Lucas Halusa in number 22. Promoted one place, of course, and he's driving the Brabham BT7 Climax from Austria, but I think spent quite a lot of time in the UK. And Philipp Buchhofer is next up in 4th place. The Swiss driver driving Philipp Buchhofer in number 24, and he is also in a Lotus 24 Climax. Next up is Mark Shaw, who, as I mentioned earlier on, has a penalty, or as we mentioned earlier on, the Scotsman has a penalty which pushed him back 3 places on the grid, and that's where he starts. And then Christopher Drake, also from Great Britain, and Christopher Drake has raced a Penske into 8th place here in Monaco. McLaren M1B, he also races Formula Junior Elva. He deals in these sort of cars, so various different cars from Christopher Drake.
Very experienced, he'll go well. I suppose the story we're watching for here will be if Shaw comes through, because he was very quick. He really kept Middlehurst honest, didn't he, in that qualifying session? So
he latched onto the back of him and literally tailed him all the way to set a similar time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stortoni in there in 7th place, Nick Taylor in 8th, Andy Willis, a replacement driver, in 9th place. Andy Willis in Charles McCabe, or it was going to be Charles McCabe, number 5, BRMP 578, and then in 10th place, Dan Collins, completing the top 10. Dan Collins from the UK, and he's basically stuck to Lotus throughout his career, Dan Collins.
Yeah, he's a big supporter of Classic Team Lotus, a huge enthusiast. When we saw this grid going through on your graphic there, you might have seen the name of Mr. John of B. Now, Mr. John of B is a French entrepreneur who has a very large group of composite manufacturing companies. I think they make parts for aeroplanes, all sorts of stuff, but we did find out his real name is Jean-Remy Guittard. And we spoke about pseudonyms earlier, didn't we, with Germans, but we can't work out what the B is. He's Mr. John and B, but where is B, or what is B, we haven't found out yet.
Here is on the front row of the grid, and he is one of the drivers who I mentioned earlier on. When you take off the helmet, the hair is the wrong color, as it were, for the esprit and the determination, if you like, behind the wheel. But it is alive and well and living with Andy Middlehurst here on pole position, a driver who has won many times around this circuit and many times elsewhere as well. And he starts on pole position from Joe Colasacco in 2nd place in the Ferrari. And such a unique car, that nimble little Ferrari.
Yes, I think that 42 years ago, Andy Middlehurst was the Formula Ford Star of Tomorrow.
Yes, if you're from the UK, that used to be a category, a prize to win. 16. There is, well, 15 was Dan Collins. This is Lucas Halusa.
Just picking up a bit of the last-minute conversation there.
Just trying to listen whether it's in English or in German.
Yes.
And the BRM there, number 28. Is that BRM? Well, certainly is BRM colours. 28, that's Mr. John of B. Oh, it was a Lola, sorry, Mark IV, Lola Mark IV, apologies. And Philipp Buchhofer in the BRM there, the Swiss driver. Competitive driver, I mean, he's, you know, he's somebody who finishes in good grid positions, Philipp Buchhofer. From Switzerland, he's got the BT6. He's also raced a Lola Formula Junior here. Races a Lotus 44 as well at Goodwood.
That's a beautiful car. I love that car. And Middlehurst versus Colasacco. Will Mark Shaw come through the field? I think he probably will. Lots of other intrigue all down this very large grid. There'll be a little bit of traffic later on in the race. I think Andy Middlehurst and Joe Colasacco are going to have to work pretty hard to get through some of the back markers.
Further back, we've got Katsuoka Kubota, who is, we'll see quite a few times today. He's very much a Lotus driver, and he's well back on the grid, surprisingly far back, the Japanese driver. Software, he's got a Lotus 24 climax, is usually in Lotuses, and so he is a driver we need to watch as well. He's back in 15th place on the grid. So he's got a lot of work to do. As you say, a lot of traffic, a huge grid here of cars, and in total, 30 cars on the grid. We've lost a few over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it always happens, but also further down the field, starting about 14th, John Romano. This is, I think, his 9th appearance here. And a real veteran of racing, particularly in Coopers, Sid Hall, who's in the past had successes here. Sid, back in 14, he was second in this race to Middlehurst. Even going back even 2 years earlier, he was second again to Middlehurst. And that particular day, Lord Drayson finished in 3rd place, if you remember.
He starts 23rd on the grid today. So he's going to have a lively time, Sid Hu.
Yeah, a very distinctive crash helmet of Dan Collins.
That's Chris Drake with a very distinctive paint job at the front, which we looked at yesterday, Andrew. Bob Gerard's paint job at the front of the car.
Yeah, Bob Gerard was a Leicester car dealer and great racing enthusiast and successful driver. I seem to remember he raced in the ERA, we've just seen the ERAs recently, and then supported a lot of British drivers subsequently.
Now this is one you know as well, Nicholas Taylor in this white Lotus 18.
Yeah, this is a car that was raced by the great German Count Taffy von Trips before he became a Ferrari factory driver. Quite a lot of people have raced that car over the years, and Nick Taylor has beautifully presented this car. And when he had it in the paddock, he had a book all about it, a beautiful produced book about the car, lots of pictures of von Trips in this Lotus 18, and then a perfect little model sat in the cockpit of the car. I thought that was very well done by Nick Taylor, great enthusiast who comes from Derby and used to have a factory right next to the Derby County, the Rams football ground in Pride Park. Just you're looking down and we see the steering wheel, Bob, and I mean in 2 weeks' time you'll be looking down into the cockpit and you'll be seeing something that isn't round and it's basically a steering wheel, but it really is just a control system.
It's a computer.
It's a computer.
Whereas the steering wheels here are exactly what they're designed to do: steer the car.
Well, these ones still do steer the car, but they don't do anything else, do they?
Number 16.
How things are. So the Coventry Climax name there, the earlier engines were called FPF, Fire Pump F Series, things like that. Philip has got the Hall and Hall. I think we had breakfast with that chap.
He's looking after Philip Buchhofer, the Swiss businessman, who starts 4th on the grid.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Hall and Hall. There is a number. Britain absolutely leads the way in preparing historic racing cars and classic cars, and some great organisations. But one of the very best known, of course, is Hall and Hall. Maybe main focus would be on BRMs because they come from a BRM background from Bourne. Well, another great organisation, of course, is Classic Team Lotus, and there we see Classic Team Lotus cars. So the Lotus 25 was a total revelation from Colin Chapman. Until then, racing car chassis like this one here were built from tubes, a collection of tubes welded together. Colin Chapman came up with the idea of taking aluminium sheet, aircraft spec aluminium sheet, folding it into a bathtub style, and it absolutely caught on for many, many years until carbon fibre came in this way. Every Formula One racing car was built. Everybody copied Colin Chapman. There is the superb lines. I love the way of that exhaust. Beautiful chrome
It
exhaust.
sticks out a long way at the back. You wouldn't want to be poked in the eye with that,
No, but it's just got that little heat patina on it as well, hasn't it? Well, again, the exhaust of the Ferrari is just a work of art because it's a 12-cylinder engine. Their Ferrari badge.
Agua.
Agua.
Water temperature.
Yeah. Another nice shot. Then it's got his little computer fixed to the wheel. That wasn't there in period, of course.
That's Lucas Halusa. That's interesting. It's got an American flag. I think Lucas possibly works in the States.
I believe he does, yes.
Yeah. So green flag, final parade lap, final formation lap. Somebody not getting away, but eventually they do. That's the one with the tartan nose, which I think you researched, Andrew.
Yeah, well, that was for Innis Island when he raced that car in period. Innis Island was a Scottish driver, a journalist, old-time, interesting and funny guy who did have a Grand Prix win and was very much part of the scene for many years. And always fun to be around in this island. Was a trawler captain as well after he retired racing for a short period of his life. And he's got relations still involved in motor racing, enthusiastic.
I remember when he died, we were in Japan and Ken Tyrrell bought a bunch of journalists a drink and then said, "This is a toast to Innis Island, our friend who died today."
Yes.
It was a very poignant moment.
Yeah.
I took a photograph of Innis Island when he won the Brooklands Memorial Trophy at Goodwood, and he was presented with that trophy by Mike Hawthorne.
Yeah.
And I've got the picture of the two of them together, but I haven't got the picture any longer. It's published, I think, in a book.
Ah. Well, anyway, he was a great character. He drove that car at the in those BRP colours. There's a very different sort of green of that Brabham going through.
Stefan Jobstel, who from Australia.
Yeah, he races a lot in Europe. He does races in Formula, very successful Formula Junior category as well. Formula Junior and Formula 3 always used to be part of the programme here at Le Mans, and it's where driver talent was spotted by some of the team managers. We still have Formula 3 here, but it's rather all the cars are the same now. Back in period, there was about 20 different makes.
And they used to have 2 heats and a final too, didn't they?
They did, and there's a lot of them still racing. They usually race at Goodwood, and our old friend Duncan Ravagliati behind that with his daughter Sarah. They run a terrific organisation. But Jobstel is one of his regulars.
So they're on the final formation lap. It's going to be a very busy race, this. A lot of these very nimble little Formula Juniors, Formula 1 cars.
But 1.5
almost look like Formula Juniors.
They do. And in fact, the Lotus 18 sometimes ran in Formula Junior form.
And you can get 3 of these abreast around this circuit, which is more than you can say about some Formula cars these days. So a great race coming up. 10 laps for the Grand Prix, rear-engine Grand Prix cars from 1961 to 1965, and Formula 2 from 56 to 1960.
Yeah, I think you got 4 or 5 of those. You say the Formula 1 cars are split into V8s and 4 cylinders effectively in 2 different classes. And Mark Shaw being the fastest runner in the 4-cylinder category. And some of the intrigue to see if he can come through the field, having been penalised for that accident with the Assegai, which was sort of one-off South African Formula 1 car. That name Cameradi, that's a name of a long departed but famous American racing team. Looking down, Jim Clark raced his car. He had a blue crash helmet as well.
So it'll take a moment or two. There we are, green flag at the back. The lights come on, and out they go, and away goes Andy Middlehurst. Good start from him, but Joe Colasacco also a good start, and they're going to be threading their way through. It's going to be a big traffic jam at Saint-Devote, but it is those 2 cars of Middlehurst and Colasacco already out in the lead.
Yeah, pretty clean start, wasn't it? Everybody getting through the first corner safely. And Middlehurst getting the jump, just a perfect start. Colasacco right behind him here as they come into Casino Square. Lotus versus Ferrari, recapturing great battles of yore. And Joe don't look down the inside there, but decided that discretion was the better part of valour. Not enough room, and Andy's not going to fall for that. Now down into this very, very tight hairpin we for many years called the Lows, now the Fairmont. Oh dear, and there's a drama. Is that the beyond that the 28 car has hit the barrier, I think.
That's Mr. John of B.
Mr. John of B.
Mr. John of Barrier, unfortunately.
Well,
anyway, he's trying to get the car off the circuit, so well done to him.
Yeah.
He's got a bit too much toe in there, hasn't he, on the front wheel. But up into third place is Philip Buhofer. Into fourth place, it was Chris Drake.
And so Mark Shaw couldn't have made that good a start then. And Mark Shaw, yes, is still in fifth place. But Colasacco keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, this is the duel, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, Andy, all this success over 45 years, he's got to know how to defend here. I just speculate that maybe the Ferrari's got a little bit more power than that climax engine, and then we've got, that's a dodgy spot.
Yeah. That is that 24, Philip Buhofer?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, he's gone round. He'll drop right down the field there, out of fourth place. So Buhofer making a mistake.
Middlehurst Shaw up into third place then with that spin of Buhofer. 28 being removed. That was, of course, Mr. John of B. So look at Andy Middlehurst. He's easing away already from Joe Colasacco. But I'm sure Colasacco will be trying to keep in touch. Double yellow flag there, although the car has been removed.
Yes, take those flags in a moment. But Colasacco.
Great first and second. Look at this, Colasacco. Middlehurst did pull away just a fraction. Here's the replay of Philip Buhofer, who went over the curb. Oh no, and that was at the swimming pool. Andy Middlehurst perhaps just held him up just a little. Sorry, Chris Drake perhaps held him up just a fraction, and Philip Buhofer had the spin. So that'll be frustrating for Philip Buhofer. He was one of the front runners.
Yeah, at Meadow we saw Mr. John of B out of the car, taking his gloves off. The French composites entrepreneur.
So Mark Shaw was in third place, Chris Drake was in fourth, Lucas Halusa in fifth place, Andy Willis up into sixth place.
And Taylor going well in the 8 car as well.
Willis from ninth on the grid, incidentally. Here they come up to complete lap 2. Andy Middlehurst still in the lead. It's not comfortable. Joe Colasacco is right there, ready to relieve him of that lead. And that's exactly what they've got to do. Middlehurst from Colasacco.
Just needs one mistake, doesn't it, Bob?
Yeah. So easy to do that as well. This is the start. And that was that slightly poor start from third on the grid of Lucas Halusa, which dropped him back. But Mark Shaw in third place now. Fourth is Christopher Drake. Fifth is Lucas Halusa. And sixth is Andy Willis from ninth on the grid. And then seventh, Stortoni. Eighth, Taylor. Ninth, Collins. And 10th is Hagan from Great Britain. James Hagan.
In that replay, we just saw Mr. John of B with his wheel asunder in the Lola Mark 4B, the Bowmaker liveried car. So disappointment for him. But I notice that Andy's just turning the pressure up a little bit now, I think, and just opening that gap a little bit more.
Yeah, while he's got a clear track, that's what he's got to do, because he's going to come up on some traffic fairly soon.
Yeah.
On lap 3. So he needs to just get himself a nice little margin so that he gets the blue flag and can get past any slower cars and not get involved in any of the traffic. Number 50 there goes through. That's James Hagan, who is just in the top 10.
Yeah, I think he's leading the Formula 2 category. And yeah, Andrea Stortoni is not a well-known name to me, and his Lotus 18, he's having a pretty good run as well. And they're in just behind Andy Willis.
Nick Taylor there was just demoted. And yeah, I think by James Hagan briefly. So 3 laps completed by Andy Middlehurst, just 3/4 of a second back to Joe Colasacco. It's nothing at all. And that is a watching and waiting brief from Colasacco. Mark Shaw, 9.2 seconds further back in 3rd place. And we thought Mark Shaw may well be on terms with the leading duo, but quite a gap at the moment. Let's see if they can do anything about that.
Yeah, it might feel a little chastened having got that penalty yesterday. But look at this, close right up again now. It's literally wheel to wheel, gearbox to nose. And Colasacco, I don't know, Andy, was he held up a bit? Because he didn't seem to be inching ahead. Oh, wow.
Well, Colasacco absolutely keeping the pressure on. And 2 extremely experienced drivers, particularly around here.
Yeah, and they've raced wheel to wheel around here in the past, and Joe just going a little bit wide, see if he can get a better drive out of the chicane.
And just a brilliant battle between the two of them for the lead. And Andy Middlehurst just pulling away a little bit, a couple of lengths through to back there. And we're now in the swimming pool area through the second half of that. Don't take too much curb there, otherwise you end up in the arm coat. And now into Rascasse. A couple of lengths between the two of them as they go up into Noguez to complete lap 4, this will be. And look at that brilliant shot as they go through Noguez and head up to the end of lap 4. Colasacco absolutely glued to the back of Andy Middlehurst's Lotus. Ferrari, great, 2 entirely different pieces of kit.
Yeah, different sorts of it. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Colasacco really pushing now. But, you know, Andy, with all that experience, quite more experience than Joe, to be honest. But although Joe's done a lot of racing in the States, but they both know this track well. And Middlehurst just went faster in the first sector this time. And I noticed in previous lap he was slow in the first sector, and he had a little problem going into the up the hill, perhaps. But he's gone purple in the first sector, pulled out a little bit on Colasacco. Mark Shaw hanging in there, Halusa, Drake Willis, Stortoni, Dan Collins, another classic Team Lotus car, then Hagan, and then Nick Taylor in the privateer Lotus 18, the X1 Trips car.
James Hagan, a great character. He was playing rugby until he had injury and turned his hand to motorsport. Back in 9th place, having overtaken Nick Taylor for 10th.
Wow, this will be all a bit of a scrum then for him. And as just that beautiful Lotus 24, one of my all-time favourite racing cars, I think.
Sid Hull up into 20th place. We mentioned him earlier on.
Yeah.
So he's having a busy time and working his way through the field, but not easy.
And already starting to lap some of the back markers. Tizard there in the number 12.
Cliff Gray.
Cliff Gray, rather, sorry, in the older Cooper. And that's one of the earlier cars here. So it's from 56 to 60. There they see that wonderful shot from up high in the Mediterranean, the blue waters, and we have blue skies as well. Virtually all the clouds have rolled back now.
Perfect conditions, perfect. And so far, touch wood, we haven't had any oil dropped on the circuit either.
Halfway through this 10-lapper, as we work through the programme, we'll have some longer races, but as for these older cars, 10 laps is enough. Spectacle in itself, as we have Lotus versus Ferrari, Middlehurst versus Colasacco, UK versus the United States. Mark Shaw 3rd.
Colasacco working hard to try and keep. He doesn't want to be too close, does he? Because I suspect there may be an overheating issue if he's too close with this car. I don't know how much they suffer from overheating. But 6 and 4, Middlehurst and Colasacco, that's what it's all about. A couple of Lotus 18s there.
Yeah, that's a battle for 9th and 10th, or 10th and 11th, I think.
Yeah.
Well, three-car battle, actually, and Nick Taylor going wide, trying to find a quick exit as he comes down onto the harbour side, trying to get past Hagen.
And he's got Stefan Jobstel right behind him as well in the newer Lotus.
Yeah.
Lotus 24 rather than 18. So a great battle, as you say. This is over 9th place. Hagen, Taylor and Jobstel.
Yeah, the 24 was more a customer car, and when people bought them, they didn't know the 25 was coming out, and I think a few of them were a little bit aggrieved. We couldn't get such a step forward with the Monaco chassis as they dive down the inside there. The little number 18. That's Elliot Hahn in his Cooper T41.
And this is closed, just as we predicted. This has closed the pair, the leading pair up. There's the ex-Rob Walker, number 19. That's Sid Hull.
And Colasacco got held up behind him as well. So Middlehurst went through, Colasacco was held up, and that will open the gap up a little bit, and it's now half a second. And Colasacco passed now. Let's have a look at this again.
Sid Hull, very, very experienced, but he just had to take a line, didn't he?
Yeah.
In the corner, as you say. Yes, Colasacco just held up a little bit by Sid Hull there. But Sid Hull certainly didn't do that on purpose, and it wasn't for the want of looking in his mirror.
That's my race. We can see how the gap has stretched already. Really, Colasacco losing a second or so. In fact, the gap has now gone to 2.3 seconds.
That really has made the difference, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it's definitely the battle between these. So Mark Shaw's 21 seconds further back in third place. These are two stars of this show without any question. Let's see what Colasacco can do now. He's got another 3 laps to try and close up again, but I think that was possibly a defining moment of this race as they came down onto the harbour and through Portier, and Colasacco held up.
So what can he do about it? We look at some of the possibly keep an eye on the sector times. This is the end of the first sector, coming down into Mirabeau. Andy Middlehurst does it in 28.7. Colasacco a couple of tenths quicker. So he'll be trying to cut that gap of 2.2 seconds between the two of them. But it's going to take a little while, maybe more than 3 laps.
Yeah, no, Andy's going to get through there, isn't he? And it could happen again that Colasacco, no, he gets through this time. That was another the Formula 2 cars, I think, and he went past. And Middlehurst and Colasacco been putting on a great display here, showing excellent 1.5 litre cars. You know, everybody said they were too underpowered for Grand Prix cars, but they're so well balanced and look great. Make a lovely noise as well.
Mark Shaw in third place in number 7 there, with Lucas Halusa in 4th place, 2 seconds behind him, and doing a good job, the young Halusa. There's number 7. That's Mark Shaw, Scottish driver. But in amongst traffic now, and that is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, coming
Mark
up,
Shaw and Halusa.
Coming up to lap, Kurt Delbane, US driver in a BRP, British Racing Partnership. BRM powered that car. With another car that was driven by this island, I should think.
So difficult to thread their way through. 46 there, yeah, Kurt Delbane. That's going to be difficult for young Lucas Halusa.
Very large number on the front of that 46 car, can't miss that. Did Brabham just make the move there?
That will be Lucas Halusa. There's yes, Halusa, I think, threading his way through, but having to be a little bit more careful than Mark Shaw.
Well, Colasacco's doing everything he can. He's just gone purple in the first sector, so he certainly hasn't. You see how much closer he is now. He's closed back up on Middlehurst. And now it's just a couple of car lengths, so game's still on with just over a lap to go.
Is Middlehurst in control? A canny driver, he knows what he's doing.
Well, I did think that after he got stuck behind Sid Hall, it was all...
It was over, yeah.
All over, yeah, and it isn't. Look, there's another back marker, but fortunately he keeps out of the way. But Colasaco's right there, ready to pounce. If Middlehurst makes the slightest mistake, they've got to cross the line now and go on to the final lap, not onto the penultimate lap. This is 9 laps completed now. Last lap, yeah. 9 laps completed, Colasaco. You just feel that somehow Middlehurst is always just in control. But look, 2 back markers. Again, this could be absolutely crucial. Some jeopardy here for Andy Middlehurst. Looking for, I think it's his 5th win for this Lotus 25 here.
John Romano there in the Brabham.
Yeah, hugely experienced John Romano, but what about the 56 car about to be lapped? That's Clark. And they keep out of the way beautifully. Now it's inches between them, but closing up is one thing, getting past is a very different one, and Middlehurst under pressure.
Colasaco literally staring down the barrel of those 2 exhaust system pipes sticking out of the back of the Lotus. And here they come up to the chicane for the final time. Long braking here. There's a slower Lotus in the way.
That's Tuffin Salisbury, the Welsh driver. And Joe goes straight on and into the lead. He sees it, of course, as he has to.
Yeah, so
crazy moments here as they head towards the checkered flag. Past those yachts, round by the swimming pool.
Andy Middlehurst doing just what he has to, and he eases away again a little bit from the Ferrari into Rascasse for the final time. Noguez for the final time as well. Absolute precision from Andy Middlehurst as he heads towards the checkered flag. What a victory for Andy Middlehurst. Great stuff. Joe Colasaco in 2nd place. Did all he could. Absolutely all he could.
Yeah, awesome battle between the pair of them. And Colasaco was just dropping back, pushing forward again. And a last couple of laps outstanding, but no way around Andy Middlehurst. Mark Shaw will come home in 3rd place. He's not there yet, in a different race, really. And nevertheless, Mark Shaw will win his class. And he's also lapping. So Mark Shaw is in 3rd. Halusa will come home 4th. Chris Drake, Stortoni, Dan Collins, Willis, and Hagan winning his category. Jobstill just got past Nick Taylor to snatch 10th place as well.
So Chris Drake in 5th place behind Lucas Halusa. We wait for Stortoni to come through in 6th. Yep, there he is. No, not yet.
Thoroughly enjoyable, wasn't it, that? What a
fantastic and a really good effort from both of the drivers. I personally got the feeling that Andy Middlehurst somehow just was controlling that, was able to control it all the time. But having said that, he was rapidly caught by Joseph Colasaco. What a great job he did, particularly when he was held up, and was able to come back because he was quite some way down. But how much was Andy Middlehurst controlling it? Well, it'll be interesting perhaps to hear. That's the question that you would be wheedling out of him at the end of this race.
Yes. Well, let's see what we hear.
Stortoni in 6th place, Collins in 7th, Willis in 8th, Hagan in 9th, Taylor in 10th place, Kubota, as expected, managed to come through a little bit, up into 11th place, Jobstel down into 12th, Philip Buhofer after that incident in 13th place, Salisbury in 14th in Lotus, and John Clark from Scotland in 15th place. And Sid Hool eventually came through in 20th.
Nice big grid. We will move on after this to a slightly longer race, but the ceremony is coming up. Let's see if Clive Chapman is down there to greet Andy Middlehurst. So Andy selected to drive this car by the veteran former chief mechanic of Lotus. He did go to other teams, Bob Dance, who we're talking about now. Happy birthday from a couple of years ago to Bob.
Days ago.
What did I say?
A couple of days ago.
A couple of days ago, yeah.
He had one a couple of years ago as well. But
well, he did. He does it every year, his birthday, yes. So the marshal's just pushing the car back, and nobody there to greet Andy just yet. Man with the camera is going to give us a nice close-up. There's Colasacco.
Quite get the boards out quickly enough.
Look, I love all the trumpets for the carburation of the Ferrari. You'll see it in a moment.
So yes, well done to Joe Colasacco. Mark Shaw joins them. There is the final list of finishers, all the way down to 12th placed Stefan Jobstel from Australia.
Yeah, a lot of Union Jacks there, but it was Britain versus America.
Philip Buchhofer probably a little bit frustrated.
Yes.
Final of unlapped runner. And I'm sure in a few moments' time, once Andy gets out of that Lotus, we will hear from him on the grid with an interview. And we'll hear just how there we are. I told you about the hair being the wrong colour.
Yeah, it gets the garland, a massive smile from St Helens.
And the hair. Joe Colasacco.
Well, his hair is the same colour.
Yes. Yeah, pensioners having fun.
Yes. Okay,
not the way you think.
Andy with the Monaco Automobile Club badge on his race suit.
Let's hear from him.
Well, Andy, congrats. The race was very, very difficult with the big battle with Joseph Colasacco. How did you manage to take this win from the pole position?
Well, I just decided from the outset I was going to go flat out and just see what I could do. Joe kept with me and saw me in mirrors. I can even hear that Ferrari over the V8 Climax engine, so it's never away from you. Then the back markers worked for me a little bit, and then they work for Joe, so it's just 50-50, but we got a clean race.
A lot of traffic to manage. Is this something that maybe added you pressure to manage to take this win?
Yeah, I missed a gear once, and it's always very close here at Monte Carlo because of the nature of the circuit, so I was a little bit quick through the swimming pool, so I just pushed hard through there. And then I managed to pull a bit of a gap then, so I knew that as long as I had a bit of a gap before there, I could just be able to get a bit more of a gap.
Thanks a lot, Andy. Congrats, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting. He said he's quicker through the swimming pool section.
Yeah, interesting. You know, he had it all sussed, didn't he?
Yeah, Clive Chapman down there at the front of the car, taking a photograph.
So we'll see them on the podium in a few moments' time with Mark Shaw from Scotland. He'll be on there as well.
Yeah.
But Andy Middlehurst, and a big thank you from Andy Middlehurst.
To his mechanic, yes.
Yeah, to the classic Team Lotus mechanics.
And a quick word for Chris Dinich, who runs that operation, Classic Team Lotus, for Clive Chapman, that was a chief mechanic for Team Lotus in period. There's Joe. And,
really, when you think of the mischief that Team Lotus used to get up to, I'm surprised they're welcome back quite the way they are, because they used to get up to quite some mischief.
Yeah, but then they probably drank a lot of beer and added to the Monaco economies with a lovely flag with our king on it.
And there's Mark Shaw.
Yeah.
And Colasacco saying, "Come on, let's go and get the trophies up onto the podium." There is actually a lift that will take them up there. but staircase as well. So we won't see Colasacco or Middlehurst. We'll see Mark Shaw later on as well.
But just one race for those two, but plenty to celebrate.
And here he is then, Mark Shaw in third place.
Originally from Aberdeen, Scotsman.
In second place, Joe Colasacco from the USA, from Connecticut. But the winner is Andy Middlehurst from St Helens, UK. National anthem of Great Britain.
La coupe de son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince Albert II de Monaco, sera remise par son Excellence, Monsieur Pierre Dartout, ministre d'État. Elle sera remise, bien évidemment, à Andy.
Sorry, trophies first of all.
Ah, well, that cartoon character is
Graham Hill.
Yeah, so what was the... and this was the Graham Hill race. Yes,
the categories has a caricature trophy
of the man whose the race was named after.
Yeah.
So
we're getting there.
Yeah, we'll work that out now. I'll bet you it's in the programme somewhere.
It probably is.
Well, something different, isn't it? I'm sure that that will of course go to Team Lotus, classic Team Lotus, rather than the driver. That's a normal procedure anyway. At most race teams, the team gets the trophy.
There we go, and so we will hear the national anthem of Great Britain.
L'hymne national. C'était une course tout simplement exceptionnelle, remportée par Andy Middlehurst avec Joe Colasacco en deuxième position, Mark Shaw à la troisième place. Congrats guys, merci bien messieurs, c'était juste parfait. Un Britannique devant un Américain et un Britannique, et on va faire.
They're going to take the champagne with them. Thank you very much. Not going to be. We've got to have a photograph first of all with your trophies.
Avec le trophée des légendes également pour Andy Middlehurst, on a une belle petite collection d'ailleurs ici dans le cadre du Grand Prix de Monaco Historique. Et on va les accompagner maintenant au pied de ce podium pour la remise des coupettes Champagne Veuve Clicquot, partenaire de ce Grand Prix de Monaco Historique.
Ah, you see, help the aged steps in there and helps them with the trophies.
I just wonder if Charles Leclerc has had a good look at that Ferrari. I bet he'd love to have a few laps with him. He's laps with that car, so different from current Formula One cars. How over 40, 50 years the evolution of the racing car has proceeded. And so we go up to 1985 at this meeting, and we probably won't have another category added on sort of 85 to 90, because suddenly the cars got very, very complicated to run.
Yes, exactly. The turbos came in 1977. They'd already been going for 8 years by the time the DFV was really phased out.
Yeah. Of course, the DFV was really plug and play, and then the engines came and you needed various people with laptops, as Mark Shaw came home in Serie B in third place. Joe Colasacco, a spirited drive to second, but Andy Middlehurst had him covered in the beautiful classic Team Lotus 25. Bit quicker, as he said, around the swimming pool, and he takes home the victory trophy. The trophy being signed there.
Yeah, probably, as you say, it's going to the team, so Andy is perhaps signing it. It says to Andy. It said to Andy, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if that's the chap who designed the trophy.
There it is, the Graham Hill helmeted trophy. So this was for the rear engine Grand Prix cars, 1500cc, 1961 to 65, and Formula 2, 1956 to 1960. And it promised to be a great duel between the two drivers on the front row of the grid, Andy Middlehurst and Joe Colasacco. And at the start of the race, it was Andy Middlehurst straight into the lead. A relatively slow start from Lucas Halusa in third place. It was swallowed up. The leading two immediately started their 10-lap fight for victory between Middlehurst and Colasacco. Middlehurst in the green Lotus with the yellow stripe, and Colasacco in the red Ferrari.
Yes, V8 versus the 12-cylinder Ferrari. And early on, Joe was certainly challenging the American, trying to get down the inside, but Andy Middlehurst, with 4 victories in this car in the past, knows his way around Monaco, and a huge racing history behind him. Mr. John B had problems with his Lola, and had the 24 car spinning around. The Buhofer in the BRM dropped him down the field, eventually finished 13th. That's Mr. John B going up the hill with one wheel awry.
But this really was the duel of the race between these two. And Andy Middlehurst sometimes was able to ease away. He said at the end of the race he'd been able to ease away around the swimming pool. And this was a crucial moment. They came up to lap Sid Hool. Sid Hool tried to keep out of the way as much as possible. Look at him. He's looking in his mirror and he can see the leading duo coming, but he has to take his line, and that cost Joe Colasacco time, and it took him 2 or 3 laps before he could catch up Andy Middlehurst. Middlehurst admitted afterwards that he missed a gear at one point, and so that allowed oh yes, there was a little contact there.
Yeah,
well.
there was. We missed that on live commentary. A little bit of contact.
In the slow-mo we could see it,
but back markers was always a worry.
Mark Shaw fought his way through the back markers into third place. And all the way through the field, a big field of cars here, over 30 cars taking part, and Andy Middlehurst right at the end there, under pressure from Joe Colasacco, but Colasacco had to run wide when lapping a slower car.
Yeah, missed his braking a little bit. Probably could have taken the lead there, but the race director would have made him give it back, so he just dropped him behind, but remained right up the gearbox of the Lotus 25. The Ferrari making so much noise as it crossed the finish line, it almost drowned out the Lotus. And victory then for the man from St Helens, Andy Middlehurst, and Classic Team Lotus taking the win here.
ce Grand Prix de Monaco historique. C'est plutôt intéressant de montrer la direction de course pour expliquer réellement quel est le rôle justement de la direction de course et justement de votre rôle en tant que directeur de l'épreuve.
La direction de course et le directeur de l'épreuve gère la totalité des opérations qui se passent et sur la piste et dans les stands. Et effectivement, nous avons aussi les services de l'État qui sont présents de coordonner toutes les interventions qui pourraient être indispensables à la course.
Donc Comment se décompose justement la direction de course? Je vois qu'il y a même 2 salles justement. Comment elle se décompose? Quels sont les rôles qu'il y a justement au sein de la direction de course?
Alors dans la salle où vous êtes, où nous sommes, c'est l'opérationnel, c'est-à-dire c'est tous les services de l'Automobile Club. Il y a les médecins, les pompiers, la direction de course, les directeurs de course, puisqu'il y a 7 directeurs de course adjoints, puisqu'il y a 8 séries plus le directeur de l'épreuve, le commissaire général qui est présent aussi dans les lieux, le commissaire général adjoint. Il y a aussi une place, puisque là c'est la place du président de l'Automobile Club, et ça c'est la place du conseiller pour l'intérieur, et qui est également là en cas de problème pour prendre pour prendre la main s'il y a un problème extérieur.
Et il y a aussi les services de police, les pompiers qui sont gérés directement via la direction de course.
Tout à fait. Alors les pompiers, vous les avez devant, la partie opérationnelle est devant, et après dans la salle qui est derrière, c'est plus administratif, vous avez la sûreté publique, vous avez les carabiniers du Prince, vous avez le service de l'intérieur dans une grande partie des responsables, la Croix-Rouge, et on a aussi ce qu'on appelle nous les alphas, qui sont les dépanneurs pour aller chercher les voitures sur la piste en cas d'accident.
Et en plus, sur ce Grand Prix de Monaco Historic, il y a 8 séries au total, ce qui est assez différent par rapport à la Formule 1 où il y a techniquement une série principale, il peut y avoir des courses de support. En Formule 1, 4-5 courses de support. Là, il y a eu 8 courses à réaliser qui sont avec un nombre de tours assez important. C'est quelque chose de difficile à gérer pour un directeur de l'épreuve et pour la direction de course, l'aspect qu'il y ait autant de séries?
Alors, difficile, non. Un peu plus complexe que le Grand Prix de Formule 1, comme vous l'avez dit, qui rassemble la Formule 1 et trois épreuves support, qui est la Formule 2, la Formule 3 et la série des Porsche. Mais le problème de cela, c'est que tout le monde se trouve dans les paddocks sur le quai Antoine Ier. Il faut les faire venir des paddocks pour les faire venir dans les stands, pour les faire sortir sur la piste, les faire tourner et qui retournent après au paddock. Donc cette gestion des personnes et des véhicules est un peu complexe, et surtout qu'on a un timing très serré, compte tenu que 8 courses dans une journée, c'est quand même très serré.
C'est quelque chose de plaisant, plus particulièrement le Grand Prix de Monaco Historic, puisque c'est un événement organisé 100% par l'Automobile Club de Monaco et qui vous permet d'avoir une liberté et de pouvoir organiser ça de manière, je vais dire, avec moins de complexité, on va dire ça ainsi.
Vous me faites très plaisir en disant ça, parce que c'est vrai qu'on est maître à bord, on fait pas ce qu'on veut, on fait ce qu'on peut faire, comme on peut le faire, et l'Automobile Club donne les moyens d'arriver à faire quelque chose qui est exceptionnel. Ce que l'on a là, ici, c'est exceptionnel, et il est vrai qu'on n'a pas les mêmes contraintes que lors du Grand Prix de Formule 1, parce qu'on n'a pas la FIA qui est au-dessus de nous, et qui nous maintient des niveaux de satisfaction que l'on tient exactement de la même manière, je peux vous l'assurer, au niveau de la sécurité, des commissaires. On a le même nombre de commissaires sur la piste et tout. On a exactement le même dispositif, mais c'est nous qui décidons.
Magnifique. Merci beaucoup, monsieur Alain Polanca, directeur de l'épreuve. Et on va bientôt repartir justement vers la série D dans quelques instants. C'est la prochaine série qui va arriver, Dominique et Emmanuel.
Monaco Historic over the last few years, it's run every other year of course, has been the 3 Formula 1 cars. Well, we've just enjoyed cars with engines of half the size of the 3 litres. We're going to have the first now of the 3-litre groups, there are 3, and these are cars built to the Formula 1 first produced in 1976, built until 1972. 3 classes. Senna, and was the mainstay of Formula 1 for very many years, but others tried the larger engine route, Ferrari and BRM in particular, so it's Class 3 catered for those sort of cars, built between 1st of January 1970 and the 31st of December 1972, so those are the classes. One of the entries was going to be Claudia Herdgen. We've seen her win already today, if you're up early enough. Was what the car had when it was driven first of all by Ray Cassell, then it was later driven by Ronnie Peterson. There's the Lotus 72 introduced in 1970, but still being Red Bull, where he's been for a long time. He's designed or led the design team of various World Championship winning cars, not just from Red Bull but also from Williams, before that from McLaren, and he likes to do a little bit of racing. Well, yesterday the ex-Clark Morton Guthrie racing team car raced by Mike Boyker, the number 5 March 721G, which stands for Guinness, because it was Guinness money that was family money. Best the struggling market. Also, well,
redescendu de la direction de course cette fois-ci pour aller s'approcher de l'eau. Justement, il commence à faire très chaud justement, et on est avec justement celui qui va être en cabine cet après-midi, Pierre Léviolette, bien sûr que vous connaissez sous le nom de Pielo, vainqueur du Grand Prix Explorer numéro 2 et aussi Podium au numéro 1. Premier Grand Prix de Monaco historique pour toi?
Absolument, premier Grand Prix. J'étais déjà venu en 2013 quand ça faisait encore du bruit avec les V8.
Sur un sac emblématique, celui du Bugatti au Mans, est-ce que peut-être une partie
So two beautiful matras there going through our picture as they filter down the pit lane, getting ready for Serie D, Formula 1 cars, 3 litres, first part of the 3-litre section of Formula 1, 1966 to 1972. Andrew Marriott here with Bob Constantiouris in the commentary box. And on the face of it, this should be dominated by Michael Lyons in his 30s TS9. In the past, in this category, we've seen terrific battles between Stuart Hall and Michael Lyons, but the car that Stuart raced and won in here, the McLaren M19A, is owned, of course, by the great collector Roel Goethe, the German, with his 2 sons that race. Roel has opted to drive the car himself this weekend. So there it is, being pushed out the beautiful McLaren M19A in its Yardley colours, although still with a bit of McLaren orange on it. And so we won't see that battle, as Roel is certainly not of the pace of Michael. So be interested to see what happens. But we've got some one particularly other interesting entry in this, a Lotus 49, Bob.
Yes, the Lotus 49B, which is one of the older cars. It has to be said, we've got to remember this. One of the older cars in the field. The Lotus 49B being driven by Adrian Newey, man in the news, superstar designer and technical director of Red Bull Racing, of course, but in the past, so many other car companies as well. Even, let's remember, Leighton House March, for example, March themselves in IndyCar, but then, of course, Williams, McLaren, etc., and absolutely masterminding the Red Bull operation for so many years. So here's a man practicing what he preaches, Adrian Newey, in a Lotus 49B. It's in gold leaf colours, and he's here just to have a good time. He loves racing, loves his racing, and he's qualified that Lotus 49B on 8th on the grid. It's quite a small grid today, sadly.
Yeah, he's done quite a lot of racing, of course, both modern. He's raced at Le Mans in a Ferrari some years ago, and also raced a GT40 at Goodwood quite a lot. He's raced this Lotus 49 a few times
as well.
Yeah, and as you said, a very well-developed E-type. But some intriguing cars. It is something called the Eiffel Land, which is actually a March with some special bodywork on. And again, Bob, that's another good story.
Yes, exactly. The Eiffel Land was bought by a German caravan company to publicise that caravan company. So that's why it's completely different bodywork. It doesn't include a kitchen or a toilet, that bodywork. And it's not towed behind a Dutch car. But yes, the Eiffel Land being driven here by David Shaw, who's put it, what, 5th, 6th on the grid, 5th on the grid?
Yeah, and it's got this intriguing central mirror, which was meant to help the airflow. I'm not sure it really went. At one stage, that particular car lost all that Eiffel Land bodywork. They put it back as a sort of original March, but then it has been restored as the Eiffel Land.
And just another intriguing car, we saw it briefly a moment ago, Franco Miners in the Spetznavy. There it goes round the Lowe's hairpin or Fairmont hairpin down to Porti. There it is, right in the centre, the Spetznavy. Spetznavy means snowplow in Italian. It was designed by Mauro Forghieri as a design exercise, but it never raced. So it is, technically speaking, it's a 312 B3 with a flat 12 engine. There is the Eiffel Land, and behind it the Spetznavy. So there are some oddballs here, if you like.
And there's another great story. The Mexican driver, one of the top Mexican drivers over the recent years, Adrian Fernandez, a very successful team owner, a successful driver also in the American Le Mans series, but particularly in Champ Car, IndyCar racing, had a lot of success. from 1993 to 2004. Founded Fernandez Racing with Tom Anderson. Won the American Le Mans Series. So a driver, a talent, very professional man, really goes about his racing seriously. He was asked to demonstrate this BRM P153 at Mexico City because it had been raced and won the 1970 Belgian Grand Prix by a Mexican driver, Pedro Rodriguez. So,
yeah, these are the Jackie Stewart Series D cars, Formula One Grand Prix cars from 1966 to 1972. Sorry, finish your story.
Yeah, we're just picking up on Adrian Fernandez making his debut here at Monaco at the age of 61. The former IndyCar racer and team owner, and driving a BRM from the 1970 season, which won the Belgian Grand Prix. The hands of Mexican driver Pedro Rodriguez. Demonstrated the car, fell in love with it, had a bit of a battle to buy it, but he's bought it, and he's had the car spanned by the Hudson Historic team in America. They brought it over here, and he's going to make his Monaco debut. So, terrific story. But there's another little Mexican twist to that story, because he's got another Mexican admirer down in the paddock area, and a man that you know well, Joe Ramirez. And we saw Joe yesterday, and Joe, for many times, the team coordinator at McLaren, but actually came over to Britain with the Rodriguez brothers a long time ago, and he had something in the paddock to prove it.
Yes, he had the armband of Pedro Rodriguez.
No, Ricardo Rodriguez.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ricardo. The driver armband. They used to have driver armbands in those days, and he was wearing it. And he says he has all kinds of Ricardo Rodriguez memorabilia, because he was their sort of confidant and helper when they came over. They were very teenagers, you know. But Joe Ramirez is a great name in management of Formula One.
So this is Ewan Sergeson. He's got some really decorative, shall we say, pit assistants who we've seen wheeling the car onto the grid. He's starting fourth in this race. It's Michael Lyons on pole position from Katsuaki Kubota, the Japanese driver in a Lotus. Then Matthew Wrigley, son of Mike Wrigley, in third spot. Ewan Sergeson in fourth spot. David Shaw in fifth. And Adrian Fernandez, who we've just been talking about, in sixth. Then it's Franco Miners in the Spezia Navy, Adrian Newey in the Lotus 49, Tom Hartley Jr., purveyor of Exotica, Automobile Exotica, in ninth place, and then Mr. John B back out again in 10th place.
Well, there we look down on the helmet of Adrian Newey, but the man on pole position, Michael Lyons, looking to add to his 7 victories over the years here. Some of them in this Surtees that he's driving today. So looking for his 8th, and it makes him the most successful driver at this wonderful historic meeting. Katsuaki Kubota.
Don't think we're going to see Sean Lynn by the looks of things. We were meant to see Sean Lynn in the Brabham BT37 of Jamie Constable, but replacing Jamie Constable, but I don't think we're going to see him. There is Mr. John B in that Matra. And we just love those Matras.
He's even got Mr. John B embroidered on his racing gloves, I noticed. And yeah, we'll find out what the B's for one of these days. But he's got a big collection of French racing cars, Matras and Ligers. But he's also got a Bentley Speed 8 from Le Mans, much more modern racing car. Thumbs up there.
Again, this is an intriguing car because it started off as a Formula 2 car, but was adapted to Formula 1, March 721G.
Yeah, but for London Stockbrokers sponsored a privateer called Mike Beutler. Oh, there's a nice crash helmet. Look at that. That's a bit different. Yeah, so March had a different form of Formula 1 car that year in 1972. But they took this smaller chassis. It was after the season had started, put a DFV in it and increased the fuel tank capacity. And it was a pretty effective machine, was the 721G. I suppose the G was for Guthrie, so it was the 4 stockbrokers. One of them was Guthrie. It was Jack Durlacher, who'd previously been one of the supporters of your mate, Rob Walker.
Yes.
And Wrigley down there, he is driving that car. He's done a lot of success in historic racing in Formula Ford level and at much more powerful Formula 2 level. He could be the main opposition to Lyons, although Kubota's up there as well. But I can't see Michael Lyons really coming under a huge amount of pressure unless the car has a bit of a problem. There's that air scoop as well as part of that special Eifeland bodywork. And, well, what an interesting shape. As we said, we say it again in this commentary, you know, these days all the Formula 1 cars look pretty well the same. Well, they certainly did in this period of the late 60s, early 70s. All kinds of different shapes, different mechanical ideas. There's the Ferrari.
Spezzanevi with Franco Muniz from Monaco. There's a few Monegasques, actually. Franco Muniz, Nicolas Mathilde as well, and Roald Goethe is down here as Monegasque as well. Adrian Newey there lining up, and he's, as I mentioned, 8th on the grid is Adrian. But remember, that is one of the older cars. Remember, the 49B was the 49 was the first car to have the DFV engine in 1967 at Zandvoort. And we've got a Lotus 72 here, which was almost its Formula 1 successor. Katsuaki Kubota, 2nd on the grid.
Yeah, you could just see the chassis plate there for the eager beavers who used to collect chassis plate numbers. Have to admit to being one of them. So Michael Lyons very much on the pole. Back to the intriguing Rolf Stommelen car. And haven't seen, I'd see Fernandez, wouldn't we, on the grid here?
Tom Hartley Jr. in this ex-Jackie Stewart March 701. He hasn't done a huge amount of racing, Tom Hartley Jr., so he's having to adapt fairly well. He's in the middle of the grid, just behind Adrian Newey. And we've got a gap there.
Do you know what? That's why we haven't seen it. That's Fernandez. So what has happened to that BRM? Well, what a disappointment for Adrian and all the Mexican fans. And I know people back in Mexico were going to tune into this part of our broadcast. So we'll try and find out what has happened to Fernandez. Lunchtime we'll be able to pop into the paddock. Find out a little more.
Mr. John will be in the Matra. And he starts 10th on the grid. The JPS, Katsu Kubota.
So the carbon crash helmet there with you see the weave. And then the marvellous DFE engine behind. Developed by Cosworth in Northamptonshire. And Keith Duckworth, Mike Costin, of course, the men behind that company. Now, that was a flame out fire extinguisher. That was a short-term sponsored Team Surtees car, very much in Team Surtees colours, red with the white arrow on the front. A lot of Surtees cars were like that. We will see the other car in the Brook Bond colours. That is blue with a white stripe. Another look at this Jean-Pierre Beltoise match. Jean-Pierre Beltoise, a driver who won here, actually in the BRM, not the 153 like Fernandez was going to drive, but the next model after that on a rainy day here all those years back.
Nicolas Latil. We've been walking past his flower shop every day.
Yeah.
Very much a man of Monaco. He's on all sorts of committees, particularly about gardens and flowers.
Oh, right. OK. Well, there's
He's also a real estate merchant as well, which I suspect is where the money comes from.
I suspect you might be right. There's only so many carnations and roses you can sell.
Well, he leaves everything out. I mean, when we go past, you know, those shops shut, and there are plants all over the pavement.
Should have plucked a carnation, just put it in your buttonhole, Bob. So, anticipation here in what I'd put money on a Michael Lyons win, but as we say every time, there's no certainties in motor racing, and
anything can happen.
Yeah.
When you're on the limit.
Yeah, and
that man will be pushing as hard as anything. Very experienced in this Lotus 72. A car that, of course, in period was very much a competitive car around here as well.
Oh, particularly, wasn't it? They went through various iterations and different suspension geometry, and
the 49B won in 1968 with Graham Hill, and in 1969 also with Graham Hill, who won, of course, 5 times here. The 72, the 49C won in 1970, and then the 72, only 5th in Fittipaldi's hands in 71, still stopped on the grid 2 cars.
Well, there's Fernandez's car being pushed. No, sorry, that's the completely wrong. There's another yardage. That's Roel Goethe in the car that was won here in the past with Stuart Hall driving it, and just abandoned the 7 car. I don't think it's Goethe. I don't think he's going to start, is he?
That's Ewan Sergeson in the number 7
Sonny got a bit overexcited there, thinking the Mexican. Of course, they are in the same colour scheme, but absolutely right.
So the survivors really continue. Sean Lynn never took up his grid position. Adrian Fernandez didn't. And Ewan Sergeson's car being wheeled back into the pits, as is Roald Goethe's car as well.
Yeah, well, so much for all the help of the grid go.
No, this is earlier on.
Yes.
So they were pushing it up the hill in the first place into the paddock. And it's still being pushed.
Oh, through
Sergeson throws out his steering wheel. Very much. Oh, that at least has started.
Yeah.
Number 15. He's going to start from the pit lane.
Yeah, the Rofco team boys have got that going. This is on, look, sticker tyres as well. His golf-coloured crash helmet.
Can he go to the pit lane? Can he go to the pit lane? No, stay there. Okay. Well, he's got a chance anyway. That's the important thing, is to have the chance of driving around this fantastic circuit.
Well, this is a 12-lapper, so a little bit long in the races thus far.
In terms of distance, not necessarily in terms of time.
Exactly.
Because these are quicker cars. Right.
So I think he is going to go, isn't he?
You can see on Roel Goethe, he's got the Gulf colours on his helmet. He's involved in the gas and oil industry, and he very much is a collector of Gulf-sponsored cars, not just in Formula 1, but also in sports cars as well.
But also, he owns a car which we'll see in the very last race of this meeting, which Stuart Hall will drive, as on pole position for that race. And that isn't a Golf car, which is most rare for him. It's a March in Rothman's colours.
Oh dear.
The emotion overcome this chap.
Yeah.
You work so hard, you know, to get these cars, and then
Ewan Sergeson's crew. So the cars are on the grid, ready for the lights to go out. 12 laps coming up of Grand Prix cars, 1966 to 72, and they're away and straight into the lead, of course. Oh, Adrian Newey hasn't started. Now he gets away.
Yep.
And alongside him, I think it was the March of Tom Hartley Jr. didn't get away either. Yeah, number 1 there.
Maybe it was a lack of experience, he just stalled it. Now it's fired up and he's away. The March 7th, first March Formula 1 car that was launched. In fact, I orchestrated that launch at Silverstone.
So it's Lyons ahead of Wrigley in second place, Kubota in third, and then David Shaw in fourth, and the Spencer Navy of Miners in 5th place. So they are charging through the tunnel, and this is our first chance to hear DFVs around the circuit.
And a couple of Matra V12s, of course, which will scream highly. But Wrigley doing a good job there, hanging on to Michael Lyons.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for young Matthew Wrigley, but Michael Lyons, so much experience in all sorts of cars, and you will see him several times this afternoon as well. This is his first appearance. We'll see him many more times as well.
Driving for the family team. This car belongs to the family, but later for the big German Chrome Cars operation. This car in the Rob Walker Brook Bond colours, but actually in period it raced mainly in South Africa with a Rhodesian driver, Zimbabwean driver John Love, in the Team Gunston colours. So it was a Team Gunston car rather than a Rob Walker car, as I understand it. There's the two matches are both a different iteration. You see the different nose treatments. As Adrian Newey is thinking about getting a little bit racy, and let's see how he powers up the hill. There's the first match, there's the second one. There's Newey trying to bob out and get past, and the Mr. John B, and also Mathilde, the flower shop owner. Let's see what Adrian can do. While Matra covering him off.
Yeah, the Matra going down the hill, everyone tries to avoid that bump. They haven't earlier on, but now they do with these lower cars. And Adrian Newey goes for the inside line at the hairpin.
Oh, no, great move, past Nicolas Mathilde.
Not everybody can get past there, but he's got past Nicolas Mathilde, who's a local guy, so he knows the roads. But Adrian instantly pulls away, and below us, Michael Lyons leads Matthew Wrigley first and second. Matthew Wrigley in the March 721G.
But Lyons turning the timing screen purple. Fastest section 1, fastest section 2, and really getting in stride in this Surtees. And we said this yesterday, raced previously by his mother, and not many people can say, oh, I'm racing my mother's old Formula 1 car. In fact, I don't think anybody else could say it. 34.359 the lap of Michael Lyons, but Wrigley, you know, he's doing a very good job there, hanging on.
Now, yeah, Mathilde pretty much left the door open, didn't he, for Adrian Newey round the hairpin, and said, if you're brave enough, I'll give you the space. And you don't say that to Adrian Newey too often, because he'll take it. Thank you very much. There he goes. So up into what is now 7th place for Adrian Newey. Remember, he got left behind on the grid at the start. Here it is. Here's the start again. There in the background is Adrian Newey not getting away. Katsuaki Kubota beaten into Sandivot at the start by Matthew Wrigley, and that's still the situation between those two.
Gothers did get racing out of the pit lane, and he's running in 10th position now.
Yep. So 11 starters, or 11 runners in this. Here's Michael Lyons, and he's beginning to pull away a little bit from Matthew Wrigley in second place. Lyons in the Surtees, of course, Wrigley in the March. And here comes the Surtees round to complete lap 3. The advantage was 2.5 seconds between Lyons and Wrigley, and it is now 2.2 seconds. So Lyons isn't having it all his own way. Wrigley has the chance to get closer. Kubota in 3rd place, another 3.8. That has come down as well. So as these drivers are settling into the circuit, so they're getting more competitive.
Yeah, I did think that Michael Lyons would run away with this, but that's certainly not the case. Wrigley keeping him honest, and the ex-Mike Beutler car, we rather, or perhaps he shouldn't have said this, but used to call him Blocker Beutler. He made a very wide car, particularly in the Formula 3 days, did Mike. Died many years ago now in San Francisco. He's an absolutely charming man, and very fiery driver too, but you couldn't do that. He couldn't do it anymore. Managed to get into Formula 1 because he was good in Formula 3 and Formula 2 with a group of stockbrokers backing him, able to buy and commission this special march. And So he was a privateer. Now, because we don't have any privateers, there used to be lots of them back in the period of the early 70s.
Well, we'll see some more privateer cars over the next few races as well, won't we?
Indeed we will.
Kubota there in the Lotus 72, run by Classic Team Lotus again. He had a bit of a nudge with the Armco yesterday and lost the nose section, but they obviously had a spare one, so he's able to race that. But yeah, lost the nose section and mangled it a little bit. But very, very accustomed to this Lotus 72 is Katsuaki Kubota.
Absolutely loves the car, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And races it all over Europe.
And in the States as well.
Yeah.
Software magnate, if you like, from Japan, Katsuaki Kubota.
These DFV cars, there is a season-long race series for them. The Masters Group run Formula 1. We're seeing these cars split into about 4 categories. They have them all in the same race, but there aren't nearly so many. They're such a magnet for people, owners of these cars, to race them at Monaco, that they sometimes only come out of the box every 2 years. But it's so interesting to see things like this Eiffelland. I mean, it never ran anywhere like 4th in a period. Although Rolf Stommelan, who was the guy who drove it, German driver, was a very fast peddler.
Yes, he was. He was very good. So David Shaw at the moment in 4th place. Ooh, 2 marches going up the hill there.
Yeah.
That's Tom Hartley Jr. and Harald Becker, the German driver.
Yeah, that's in the one's in the Tyrrell colours, because March provided cars for Tyrrell in 1970, and they had a factory team with people like Amon and Andretti drove it, so we've got the STP on the car. A nice little battle between these trio.
This is right at the back. Mathilde keeping out of the way of Tom Hartley Jr., who goes through, and in fact he lets all 3 of them go through. So Hartley Jr., Becker and Goethe, that's Goethe in the McLaren, number 15 there, they all get past the Matra. Mathilde being very well managed.
Yeah, March company. The H was Robin Hurd. He was the designer of this March 701. I mean, they went absolutely crazy that first year. They had a Formula 1 team, had a Formula 2 team, had a Formula 3 team, which I ran, and they had a Can-Am car as well. And they did a great job, and then had lots of success subsequently in Indianapolis in the States.
So Lions with a 4-second lead now over Matthew Wrigley, who in turn is 2.8 ahead. And coming into the pits is the Matra of Mathilde.
No, that's the Eiffelland.
Oh, it's the Eiffeland.
Oh, you see that mirror, yeah.
Yeah, Mark.
Oh, what a show. I thought Mark Shaw was going so well in that.
Yeah.
What a disappointment for him.
And there is Roald Goethe in the McLaren, getting ahead of Harald Becker.
Yeah.
Going up into 8th place.
Yeah, Harald Becker, the German driver. The year after this, March, of course, had the funny T-tray thing on the front of the car. Do you remember that? And sometimes you see those racing, and
the STP March, particularly.
Well, yeah,
car.
that's what they did. But for me, that McLaren M19 is a beautiful car. As we said, if Stewart had been in it, I would have been right up there, dicing wheel to wheel with White Lions. But Stewart's got, we'll see him a bit later.
Stewart.
Hall.
Stewart.
No, to Stuart Hall, I mean.
You've got to be precise.
I have to be, and there's different spelling in Stewart as well. And Kubota has just done the quickest lap of the race.
So watch out for him. He's back in 3rd place, but he's only a couple of seconds behind Matthew Wrigley in the yellow car on your screens at the moment. There is the battle over 2nd place, or potential battle, between Wrigley and Kubota.
Yeah, this race got a bit more intrigue in it than I expected. Mr. Jollibee in 5th place in his Matra. It's the later of the 2 Matras. Matra was a French aerospace company that went into motor racing to promote its brand.
Now they're looking at the front of that car, of the Eiffelland, as though it could be something to do with the brakes.
Looking like brakes, isn't it?
Yeah, looking at the front. So there is Michael Lyons. Ooh, got a little bit out of shape, didn't he there?
He doesn't spare much, does he, Michael? I mean he's still got, you know, Wrigley just 5 seconds behind him. Just a little trip up an escape road or something, and Wrigley will be right there.
Yeah. Yes, Matthew Wrigley doing a good job. The young British driver, Matthew Wrigley, along with father Mike Wrigley, of course.
Yeah.
Last year was, well, he's done a certain amount of racing elsewhere in Penske, Lotus Elan, etc. Didn't like modern racing, so he's stuck to historic racing. Michael Lyons now threading his way through the back markers.
Yeah, well, it doesn't get much better than this racing at Monaco, does it, in a classic Formula One car?
Probably better than, say, I don't know, Croft on an Easter Monday or something.
Snetterton on a rainy day, perhaps, yes.
So Michael Lyons now with a 5.7 second lead over Katsuaki Kubota.
And I see that Adrian Newey is now in 6th place and improving on his lap times. Oh, yes,
that's what happened to Wrigley. That's how he lost that 2nd place.
Yeah.
Straight on at Sandibot. And Katsu Kubota said, thank you very much.
Was he able to turn it around in that space? Sometimes you can. So Wrigley trying a nice little battle amongst this group here. With Gotha, Becker, Mathieu.
Well, that's Kubota at the back. Trying to thread his way through.
He is.
And yeah, lots of blue flags, but they're not necessarily taking any notice of them. Here comes Katsu Kubota getting past Roald Gotha in the McLaren, and now looking at Harold Becker ahead of him. And does Harold Becker go straight on there? There's Michael Lyons. 8 laps completed of the 12. He's on his 9th lap at the moment. And he had a lead of 8.4 seconds now over Kubota in 2nd place.
Yeah, Wrigley able to regain the track in 3rd place ahead of Minus, but the snowplow going particularly well, I think, don't you?
Well, I think that for a car that never raced, its 4th place is probably beyond expectations.
Yeah, I think quite a few of the Ferrari drivers, Jackie Hicks, who we've seen here this weekend, tested it. And I don't know whether they just had too much downforce on the front, but anyway, the plan was abandoned.
Yeah.
But the great thing is the car lives on to remind us of maybe cul-de-sacs that designers went down on occasion.
Yes, Mauro Fulgieri, the Ferrari engineer, who not only was a chassis specialist, but also an engine specialist, which was still, well, it's unheard of now, but it was pretty rare then as well.
Yeah, it was.
To be specialists at both, combining the talents. And Mauro Fulgieri was the man who was in charge of that.
Cosworth once built a 4-wheel drive car that never raced, but I saw being demonstrated at Mallory Park. And so they'd done the engine and the chassis. That was designed by Robin Herd before he went to Martin. Oh dear,
that's Michael
Lyons has made a mistake. That is so uncharacteristic. What has happened there?
That was very strange. Accelerating out of Rascasse and got sideways. He's kept the engine running. And he's virtually blocking the road, not quite. And in fact, Wrigley's gone past up into 2nd place, what is now 2nd place.
And I think he's going to, well, Michael, love to see that.
Don't know what happened there, but he's got to explain to Mummy afterwards.
Yeah.
Here it is. Turns in. Something was wrong already because Kubota was so much closer.
Yeah, he raised his arm before it spun, didn't he? I think it was a gearbox problem, maybe.
Yeah, something was already wrong.
Yeah.
And look at that.
It's strange how it turned so sharply right.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be interesting if he carries on. I suspect, no, he isn't. That's it for Michael Lyons. Or is he just going to his pit? Yes, he is. So, as we said, nothing certain in motor racing, Bob, and that's absolutely the case.
Yeah.
We had him as a certain bet for victory here.
All that money you put on him.
And then Wrigley, of course, going down the escape road. And suddenly, we might have the Japanese national anthem at the end of all this. Yeah, and he will know he's in the lead. I'll be a little bit surprised. But could have 2 consecutive races won by Classic Team Lotus.
Well, he's certainly about to complete 10 laps, is Katsu Kubota, with Matthew Wrigley in second place, 18 seconds further back, and Franco Miners is on the podium at the moment in the Spezzanevi. Matra in 4th place, Adrian Newey in 5th, and then Tom Hartley Jr. in 6th place, then Harold Becker in 7th. And these are really the survivors, if you like. Michael Lyons in the pits, David Shaw in the pits as well, Nicola Matil on circuit, but Katsu Kubota leading around. I'm just trying to think what could have gone wrong for Michael Lyons, because he'd lost a huge amount of time. Katsu Kubota caught right up even before that spin.
Yes, he had, and I'm thinking maybe transmission. And Adrian Newey in 5th place overall now, and each lap going faster than the previous, which is impressive. So he's really getting to grips with the Lotus 49, I think the oldest car in this race. There's Mr. John B. So Adrian not close to him, but he'll be enjoying himself. Only going to win his class, although he was the only one in it.
Here's Franco Miners in the Spezzanevi with Mr. John B close behind, 1.2 seconds between the two of them last time. And Mr. John B closing. Could have a Matra on the podium. This is their penultimate lap. Mr. John B getting closer all the time, and he'd love to be on the podium here, wouldn't he? But so would Franco Miners, who's a Monegasque.
Yeah.
And
quite a battle. He's going through. Dive down the inside, Mr. John B. Nice move into the chicane.
Yeah. And perhaps Franco Miners didn't quite have the confidence there. And Mr. John B gets through. Franco Miners not letting him get away, though. Franco Miners staying with him around these familiar streets. And here it is again.
Came from well back, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just terrific, just perfect move there.
But as you say, a longer braking distance here.
And is that Miners?
Yes, it is.
Miners has spun, and Adrian Newey's got up to 4th place.
So Miners has had a spin as well. What drama. And so Mr. John B in 3rd place, Newey in 4th, and Miners in 5th place. So Kubota on his last lap, he's got a big lead of 17 seconds. And here he is coming round the swimming pool area. Just a couple of corners to go now. Well, it isn't a given. We've seen other people stop around Raskas as they put the power on. But he makes it okay. Katsu Kubota, here he comes up to take the checkered flag at the end of this 12-lap race for 3-litre cars from 66 to 72, and victory for Katsu Kubota. He will love that. And here is Matthew Wrigley, a good 2nd place for him in the March 721G. And an excellent, but he knows he could have won that if he hadn't gone up the escape road. That will be niggling to him. And Mr. John B, here he is in the Matra. Got a few corners still to go before he takes the checkered flag. In 3rd place, Raskas just to go. Beautiful engine noise as he comes up into Noguez, the final corner, and accelerates towards the checkered flag. And he too is on the podium. We'll see them in a few moments' time. But a great result. Adrian Newey there in 4th place. Well, he kept his nose clean, didn't he?
Then reminding us of the great days of Graham Hill racing that car and winning here at Monaco.
Katsu Kubota there, the winner. And he's greeted by the Marshals' flags and the Marshals as well. Great enthusiasm from the Marshals around this circuit. They've been doing a lot of work over the last few weeks and still have a busy weekend, of course, in 2 weeks' time at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Very early starts as well for them.
Yeah. So, Kubota-san, whatever the congratulations in Japanese is, well done to him. Well, that was the important thing. Keep your nose clean, keep the car out of the barriers, no dramas, well-prepared car. And whoa, that's what happened. Yeah. He was trying to stay with the Matra and just outbraked himself. Thankfully didn't hit anything at Raskas. That's the Spezza Navy having its moment. It's a bit like a go-kart, isn't it? It's really short.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I suppose that was part of the design philosophy.
So, Kubota-san accelerating towards Raskas and ready to head towards the grid. And another victory, for, as you say, for Classic Team Lotus. Well done.
I think we could see some effusive celebrations here. Car looks absolutely great. That wedge shape of the Lotus 72, designed by with Colin Chapman, Maurice Philippe.
Mr. John of B, incidentally, started 10th on the grid, finished 3rd.
Yeah. Got a pretty busy morning, haven't we, Bob? Because we've got another race coming up fairly soon. Then we take our lunch break, and then we have 3 races this afternoon of the 3 fastest categories. Gloves coming off. Members of the team closing in. There's Matt Wrigley, takes his crash helmet off. Confirmation then of the surprise result, really. Katsuaki Kubota winning with a 16-second margin at the end of Matt Wrigley. Mr. John B in the Matra coming 3rd. Adrian Newey 4th. What a result for him. And then Franco Miners was in 5th place in the Ferrari snowplow. Already got the laurel garland around him. Hugs all round.
And Katsuaki, congrats, you're a Monaco winner. How does it feel to be a Monaco winner?
Yeah, fantastic. I'm a second time. My father passed away 25th April. And he pushed me.
It's very emotional for you to be here and win again in Monaco.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you so much for your time. Hey, congratulations.
Yes, he won it 10 years ago, this race in that car.
Il commençait à pleurer, pour être tout à fait honnête.
So it's obviously very emotional for him and for Katsu Kubota. And we're very pleased for him to have won here.
You know, I'm just wondering if Classic Team Lotus were looking after that car. He certainly raced for them before, but just looking at the mechanics around the car.
Yes. No, I agree. I agree. He seems of late to have not necessarily split from them, but it's not necessarily Classic Team Lotus looking after it any longer.
Sometimes these cars are owned by Classic Team Lotus. Sometimes owners of Lotus let Classic Team Lotus run them. Maybe he does own that car. We'll try and find out the history of that here. Well, sad sight of the car we thought was going to win being pushed away. Michael Lyons is off to drive the next race. Hopefully we'll have some better luck. Well, it's under its own power there, isn't it? It's a bit of a mystery.
So there is Mr. John B, briefly, and Matthew Wrigley there with Katsu Kubota.
champagne moment is going to be down here. You will have a lot of trophies, so okay. I don't understand what you say.
The podium procedure just being explained to the first three in this Series D. And I think we called it the Jackie Stewart, didn't we?
Oh, let's see what that cartoon-style trophy is like. Should have a helmet with a tartan strip around it.
We'll know who it is.
Up the stairs they go. Yeah, they lost the winner. They said, we suddenly saw him turn round, so
yeah.
I'm not sure who he was looking for.
There he goes. So here is Mr. John B.
He's very happy with that.
Yeah, not surprisingly. Well done. Matthew Wrigley comes down the steps and on to second spot on the podium. And the winner, Katsu Kubota from Japan, heads to the top step, which he hasn't visited for 10 years, but he has been here before 10 years ago. Well done.
And Mr. John B, John Remy Guittard, looked to me as he was about to open the champagne. He was had a little look at it.
Didn't wait.
Yeah.
Are we going to see him again? I think we are, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we are.
All three, I think we're seeing again.
Well, there's the Jackie Stewart open face helmet.
He's got a few trophies, has Katsu.
Yeah, he's been racing a while, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And, not sure if they have a serious sort of historic race meeting in Japan. You'd think they would, but I don't recall one.
No.
You know, now one of the big new historic meetings in Dubai.
And of course, yes, some of these competitors we've seen around the world at some of the major historic race meetings at Nürburgring, for example, Spa, Le Mans Classic, Goodwood Revival. So let's hear the national anthem of Japan.
Yes, the emotion really coming out there. Kubota repeats his victory from 10 years ago. Collecting up the silverware.
Hasn't got enough hands.
No, no, exactly.
Quick photograph.
Gather them together.
Voilà pour cette série D qui porte le nom de Jackie Stewart avec ce trophée des légendes. Antoine le pilote à l'effigie de Jackie Stewart, bien évidemment. Bravo à Katsu Kubota, bravo à Matt Wrigley, bravo
so Mr. John B in the match up.
Très beau spectacle.
Here under pressure from Franco Manis in the Ferrari Spezzaneve, but it was Mr. John B who got third place. And in second place, Matthew Wrigley did an excellent job in the March 721G. But the winner, the man who kept his nose clean, kept out on the circuit all the way through, Katsuaki Kubota, no mistakes from him. And he was there when Michael Lyons pulled off and was able to claim the victory. A glass of something for everybody, perhaps Moët Chandon.
No, he's going to spray. No. We haven't seen it yet, but it'll be the first time in this meeting that it's actually being sprayed and not taken for the dinner table. That's Veuve Clicquot, isn't it, with the orange label?
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, I said Moët Chandon.
Yeah.
Right,
well, we're so used to Moët being such a large part of motor racing, aren't we?
Yes, Veuve Clicquot.
And you'll give us the French translation, because it's interesting. Isn't it the old widow?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Sorry, threw you a bit of a curveball. I mean, Bob is outstanding at French. He's Now, I wonder what that's about.
No, I don't know.
Tigers. It was a bit about something. Looked like a team flag, didn't it?
Looked like it, yeah.
You know,
who are the Tigers?
Well, do you know, strange enough, baseball's big in Japan.
Yes, exactly. Well, it used to be, yes. It's not quite, they're quite fickle in some ways, the way they follow their sports. And here is the signing of the trophy to Katsu.
This is for the helmet. Congratulations.
So absolutely fabulous weather, and that is absolutely how it is. It's not that they've waited 365 days to get this shot to publicize Monaco. It's how it is today. And here is the highlights for Formula 1 Grand Prix cars 1973 to 1976. Ah, that's the previous one. Apologies. This is Grand Prix cars 1966 to 1972, the highlights program, with Michael Lyons immediately getting off pole position, with Katsu Kubota trying to hold on to second place. Adrian Newey getting away late in the Lotus 49B.
Yeah, definitely surprises in this particular event, and lots of very interesting cars in different shapes. Cars have to be push-started. We had the disappointment of Adrian Fernandez, the Mexican IndyCar driver, not being able to start his BRM. Had other cars in the pit lane.
That's Tom Hartley Jr. getting away. Adrian Newey putting pressure on the Matra of Mr. John and B. And Adrian Newey in one of the older cars, but Katsu Kubota in the Lotus 72, giving chase to the first two, Michael Lyons and Matthew Wrigley, but it was Katsu Kubota who came through to claim the checkered flag, because Michael Lyons, this was not Michael Lyons, this was the Eiffelland. Michael Lyons was out in the lead from Matthew Wrigley in second place, then Katsu Kubota getting closer to Matthew Wrigley.
But Matthew Wrigley had a trip up the escape road, which dropped him to third. There he is back underway again in the March 721G. Very much a one-off machine from the Bicester factory. But then suddenly, Michael Lyons looks as if he had it all in hand in a car in which he's won here several times before. And absolutely fine there, but it just wasn't to last. That's that Wrigley trip up the escape road I mentioned, somewhat prematurely. But he was able to turn it around and rejoin the race in third place. Kubota was setting a very good pace in this race that he won 10 years previously. Then the gap closed, and then that happened. We don't know why the Surtees and Lyons had slowed, but obviously it was a problem. And then there at the Rascasse, it slewed sideways. See it again, very nearly hit actually by Kubota. There's the snowplow Ferrari of Frank Miners. He was going very well and having a terrific battle with Mr. John and B in the Matra MS 120B. And then Miners managed to spin also at La Rascasse. That's the place to watch for. There was Adrian Newey going through and heading probably certainly through his best ever result in his beautiful period Lotus 49, probably the oldest car in the race. Meanwhile, Caboto headed towards the checkered flag, an emotional win for him as his father just died a few days earlier, and great to have another Lotus victory. Wrigley came home in second place, the second generation driver who has had a lot of success in historic racing. And there the number one, and there the trophy, and then the emotion came out.
Qui va remettre le trophée des légendes. Antoine Le
prochain podium de la série E, c'est un petit peu à la dernière minute. Et vous voyez sur le podium, justement, le premier pilote sur le marche, le deuxième sur le marche premier. Le patron, du moins le tirant des gagnant. Et aussi au speaker aussi forcément et les trophées justement qu'il y a pour les pilotes sur le podium et notamment le vainqueur de soir de trophées.
Série tout simplement de la matinée avant de passer à l'après-midi où ce sera chargé en termes de programme.
l'américain Roger Penske, qui a fréquenté la Formule 1 au milieu des années 70 avec en plus une victoire pour un certain John Watson. Voilà ce qui nous attend d'ici quelques instants, départ de la course à 12h25.
After the Monaco Grand Prix, so it took part in 10 races in 1974, driven by Francois Migaud, Vern Chopin and Alan Jones, finished fifth in the German Grand Prix. The car driven by lots of people, sadly, two of them killed in a plane crash.
One of the three cars who due to take part in all the races of the 1976 season. Ronnie Peterson drove it, but it was the only one.
Eccoci, pronti, siamo tornati con la gara della mattinata, le vetture stanno entrando in pista, abbiamo questa dedicata al grande campione Niki Lauda che vince qui 2 volte a Monte Carlo nel 75 e la tripla campione austriaco. Ricordiamo queste vetture nell'epoca del 1979 sono state un po' adattate a vetture deformabili come richiedeva il regolamento. Attenzione perché ieri su Angola con la McLaren M23 numero 33 appartenuta a Rod.
Avec cette livrée Gulf assez particulière et elle fait partie de la collection bien sûr de Roald Goethe maintenant. La Lotus 77 de Chris Lowe est une ex-Andretti, la Lotus
14th running of the Monaco Grand Prix, historic, just fantastic meeting around the streets of Monte Carlo. Coming up now, Bob Constanduros, is Formula One Grand Prix 3 litres, but now from 1973 to 1976. Just 4 years, but 4 years when there was lots of great racing. They looked down from the palace on what is going to be an absolutely cracking race, because this is going to be super competitive with the top 4 or 5 drivers very closely matched, and some of the big names of historic racing will be competing in this. Men who have been successful around this track and won here before. We're talking about Stuart Hall, we're talking about Nick Padmore, we're talking about the 3 times Le Mans winner, Marco Werner, and we're talking about Michael Lyons, who was about to win the previous race. Just went down to the paddock area, managed to catch a few words with Michael, who tells me the Surtees TS19 had a problem with the steering rack. I'm not quite sure what happened. They think a tooth was broken off in the steering. So coming down, we saw him sideways on at the hairpin at La Rascasse, but actually the problem had happened before that. As he came out of the swimming pool, he didn't hardly have any steering. He managed to get down and was going to try and get into the pits. And then, of course, he couldn't get round the corner because he couldn't turn the steering. So he said, I'm absolutely gutted. I thought that was another win for me. And as we know, he's won more races here than anybody else. So disappointment. We had a huge disappointment too of Adrian Fernandez, the Mexican IndyCar racer and team owner, failing to start. That was a broken shaft in the differential of the P153, and the mechanic actually opened his toolkit and he showed me the broken piece, just like they used to do in the old days. So that was that Matthew Wrigley. We saw him, didn't we, go down the escape road. Apparently, I'm told that he felt the pedal go to the floor, but then the pressure came back. Maybe the fluid boiled or something, and he was able to continue. But he might not have finished that race either. So, wow, what a lot of incident. Terrific, that previous category, but I think we're going to have more fun in this one, Series E. And we're getting faster and faster as well, aren't we, these cars?
Well, yes, exactly. Great beavering there from you, Andrew. Well done, getting down there.
Well, it's nice to be amongst the boys down there.
Yeah, well...
and I saw Jackie Hicks down there as well.
Oh, good. So, did you ask him about the success of the Spitzer-Neve?
I should have done, shouldn't I? No, he was in conversation with someone, so I just waved and carried on.
So Matthew Wrigley out again, so is Michael Lyons. Their preparation has been interrupted by Andrew Marriott, but I'm sure they will have recovered. Yeah. But we've got so many top drivers out there. Stuart Hall, Nick Padmore, Marco Werner's, he was saying James Davison, a bit of a surprise, an Australian driver who is resident in the USA. Lucas Halusa, we've got Steve Brooks, Jean-Denis Delatraz, ex-Formula One driver. He did a few Grand Prix, quite a few drivers who have a lot of experience, and these are the cars, as I say, 3 litre from 73 to 76. Class 1 is all the DFV cars, Class 2 are the others, and the others are basically 2 Ferraris, which is now, I think, just 1 Ferrari, that of Mr. John of B. Again, having been on the podium, he's out again.
So, still,
oh, no, he's not out again. He didn't. He failed to practice, so we're not going to see him again. Apologies.
So, Stuart Hall won this race 2 years ago by 1.5 seconds over Marco Werner, and Michael Lyons was 3rd. Lyons won the race in 21 over Stuart Hall by 0.7 a second, so there's a lot of needle there. And Michael won this race also in 19. The Italian former Formula One driver Alex Caffi is not racing today, but he won the race in 16, and then before that was Lyons again. So we take a look into the cockpit here of Stuart Hall's car.
Just to go back in period, of course, it was this era was Stewart won in the Tyrrell 006 in 73.
Yes.
Peterson in the Lotus 72 in 74, and then the next 2 years were Niki Lauda in the Ferrari 312T, the flat 12. So it's a shame that Mr. John B doesn't have his Ferrari here, because that would have been an entirely appropriate car to bring here.
Yeah, so Stuart Hall, son of Peter Hall, who's involved with Team Lotus in the latter days, a great touring car racer, and back the Andy Rouse team, and you might remember them with their Sierras. And Stuart been racing a while now. He's been racing since he was 15. I remember first interviewing him at that age in a T-car at Brands Hatch. Comes from Chelmsford, and in 2013, in modern day racing, was the 2003 GTE AM World Sports Car Champion. Alex Ames, just the driver coach, just talking to Halusa.
Hall and Hall not having anything to do with Stuart Hall.
No, absolutely right.
Too many Halls.
Too many Halls.
But the big surprise of this was actually Stuart Hall getting ahead of the 3 Chrome car Lotuses. So that was really quite something.
I think this car, no, two here,
yes.
And later, of course, we got 3 Chrome cars, and Michael Lyons driving for the family here, but we'll switch to Chrome later. I know it's all a bit complicated, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll get the hang of it by Monday.
Wow, yes.
So, yes, that was a bit of a surprise, because, of course, the Chrome car Lotuses, the 76 for Marco Werner and Nick Padmore in the 77.
Wow.
Being outclassed by Stuart Hall in the Roald Gotha McLaren M23, which, of course, was a very, very competitive car.
And earlier on, we saw Max Hilliard in the Lotus 16 not getting off the grid, stuck in gear. We've talked about the unreliable gearbox of the Lotus 16, well, that's what that was. So just see James Davison there in a Damon stroke Graham Hill helmet, didn't we? And, of course, Max Hilliard also has similar helmet design, so obviously tribute to them. There's Marco Werner, and you see just on his sleeve there, Britex Motorsport. That's the company, German company, that runs these cars for Chrome, which is a wonderful collector of various racing cars, a guy called Kai Niklausen, who comes from Larsdorf in Germany. I must admit, I'm quite sure where Larsdorf is, but he got a great collection of cars and loves to see them racing. So there's, so it says Britex on his helmet. Marco Werner, who started his career by building his own Formula Ford car, went on to race many years at Le Mans. I mean, we'd said it before yesterday. For 6 years at Le Mans in Audi, it was third, second, third, first, racing both in petrol and diesel, R8, R10, also winning the American Le Mans Championship. There is Wrigley. So he's hoping that he won't have any braking problems in this race.
In a Penske, but this is Michael Lyons, 4th on the grid, the McLaren M26 with the front radiator rather than the M23, which didn't display that, had side radiators, but M26 for Michael Lyons. And this is, in this instance, entered by his father, Frank Lyons, from Essex. So that's the first 3 places on the grid. Stuart Hall in the M23, whereas Lyons is in the later M26. The M23, a very effective piece of kit indeed. Well, number 19 there, that's Frédéric Lajoux in the Surtees. Surtees TS19 with the Durex sponsorship on the back. I'm sure you can tell us all about that.
Yeah, well, I was involved in brokering that particular deal, and obviously there was a bit of controversy afterwards. It was a very effective marketing campaign. Actually, the advertising agency Benton & Bowles did huge posters. One of the logos was the small family car. It was a very good motor racing campaign. And
so there is an ex-Lauda Ferrari.
Yes.
That is the one. So unfortunately, I missed that. That's a 312 B3 of Andrea Burani. He's actually penultimate on the grid, but it's certainly a very, very significant car for this race.
And he's got a Mario Andretti crash helmet on, or a tribute helmet to Andretti, if you look closely. M23 was, of course, the car that James Hunt won his World Championship in, the M26, also designed by Gordon Coppock, but it didn't seem to be a big step forward. And as you mentioned, well, they changed the position of the radiators. So
there's the Yardley McLaren on pole position on Stuart Hall. And they're just waiting for the green light. There it is. And away they will go for their final formation lap. This is an 18-lap race, so they're getting longer.
They are, but of course these cars are quite a bit quicker, so time-wise. This is the race heading us up to lunchtime.
Got ensigns and shadows. There's a Hesketh as well. There's another shadow. Lotus is further back as well. There's a bit of Penskes. There's quite a few Penskes in here. There's a Trojan, or at least there was a Trojan. An ensign as well. So quite a bit of variety. Surtees, as I mentioned earlier on.
Well,
Tyrrell as well.
Back then you could buy that package, the Hewland gearbox and the Cosworth DFE engine, and design a chassis around it, and that's what people did. As I said earlier, it was a sort of plug-in and play engine, and very efficient, designed by Keith Duckworth and Mike Costin. And
probably worth pointing out, perhaps one of the major garagistes, as they were known by the Europeans, was Mo Nunn, with the ensign. Of all the people who had a tiny setup, that was probably the smallest.
Well, certainly earlier ensigns, it might have only been in Formula 3 cars, were designed and built in his garage next door to his house in Walsall, up in the Birmingham area there. But Mo then went on to be very successful running teams in Indianapolis, and together with his wife Sylvia, whenever you went to see them in paddock, there was always a cup of tea handy that Sylvia would provide. But Mo died a few years ago. I had an attempt to try to write his autobiography, or his biography for him.
Having been an extremely well-respected figure in American racing and championship.
Yes, yeah, a great engineer, and
he probably achieved more in America than he did in Europe.
I think he probably moved off to Brabham, but Ensign managed to keep going in Formula 1 for a number of years.
Number 31 is an ensign, if you want to know what we're talking about. Number 31, the red ensign of Marco Fumigalli.
And we have had an ensign winning this race in the past with Alex Caffey driving. A very effective piece of kit, actually, designed mainly by Nigel Bennett, ex-Lotus. And
so they're coming up to take up their grid positions for this 18-lap race, 18 laps.
Magnificent shot looking down there from a drone, I presume, Bob?
I guess so.
Or a helicopter. I didn't see any helicopters up in the sky. But it's a magical place, Monaco. I mean, you've got to put it on your bucket list if you're a motor racing fan if you've never been here. And, you know, this is a great meeting to come to. Historic, only every 2 years, we should point out. Just going past the UBS signs here, that organisation, one of the sponsors.
Yeah, worth pointing out, the first one was here, first historic was here in 1997 as a celebration of the 700th anniversary of the ruling family. The lights are on, the lights go out, and away goes Stuart Hall straight into the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Padmore come across trying to get into second place, but Werner hung on in there and up the hill. Now, oh, that was close, wasn't it? The Penske getting completely out of shape. And oh dear, the shadow number 15. That is Tony Seidler, the Swiss driver. Tony, hugely experienced, but some problem, lost the engine perhaps.
They haven't got very long to wheel that off the
No, they haven't.
Grid. So here they go. It's Hall from Padmore, Werner, then Lyons.
And then, of course, it's Davison and the Embassy Hill, a pretty unfavoured racing car that we've never seen going this far up the grid, I think, in the past. UOP was the sponsor, Universal Oil Products for America, sponsored the Don Nichols team, and it's all getting a bit hectic though. Might happen side by side through the tunnel.
I think that was the Hesketh, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
James Hagan. And, well, quite a break. The first six have got away on their own, and then there's a gap behind Matthew Wrigley, or Lucas Haluka.
Yeah, and I think Werner got past Padmore, didn't he? That's Werner's helmet, the pink one, and there's Padmore behind him.
So Davison then Halusa, then there's the gap back to Matthew Wrigley, who is next up. But here they are, they've completed lap 1. They've managed to get that car off the grid very rapidly. That's they only had a minute and a half to do it or something. So it's Hall, Werner, Padmore, Lyons, Davison, then Halusa, then the gap to Wrigley it's Lajoux in 7th place. Wrigley 8th. Frederic Lajoux from Monaco has got up into 7th place. In number 19, that's the Surtees TS19.
And down in 13th place, an extraordinary man called Steve Brooks, who is an adventurer, has flown pole to pole in helicopters and circumnavigated the world with a group of others in a Spitfire World War II plane, and done many other crazy things, has to be said, and racing successfully in the Masters Series in Le Mans Peugeot from 10 years or so back. But it is Hall who is hanging on there. Just see if Werner can offer a challenge, or maybe Padmore. There's Padmore. Nick from Sussex.
I think Davison is in trouble. He's dropped well back.
It's a shame. Let's see the start again. You see how Padmore came across on Werner, but Werner forced his teammate out and hung on to second place. Terrific battle, and that was it. Penske getting all out of shape. And here we see it from another angle with the UOP shadow not really getting away.
That Penske, I think, was Matthew Wrigley, so that's why he dropped to the back of that grid.
Yeah,
group.
And
so they've completed 2 laps. Stuart Hall pulling away from Marco Werner. 1.8 seconds between the two of them. Werner being shadowed by Padmore. That is the Embassy.
Yeah, that's Davison's car.
Yeah.
And that's in a pretty dodgy place there. But so the 2 Chrome Lotuses, JPS's, slightly different model. It's like 1 year difference, I think. Having a terrific battle here.
And then they are followed by Michael Lyons in 4th place. And then 5th is Lucas Halusa.
Werner is in the slightly older, the 76, while Padmore's in the 77.
And Halusa, then there's the gap now from Halusa back to Lajoux in 6th place after that retirement of James Davison.
Yeah, well, Hall's really going for it, trying to eke out a decent gap over the 2 Chrome sponsored and backed cars, or owned cars, I should say.
Another yellow flag there.
Yes.
Well, no, it's green.
Green there.
Didn't see anything.
Lights of Denningham and Peter Revson driving the marvellous Yardley coloured McLaren M23. There's the Surtees.
Under pressure from the delayed Matthew Wrigley after getting so out of shape out of Saint-Yvon on lap 1. And Matthew Wrigley lining up the Surtees of Lajoux, trying to get past the Monegasque.
I'm pretty sure he'll do that in short order. But Hall it is from Werner, Padmore and Lyons. Yeah. The Frenchman defending well.
This battle, well, Monegasque in 6th place.
Yeah.
And they're shadowed, of course, by the next car, number 37, that of Guillaume Romand in the Ensign. So, Hall, yeah, the Lotuses have got one another to keep an eye on, as well as Michael Lyons. So, in a way, they're almost distracted by one another, whereas Stuart Hall almost has a clear track, and he can concentrate on pulling away. He's got a 2.5 second lead, which I should imagine he'd be pretty happy with.
Down in 15th place, another great enthusiast, Doug Mockett in another Penske. Used to seeing Doug racing in Tyrrell's, if I remember correctly, in the past. But look, Padmore's keeping the pressure. Yellow flag waving again. I wonder what's that. Yeah, the greens. I can't see anything in between.
I think it's something on the inside there of the swimming pool. Well offline, that's why we can't see anything. But this is really the battle over 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Oh.
A bit of aerodynamic appendage, which people don't actually need, obviously.
No, I noticed he got the SO logo on it, so we should be able to work out what car it came from. Maybe we'll see one with a missing bit of wing.
Stuart Hall doing a grand job there, 2.9 second lead now.
Yeah, Stuart be racing again in the final race of the weekend in a March in which he was mega quick. So that's a full downforce car with a full aero package on it. We go even quicker this. Padmore's really keeping, although that's the Embassy Hill of Davison. He got a spinner there, the ex-John Watson Penske. Is that
Doug Mockett.
So he got the commentator's curse, didn't he?
Yeah, Mockett. You put the mockers on Mockett.
Yeah, I did indeed.
Doug Mockett there. Well, actually, all those Penskes seem to have ex-Watty. And there's another Embassy car. So Embassy car's not really having a very good time.
No.
We've got 2 cars stopped on circuit. We've got a piece of debris. 3 cars, in fact.
And we got one Penske going past another.
Yeah, just putting the power down and not getting it down on these Avon tyres. And this is number 31. This is the ensign of Fumagalli.
That was a bit of pushing and shoving going. Oh, it turned.
And the Hesketh.
Yeah.
So lots of incident all the way around the circuit. The Hesketh being driven by Philippe Bonny. No, sorry, that was the Trojan.
Yeah.
James Hagan.
James Hagan,
yeah. So it's still Hall, Werner, Padmore, Lyons, Halusa, then Wrigley, Lajoux, Roman, Denatraz in 9th place, and Fumagalli was in 10th. 28.
That's Fulton.
Yeah. He was right at the back of the grid.
That's Stanley Fulton from the States in his PC3 Penske. Although they're an American company, of course, Roger Penske, one of the most famous entrepreneurs and team owners of all time in motor racing, although under a bit of pressure at the moment after something happened recently in the IndyCar series. Started in March, but then built his own cars, had just one Grand Prix win with John Watson. Spoke to Watty earlier in the week. I think he would have liked to have been here, really.
Padmore still putting a lot of pressure on his teammate, Marco Werner. And it's good stuff, isn't it? Look, cool, closes right up there as they go through the swimming pool. Still that piece of wing there.
And it's gone by under problems for the Werner car.
Yeah.
Did he miss a gear or did the engine just falter?
He's not. Oh, he is coming into the pits.
Yeah.
Heading for the pits. That's Marco Werner coming into the pits. So we'll keep an eye on that if we possibly can. And so that's really unfortunate. So Padmore up into 2nd, Lyons up into 3rd, Halusa in 4th, that's Lucas Halusa, and then 5th is Matthew Wrigley, 6th is Frédéric Lajoux.
There's the Trojan you've been talking about, rather ugly.
Not pretty.
Front downforce idea.
And of course Trojan used to make cars for McLaren.
They did indeed, yeah. But Peter Agg, the man behind that company.
Sussex company.
Yeah, I said that company, I said.
I did say Sussex.
Yeah.
So there is now Padmore. Look, he's actually racing away. He's almost as though he was being held up throughout. He's now pulled well away from Michael Lyons.
So they've left that to Embassy Hill in that position, but it's out of the way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's offline.
Yeah.
Everyone should know it's there by now. But really a good effort.
And I noticed Barani was one of the latecomers, moved up the field a little bit.
He's in 15th place in the Ferrari.
Yeah.
And Werner is out of the car. And this is where it happens. Werner suddenly is overtaken by Padmore and Lyons. What was the problem with Werner? Well, as I say, he's out of the car, not surprisingly, and whatever the problem was terminal. Stuart Hall in the lead.
Yeah, I got to guess at transmission problems, lack of gears, but Stuart Hall there just 5 seconds ahead of Nick Padmore now, but Michael Lyons worrying at the back of Padmore's car. I mean, raced a lot together. Padmore, a lot of success in the past in the Masters Formula One series races around Europe, been a champion of that. Nick Padmore, long career in motor racing for many years. Thought it was in the lower reaches of like Radicals, where he was a hired hand and coach. But suddenly has blossomed now in this form of racing, and definitely one of the hot shoes you want to have in if you've got a really nice historic car. Hall, Padmore, Lyons. Nick gets to drive a lot of race cars, and you know, everything from a Mini to a Formula Junior car, Formula 3 cars, all sorts of stuff. He just absolutely loves it. There's Michael Lyons with that black, almost looks like some motorcycle helmet, doesn't it? Rather unusual design on it with the silver detailing. You see the grandstands filling up. But if they're just arriving, they've missed some fantastic racing thus far. There's the Penske going through. There's that Trojan, raced in period by Tim Schenken, for many years the race director at the Australian Grand Prix, and hugely successful as a sports car driver for Ferrari. That's difficult for Ferrari. And lovely ex-Lauda Ferrari also in that battle. And what was happening there? That's Hall going. That's Hall going past Padmore. Padmore, I think, is in trouble.
But Hall was ahead of Padmore anyway.
Well, no. It's that Werner gone back out.
No, it's another JPS Lotus.
Oh, it's the third one, is it? Yes.
Yeah. I think. But I'm equally confused.
Well, we'll sort it out, that's for sure. And
is that Chris Locke's car?
Yeah, it's Chris Locke. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. Sort of forgotten Chris Locke, as it was in here with another Lotus 77, I think.
Yeah, the American driver, but some way further back at the moment. So Hall still out in the lead by 4 seconds. So it's come down a little bit between Hall and Padmore in second place. Then Michael Lyons in third, who is 2.2 seconds behind Padmore, and 7.5 ahead of Lucas Halusa, who is in fourth place. Matthew Wrigley fifth, and Guillaume Romand in number 37 in fifth place in that Ensign N175.
Yeah, doing a good job on that car.
Yeah.
Just
so they are on lap 10, 9 laps completed. That's Michael Lyons. Well, he knows the state of the circuit as he goes through Massenet into Casino Square. And we seem to have, is that 2 cars there now?
Yeah, we have.
Another one. And so 2 cars at the entrance to the tunnel, the second one in the dark. And almost as though there's something above that white line. Let's have a look. So,
that was a near miss, wasn't it? Yes.
And that was a Penske then slowing.
Well, here, see. Well, something was being parked, wasn't the other side of the...
Romand has actually dropped down the order, hasn't he? And I think that's...
I think that might have been him.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I'm pretty sure that... Oh, careful, Stuart. As he...
Stuart Hall trying to lap number 27, and that is Steve Brooks. Steve Brooks driving Jamie Constable's Lola, run by Martin O'Connell. And Stuart Hall getting through. 10 laps completed.
As we said, this race is quite a bit longer than the previous ones. We're only just halfway through, had plenty of action yet. And we got Padmore going a little bit quicker than Stuart Hall now.
Yep. Gaps coming down between Hall and Padmore.
But Hall won't be able to see Padmore in his mirrors now. Look, there is Hall. Where's Padmore coming? There he is.
And we go to a Surtees and a Shadow. That's the The shadow is Jean-Denis Delatraz, number 16.
Did a bit of Formula One racing in the past. 3 or 4 races.
And just ahead of him, I think it's Mark Davis.
Yeah, the Belgian racing car dealer. He's had a lot of success over in the States in a Lola T70. Always races at the Daytona Classics. Another nice meeting to go. That's being all sports cars, of course.
Just remember, this track is relatively short. Relatively short at
2.3, is it?
2 point, yeah, I've got it written down here. At 2.07 miles, but 3.337 kilometers, 18 turns. It means an awful lot of inputs into the car, and in modern Formula One, Mercedes calculated that you put in input something like over 200 different controls
and lots of gear changes as well. Haulers,
brakes, accelerator, everything.
Padmore obviously is closing a little bit on Stuart Hall. Stuart answered the challenge on that previous lap by putting in his fastest lap so far and pulled away from Padmore. But as we know, these days Bobby will be here in 2 weeks' time coming out to the Grand Prix, and probably 17 or 18 of the 20, barring accidents, will finish the race.
Yeah.
In the old days, sometimes half a field retired.
Yes, exactly. Very often you'd only have 6 finishers, 5 finishers.
Yeah. Yep. So over the years, we've got a lot more mechanical
reliability.
Reliability is what I tried to conjure up here. Hall, Padmore, Lyons, 3 of the best historic racers in the business here, first, second and third.
The gap between Padmore and Lyons really came down 0.8 of a second a moment ago. It's now doubled that. Lyons is almost sort of dropping back a little bit, and it's fluctuating quite a lot, that gap. That's what we're looking at the moment. There's the JPS, there's the Marlboro. The 2 liveries going through, second and third. And then in 4th spot still Lucas Haluka, doing a good job for the young Austrian driver. And then 5th, Matthew Wrigley. 6th, Frederic Lajoux from Monaco. Then it's Davis, Delatraz, Brooks and Hagen completing the top 10.
And Andrea Barani, who was the last-minute addition to that number 12 Methuselah Racing Ferrari in the Andretti helmet. He's still moving up the field. He's up to 13th now. And I noticed his last lap was his quickest. So he's doing a good job in a car I'm sure he doesn't know very well.
Yeah, I think he's being fairly careful, as you would with a car like that.
Thundering through the tunnel, and
back markers now for Michael Lyons, but he'll get past that Penske, I think, fairly quickly. He does so, but he's been dropped a little bit by Nicholas Padmore. 2.4 seconds between Nick Padmore and Michael Lyons. It really is elastic around here with the back markers. There's Stuart Hall, completes 13 laps of 18, and that was his fastest lap, a 1:32.5 for Stuart Hall as he charges up the hill, and his next target is Jean-Denis Delatraz. Son Louis Delatraz, racing in contemporary sports cars, was in Formula 2 up until this season.
Yeah, doing a good job in sports cars as well. Won the Sebring 12 Hours. Big sports car race yesterday, of course, at Spa. And congratulations to the Jota team on winning that. And
winning outright, it must be said, as well. Because, of course, before they were in LMP2, but this time winning outright.
Yeah, with their Porsche.
Number 19, Frederic Lajoux in 6th place, Monegasque. And, yeah, 6th place, so a little bit of a gap behind Matthew Wrigley, quite a gap there between the two of them, and I think he may be the first driver who's been lapped.
You might know this, Bob. I'm not sure how many laps the Monaco Grand Prix, the current Monaco Grand Prix is these days. It was 100 laps for many years, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, exactly. Yeah.
These boys just get to do 18.
And those early races would take 3 or 4 hours.
Yes.
You know, they were really, really long. So, yeah.
Blue flag waved as Michael Lyons carves his way through. So disappointment for Marco Werner, hoping to get on the podium in this race. We'll try and find out during the lunchtime period what happened to that car.
And of course he'll be out later on as well. We'll see him again.
Yeah.
Again with the Chrome Cars trio, which will then be a trio of Padmore and Werner, joined by their previous adversary, Michael Lyons.
Yeah. Now they've got a great lineup of cars, and the garage down there, they're using the regular Formula One garage. It looks very professional, the setup.
So Stuart Hall, 8.5 seconds out in the lead now for Stuart Hall. And threading his way through the back markers. Frederic Lajou, I think, is the next target in the Surtees. Number 18 there. No, it's Mark Davis in that car. And Mark Davis, great respect from these competitors for one another. And if you're being lapped, you try very hard to get out of the way. As we saw earlier on with Sid Hoole, who was trying very hard to get out of the way.
So Hall heading for second successive victory. Let's remember last time he was kept very honest 2 years ago by Marco Werner. Not the case this year. Kept pretty honest by Nick Padmore, but Padmore now 7.4 seconds down. I think Lucas Halusa having a very good run also, I have to say. You know, for somebody isn't full-time, I think he works in the financial industry, whereas you know, Hall, Padmore and Lyons are all effectively professional racing drivers, their livings from it, and preparing, with Lyons' case, preparing cars as well. But the others also coaching, a lot of coaching going on with Stuart Hall and Nick Padmore.
And Stuart Hall, remember, racing Roald Goethe's McLaren. That's what this car is. Roald Goethe, who is the car collector, I thought at one point he was interested in Aston Martins, but anyway, he's in the gas and oil industry, and consequently he has a collection of Gulf-sponsored cars, which is why he's got this McLaren, but he's also got not necessarily Formula One cars, but other cars sponsored by Gulf. And now he's beginning to start a collection of silver cars as well.
Interestingly, Lyons just done the fastest middle sector of the race thus far. So what can Michael Lyons? Only 3 seconds behind Padmore. He's going to have a push for second place, I think, as we head into the final couple of laps here of the final race of the morning.
They are on their penultimate lap. The lead gap is 5.5 seconds, and then second to third, Padmore to Lyons, 3.2 seconds. So he's got quite a lot to catch up. Lyons lapping quite considerably quicker than Halusa, for example, in 4th place, 13 seconds back to Halusa. Yeah. But as you say, doing a good job, because those in front of him were pretty professional.
Stuart Hall, the fastest lap of the race, a little earlier, 1:32.558. Just a little bit off that pace now, but keeping Padmore and Lyons at bay. We haven't seen much of Barani, moved up another place.
Barani in the Ferrari, but Stuart Hall in amongst the back markers. Or rather, yeah, that's the M26 of Michael Lyons in amongst the back markers. There's Stuart Hall coming up to complete lap 17, 1 to go. I always wonder when the bloke sticks out his finger. I mean, can you really see that when you're speeding past at 120 miles an hour? One finger? I don't know.
Unlikely, isn't it? But they have pit boards, so
yeah, exactly.
they're not a situation.
Oh, now this is so crucial for Stuart Hall. Look at the back markers. He's in amongst them. It's so.
Oh yes, he's really got to bide his time here. It held up.
That's it.
A couple of seconds.
Yeah. You're really relying on somebody else to look in the mirrors.
Yeah. And that was that other JPS 77, wasn't it, Chris Locke?
Yeah, that's the second time. Yeah. And the gap has actually come down to 3.2 seconds. And look how Padmore has been caught by Lyons. That's come down to under 2 seconds as well on what is the last lap. It could all still change. Hopefully everyone gets through the back markers okay. But Stuart Hall certainly heading now for the checkered flag. In the background, the two JPS cars and Padmore overtaking Chris Locke. Not very far behind, 3.2 seconds still, that gap. But just a few corners to go, just a couple of corners to go for Stuart Hall.
Yeah, Stuart Hall round La Rascasse hairpin for the last time in the superb McLaren M23, designed by Gordon Coppock. And there he goes and takes the checkered flag. And Stuart Hall adds to his tallies of victories here, makes it 2 out of 2 in this Serie E race.
The margin of victory in the end, 3.5 seconds. Stuart Hall to Nick Padmore in second place. And then Michael Lyons in third place, 1.35 further back. So Lyons did close up, but not by enough at the end. Lucas Halusa comes through in fourth place. That still be a satisfactory fourth place for Lucas Halusa.
Stuart Hall slowly around the lap, just soaking in the atmosphere, soaking in the success. And you know, Stuart's had double wins here in the past. Certainly one of the Monaco masters, isn't he?
So really going round here slowly. Fifth was Matthew Wrigley. And I think the rest may have been lapped. I'm not certain if Frédéric Lajoux was lapped or not. He will be in sixth place. And then Mark Davis in 7th place, 8th Steve Brooks, 9th Jean-Denis Delatraz, and 10th Chris Locke. A couple of laps down.
Double thumbs up from the marshals here. Wonderful to see these cracking cars from the mid-70s, which we both reported back in period, didn't we, Bob? And different times in Formula One then, when we were able to mix with all the drivers and mechanics, social events, and just at lunch and on the plane home and so on. It's all a bit different now. Access somewhat restricted. So Hall, Padmore, Lyons, that was the top three. We'll have a little replay and reprise of it in just a few moments. You see those yachts all parked there in the harbour. And Stuart waving his finger, I'm number one. But I noticed after they finished, Padmore was also pumping his fist outside the cockpit. He must have been pretty happy with that. Just superb shape of a racing. I always love the M23 with its side radiators. And that. And then coming back. So still punching the air. He's really pumped up, Stuart, after that victory. He's very happy indeed with that. The Peter Revson car, raced by Peter Revson. Great American, Californian driver from the Revlon Cosmetics Corporation, and you pointed out yesterday he raced a Yardley car from a rival aftershave or perfumery. But Revy is a superb guy. Was proud to have known him, and did die in a testing accident in Kyalami, not driving for McLaren, but Revy really looked like a racing driver. And there's a very good Revson autobiography or biography that is still available. So the whole victory margin in the end was 3.5 seconds as he comes in, receives the applause, and just taps the #1 checkerboard. As the Rofco team come over to congratulate him.
Yes, they're very pleased with that, aren't they?
Yeah.
That obviously means a lot to them.
Steering wheel comes off. Stuart levers himself out of the cockpit. He really is pumped up with that success, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, they're looking forward to some more too.
They might get it.
Yeah, potentially some more. And there is the results. Stuart Hall, Nick Padmore and Michael Lyons on the podium, from Lucas Holusa in 4th place. He'll be pleased with that. Matthew Wrigley in 5th, Frederic Lajou in 6th. So that will be very acceptable as well, all the way down. James Davison, sadly, one of the retirements. Let's hear now from Stuart Hall, who is out of the car, and hopefully, after he's put on that small hedge, he'll be talking to our interviewer on the grid.
Yeah, so Nick Padmore down there. Stuart will receive the garland.
He's so pleased.
Yeah, I've rarely seen Stuart pump like that.
Well, Stuart, congrats. You kept the lead from the race from start to finish to claim this victory from pole position. You managed perfectly to win the race. It was the perfect race for you.
There was a bit of a fuss going on inside the cockpit. It's quite a major problem that arised itself about 7 laps from the end. And yeah, just trying to manage that really, just try and get the old girl to the end. But you know, Rofco built them strong, so you know, credit to the boys. You know, she held together. You know, 10 laps to go, I thought it was done. I honestly thought it was done. So the fact that we're here is a testimony to these boys over there. You know, they've done an amazing job. And yeah, a little girl and a wife at home who believe in me, you know, so it's amazing.
Physically and mentally, how difficult is it to fight with this car in this Monaco circuit?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same for everyone. You know, you just got to go out there, you just got to focus, try not to make mistakes, you know. Easier said than done when you got Padders, Mikey, Marco, and a whole host of seriously quick boys behind you, you know. I see the lap time coming down and down with Padders. I thought, oh, God's sake, when will this race end? Because, you know, but it did, you know, we managed it, and thankfully I got a nice gap at the start, and we could manage it a little bit with the issue, and yeah, we're here, yeah, ecstatic.
You're now ready to do the same in the G-Series?
I will worry about G-Series in a few hours. I'm just going to enjoy this, you know. It's a different race, different car, different circumstances, so I'll enjoy this.
Thanks a lot, Stuart. Congrats, congratulations. Thank you.
Voilà l'interview de Stuart Hall, vainqueur de cette série E. Stuart Hall qui avait clairement
So there's Padders, as Stuart calls him, and then Michael Lyons. Michael actually wearing his chrome cars suit, but of course racing a family car. We'll get into a chrome cars vehicle a little later. Well, speculation, Bob, what do you think the problem was? I suspect gearbox.
Yeah, difficult to say really, isn't it?
I think he might be missing a gear.
we didn't see anything.
There wasn't nothing obvious, was there, at all?
No, we didn't see any brake problems, for example.
No. I suppose it could have been that.
Didn't hear any power problems either. So,
well,
yeah, difficult to say.
Another thing in the notebook for lunchtime,
yeah,
isn't it? So I'll find out.
So they're ready to go on the podium shortly. Stuart Hall, Nick Padmore and Michael Lyons.
Well, some consolation for Michael Lyons after the steering problem in the earlier race with the Surtees. And he really was gutted about that.
The best at the end.
So
the winner gets
the winner at the end, please.
On top.
Simon Stewart's done so well with his career, you know, and his successful world champion in endurance racing. But there, third place, Michael Lyons.
Yeah, Michael Lyons into third place. Into second place here is Nick Padmore. And Nick Padmore from Horsham in West Sussex. And the winner, Stuart Hall.
Ah, a spectacular jump.
And they will be presented with their trophies in a moment, including the Niki Lauda trophy as well. So first of all, the winner's trophy first.
Stuart gives it a kiss. I wonder if he's going to kiss Niki Lauda's
Is he going to kiss Niki Lauda as well? Question. That's for you guys. And now to the second place driver, Nick Padmore, well done. And to the third place driver, Michael Lyons. Does he have a separate transporter to take his trophies home?
He might need one, hadn't he? So 3 BRDC members up there on the podium.
And we will hear the national anthem of Great Britain.
Malgré un problème technique, il s'est imposé. Stuart Hall, Nick Padmore en deuxième position, Michael Lyons troisième. Bravo messieurs, c'est le top 3 de cette série 2. On va mettre positionner ces pilotes sur la plus haute marche tous les trois pour les photos officielles.
Well, they get together for the photograph on the podium.
Now, these guys have won a lot of races on many circuits in Britain, in Europe, but there's always something so special about winning here at Monte Carlo.
Absolutely, and there is the man who finished third, Michael Lyons, in the McLaren, the M26. In second place, Nick Padmore in the Lotus. And the winner, of course, Stuart Hall in the McLaren M23. And that's the way they finished. We now have a short break of about an hour and 20 minutes before we then go to the final 3 races, starting off with the sports car race, which you may wonder, why have we got a sports car race? Well, because this race was held for sports cars in 1952. The Grand Prix was held for sports cars in 1952 because Formula One seemed to be in a bit of a state of flux. They weren't awfully confident of getting a good entry for Formula One, so they decided instead to make it for sports cars. And those sports cars will be on circuit in approximately just over an hour's time.
And we got a very good entry for that. And then the last two races are 45 minutes long, half the length of a Grand Prix, and the two fastest categories all. And we'll be seeing these boys back in more recent Formula One cars, going through in the G category to ground effect. And the champagne is spraying now.
The Rofco guys who, they've still got some more cars, I think, to enter.
Oh, absolutely, car that might win the G race, of course.
So they're going to be smelling of champagne for the rest of the day. A dab of champagne.
So.
Excellent stuff. We'll talk to you again very shortly.
Yeah, for now, from me, Andrew Myatt, from Bob Constantouris, see you later.
So this was race E for Grand Prix cars from 1973 to 1976, and for the Niki Lauda class, and all 3-litre cars, of course. And on pole position was Stuart Hall in a McLaren M23, and it was he who immediately got straight into the lead.
Yeah, Stuart, who won this race last time, was held 2 years ago, had one car not getting away, but Stuart into the lead. Marco Werner, the former Le Mans winner, in second place up the hill in the Chrome Lotus. The shadow there was stranded, and then it was Nick Padmore, and then behind him, Michael Lyons, after the disappointment of the previous race in which he retired. But four of the very top historic racers anywhere in the world doing battle here as they wind their way back down through the hairpins down to the harbour, and there is Werner. But it was a great battle between these two Lotuses, separated by 1 year. Actually, Werner in the slightly older car of the pair, but Hall got a cracking start and pulling away. Everyone else hanging on. But it was about this quartet really out the front of the field. We had quite a lot of spinners, didn't we, particularly down at the hairpin before the pits, regular space. There's another one going round. That's the number 34 Penske of Douglas Moffitt. And then we had this little tangle. But out front it was the story as before, with Stuart Hall pulling away the two Lotuses locked in combat. And then behind that the M23, and then suddenly Werner's car faltered. We'll find out later what happened. He pulled it into the pits and took no more of the action, which meant that Michael Lyons could close up a bit on Nick Padmore, Padders as they call him. And then as the race wore on, there is Stuart Hall, but he was fighting some battle in the cockpit, which he alluded to at the end of the race. It might have been a gearbox issue, we will discover later, but absolutely able to still put in the lap times despite whatever the mechanical issue was. And there he is in the Yardley liveried car, being raced in period by Peter Revson and others. Quite a lot of cars to be lapped, and he's going past that Surtees. And at this stage, Michael Lyons was also closing up, but the Hall car, prepared by the Rofco organisation, still able to stay out front and take the checkered flag. Going home in second place, the Lotus, Nick Padmore, and then in third place, there he is on the podium, Michael Lyons.
Senna was exceptional. He was always my idol. I only ever had one, and that was Ayrton. Seeing the cars he raced in his day always evokes emotion, especially this particular one. Yeah, just voice over, yeah. Just make sure it's okay. Okay?
remise par monsieur Ruben Fangio.
La voce a Vincent per la premiazione finale di questa categoria.
National de Monaco qui va remettre le trophée des légendes, la coupe Antoine, le pilote toujours à Mr.
naturellement exceptionnelle, la plus belle de la journée, elle le restera peut-être toute la journée d'ailleurs.
Andy Middlehurst, vainqueur, superbe vainqueur de cette épreuve de la Et c'est également Monsieur Christophe Robineau qui va remettre le trophée des légendes. La couronne de pilote trophée des légendes sera remise par monsieur Ruben Fangio.
la voce a Vincent per la premiazione finale di questa categoria.
National de Monaco qui va remettre le trophée des légendes, la coupe Antoine, le pilote toujours à Amsterdam. Andy Middlehurst, vainqueur, superbe vainqueur de cette épreuve de la c'est également monsieur Christophe Robineau qui va remettre le trophée des légendes. C'est également monsieur... remise par monsieur Ruben Fangio.
La voce a Vincent per la premiazione finale di questa categoria.
National de Monaco qui va remettre le trophée des légendes, la coupe Antoine, le pilote toujours à Mistral.
exceptionnellement exceptionnelle. La plus belle de la journée, elle le restera peut-être toute la journée d'ailleurs.
Andy Middlehurst, vainqueur, superbe vainqueur de cette épreuve de la Et c'est également monsieur Christophe Robineau qui va remettre le trophée des légendes. c'est également monsieur... Antoine de pilote trophée des légendes sera remise par monsieur Ruben Fangio.
qui arrive. Cette 14e édition du Grand Prix de Monaco Historic. Merci beaucoup d'être avec nous sur la chaîne. Comme on en a eu bien évidemment depuis ce matin, on a parfaitement débuté cet après-midi avec la série C au nom de Vittorio Marzotto, vainqueur du Grand Prix de Monaco 1950. C'est la première série d'après dans quelques instants avec le moteur de sport à la de 1952 à 1957. Ensuite, ça arrivera avec les voitures de Grand Prix en 3 litres de 77 à 80. C'est les générations au nom de la légende de la Ferrari. On en va attendu série G avec les voitures de Grand Prix F1 3 litres. Alors de 1981 à 1985, et bien sûr, la série qui porte le nom de la légende Ayrton Senna. Bien évidemment. La suite de cette magnifique historique, le Nick Pascal qui sort de prison, bien sûr, avec le président Pierre Valette et Pierre qui le rejoint. La série qui arrivera après celle-ci, bien évidemment.
Voilà, merci Alexandre effectivement pour ces commentaires qui renvoient au live streaming live sur l'habitude de Monaco. Et en ce qui concerne Daniel Gatti, il y a des matchs chez les Français, on a envie de venir revenir depuis vendredi matin via les parleurs en tant que commentateur officiel de l'épreuve. Alors c'est parti pour le programme de l'après-midi, ce sera un programme en 3 temps avec pour commencer des courses de Ligue qui sera réservé aux voitures de sport, moteur avant 50 années, 57 millions des années, alors vous allez vous dire tiens, moi Formule 1, des vidéos de Formule 1, moi je demande que la journée Formule 1 depuis le début de la journée, ils sont essentiellement des voitures sur l'histoire du Grand Prix de Monaco. C'est 1952 pour différentes raisons. On a des Formule 1, mais il y a des voitures de sport, je vois des voitures de sport qui a fait irruption en principauté. Ça a donné pour ça un Grand Prix de Monaco 52 remporté par Vittorio Marzotto, qui donne d'ailleurs son nom à cette série. Il y avait également des catégories moins de 2 litres, donc cette fois je suis 1952, c'est pas joli, pas la on va mettre un seul cette année avec une Colombie 1952 en hommage à cette course, c'est un extraordinaire, il n'y a pas d'autre nom extraordinaire ici qui va se présenter à vous avec un Américain, s'il vous plaît, en proposition pour la première place sur les grilles de départ, le joueur qui était conduit de Fred Wegman, le pilote américain numéro 70, c'est différent. Il a remporté cette catégorie en 2022. Il va tenter de succéder à Manuel Benetta, l'auteur de piste pour aller en place. Succéder de grille de départ, mais le précédent soit gagné un des concurrents sérieux avec notamment Richard Wilson de Britannique, c'était du Maserati à 250 et ça a été en 93 spectaculaire pour les entraînements. Il a signé le deuxième de meilleur Renault, Max Verstappen. On a du mal à trouver, il y a quelques de la
coming up next is Series C, so sports racing cars front engine from 1952 to 1957. You may wonder why there's one sports car race amongst all these single-seater races. It's called the Vittorio Marzotto because in 1952 the Grand Prix was run for sports cars, and Vittorio Marzotto was the winner in that year, in 1952. The reason that he ran it for sports cars was because Formula One was in a dire state and they weren't awfully certain whether they were going to get a good enough entry for Formula One, so they got sports cars instead, and certainly had a good entry in sports cars. So that's the reason why. And in fact, they had Castellotti in second place and Slagnotti and Biondetti in a Ferrari in third. Sterling Moss in a Jaguar, probably a C-type, I suspect, was on the front row, and he led for 24 laps, but then retired. So we've got a full grid of cars, very full grid of cars indeed. They're a little bit bulkier, of course, than the single-seaters, or the single-seaters we've seen so far. So it just might be, it's just a little bit more difficult to overtake. But they are intriguing sports cars, all sorts of different vintages, as well as even back to 1948, Connaught, but also all the way through to 58 as well, even to a D-type. Andrew Marriott is here. My name's Bob Constanduros. Andrew Marriott is here alongside me. What do you think of all this?
Well, I think it's absolutely terrific, but I also think there's an outstanding entry for this. I mean, this race is always very competitive. These cars raced quite a lot at other meetings, but this is absolutely the crown jewel in 50 sports car racing. And we have intrigue as well, Bob, because some of the quick people in practice, at least 3 of them, are right at the back of the grid. And we're not sure in the exact detail why, but they have obviously transgressed in some manner, maybe over a line or something like that. We haven't had it in the earlier races, but anyway, we've got Gregor Fiskin and Fiero Eletta, who's won this race in the past, and Nicholas Halusa, and they're all way down at the back of the field. So they're going to have to work their way through, which makes it just that little bit easier to the very best cars in this category. Drivers we've seen race in England a lot. The American Fred Wakeman and Richard Wilson. Richard Wilson's got a fabulous Maserati 250S, not 250F. That's a Cooper Bristol, isn't there? But Wakeman and Wilson will be definitely battling for the front. We got Max Hilliard, who's always quick in this. Sadly had problems with his Lotus 16 in an earlier race when it got stuck in gear. But Wakeman and Richard Wilson just fresh from using his car for a victory at the Goodwood members meeting as well. But we will watch for Fiero Eletta, the Spanish industrialist, and Gregor Fiskin, purveyors of fine racing automobiles to the landed gentry, coming through the field.
And Nicholas Halusa in that D-type Jaguar, because he's also been knocked back to 22nd on the grid, Fiskin to 24th, and Fiero Eletta to 23rd. So they're all together there. It's going to be intriguing just to see how they can come through the field. Fred Wakeman, you mentioned, is an American. Well, just in case he wins and they play the British national anthem, he is a Brit living in America, isn't he?
Oh, I thought he was American, but we'll find out.
He's GB here on the list here. He's GB on my list, and he's GB, so you're outvoted.
Now, I'm outvoted, but can I suggest that he has a British racing licence?
But
because he speaks with an American accent, but I don't know where he was born, so, you know. But anyway, he works for the Schroders Bank in New York, I think. And he won this last year in his Cooper T38 from Lucas Halusa. It was Lucas Halusa who raced in this last year. Those brothers tend to send share cars. But Lucas is in a Maserati 300S. And then it was Guillermo Fiero Eletta, and he was third last year. And then Nicholas Halusa he was in a D-type. But we also got in this Claudia Hurtgen, who, of course, we saw winning the first race of the day. So she's obviously feeling pretty racy. Cooper Jags have been very successful in this race in the past. And again, Guillermo Fiera Eleta, he won this in 1921 with Nicholas Halusa second that year. So we got all the hot shoes, I think, in this. But as we said, you know, Fiera Eleta way down there was about 20th starting position from this penalty.
Got to watch out for the Maseratis. Richard Wilson in Maserati 250S, which I think you mentioned earlier on the weekend, isn't it, is a particularly unknown quantity in a way.
They only built 4 of those, and that car's worth a lot of money. It's worth in the millions anyway. And Richard drives it. I mean, Richard's one of these very successful entrepreneur businessmen who's spends his money wisely, I have to say. Some very nice cars, but he also races a lot, and he's really good. And he has very good coaching, raced with some top people. Richard Wilson will be quick. Fred Wakeman will be quick.
Also on Maseratis then, Claudia Hurtgen, and also Guillermo Fiero Aleta, also in Maserati as well, further back. Smith Hilliard in the Lotus 10, and Tony Wood is in number 36.
And just looking at the shot on the grid, we should say that although most of the cars are open, there are some closed cars here as well, which I suppose, you know, we call GTs these days.
56 to go back to that, or 36 to go back to that, is Tony Wood. We've already seen him in the Tech Mech, and that's the list of Bristol. And then next up is the HWM of number 62, Martin Hunt, who actually qualified 10th, and in spite of having a penalty, starts 6th in the HWM Jaguar. And those HWMs, him and Gregor Fiskin, going to be particularly competitive, aren't they?
Yes, and I mean, that's a company we know a bit about from the past. HW Motors in Surrey.
Heath Walton Motors or HW? Yeah, Heath Walton Motors.
Yes, and they had some Formula 1 cars for a little while. So, a company with some good history. Lovely shots here from the grid.
Beautiful picture of Fred Wakeman's number 70 there a moment ago. 26 there is the Steve Ward's Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. Do you want to talk about replicas?
It isn't a replica. Strangely enough, Fraser Nash had works cars, and then they sold a further run of them to privateers to differentiate between them. They called the ones they sold to the customers replicas. Well, they were replicas of the works cars. They're not replicas of being built 50 years later. They'll just make that absolutely clear. And I didn't know that for years, actually.
Well, it's a very useful piece of information. I didn't know it either.
So, obviously, Imperial didn't have a great big roll cage on it like that. Cycle wings, and the Fraser Nash Company. So it became the Porsche importers in Britain with the Aldington family.
Richard Bourne is in the Lotus 10 as well there, and then Brad Baker, who we've already seen out in an ERA. He's got a Maserati 300S. He's in the top 10 as well, and then we've got number 18, and that is Adrian Sucari from Argentina in a Maserati A6 GCS as well. So that's basically the top 10 on the grid, but watch out for those coming through, if they possibly can come through. There's so much traffic.
And it's only a 10-lap race, as we've gone back to a shorter race for the older cars, of course.
Yeah, so it's going to get complicated out there, and there are going to be some slow cars who eventually are going to have to be lapped as well.
Yeah.
Number 2, I think, is Phil von Finkenstein's Kieft Sport there. That's quite a rarity, because I always thought Kiefts did single-seaters, but not in this instance.
Now, there's a thing there called the Lister Flatiron.
Yes.
It's raced by great period driver Archie Scott Brown in 1958. And I think it's the shape of it. I'm not quite sure why it was called the Flatiron. I didn't know the answer to this many years ago.
Well, it's driven here by Stephen Bond, and he is sort of midfield in that car. Away they go on their their final formation lap. It's a 10-lap race, as Andrew was mentioning. So away they go.
A beautiful day here on the Riviera with Monaco absolutely at its best, isn't it?
Quite a cool breeze, however, blowing off the sea, I noticed. So the cars making their way around, and just about everybody is out there. I'm not certain number 88 is on circuit, and that is Jeffrey O'Neill from the USA in the Maserati 350S. Not certain he's out there, but otherwise we've got a lot of cars making their way around for 10 laps, led by Fred Wakeman, British or Californian.
Or New York. Well, I must check with him actually, because you know quite a lot of people do sometimes race under a license of where they live, and then
Absolutely.
sometimes the computer, traces that back. Before lunchtime, we had a super race, and I found out in the lunchtime period quite a lot of what happened in that. I think we're going to save that to when we get back to the single-seaters.
Okay.
Because some of the drivers are the ones that were involved, and we'll be seeing them again. People like Marco Werner and Stuart Hall and so on, who Stuart, of course, won that race. He told our commentator, our interviewer down there, he had a problem, but he didn't allude anymore. I found out what it was, but we'll go back to that later. It wasn't a major thing, though, actually. So Wakeman and Wilson, and then Smith Hilliard, Claudia Hertkamp. What a terrific drive she started the day off with. Boy, it seems a long time ago now. It was started at 8 o'clock in the morning. Tony Wood, Martin Hunt, I think, is a local to you. Rick Bourne, I remember for many years racing Morgans, and then the 86 car, who we saw Baker a little bit earlier, didn't we? And no.
Brad Baker, yes,
Brad Baker,
in the ERA.
Yeah.
Earlier on, the Canadian driver. So they're making their way round on this final formation lap. It's a fairly slow formation lap, so they're not exactly warming up their tyres. And they're going through to back around the swimming pool at the moment. And 18 corners here at Monaco. And crammed into a pretty small lap as well. The lap is only 3.337 kilometers or 2.07 miles with 18 corners. So you're a busy boy in there with the gear stick and the brakes.
You
and
certainly
the
are. No belts to hold you in. Just looking to think how we got one on starting there. Is it?
I think it's O'Neill.
It's O'Neill, yes. Who's the that runs at a historic festival in up in Sears Point, Sonoma, in California. And,
look at this, the final cars are just coming out of the swimming pool, whereas the front running are already taking up their grid positions. They're going to be sitting there for a while.
I think this is the biggest grid of the race, of the whole meeting. 8 races, of course, here. 7 for Grand Prix cars of various age groups. The last 2 age groups coming up after this, and they're much longer races also. But the sports car race is always very competitive indeed, and of course it would be with all these entries with some very good cars in there.
It's almost like having an endurance race around Monaco, although it's only 10 laps, but so many cars. So we're still waiting in the background. You can see the cars coming through Virage Noguez. There's a place free there, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
After 26. So who is that? That's O'Neill. That's where O'Neill should be.
Yeah, well spotted.
Here we go. Lights coming on, out they go, and away they go, and a really good start there from Connell.
Yeah, that Connell went into 3rd place immediately.
Yeah. So good effort there from the Connell to Thomas Rawlings. Or is it the other Connell?
No, I think it might be the other one.
Yeah, I think it is.
Anyway, as soon as they get into the lap, we'll catch up on that. But Wakeman got a good start. Wilson got a good start too. unusual fins on the back of that car.
But yeah, good start. Is it the Connaught or is that a, that's a Lotus 10?
There's a Lotus 10. It's
Yeah.
Smith Hilliard, isn't it? Yeah.
Very, very good start from the Maserati there of Wilson, in fact, ahead of Fred Wakeman. And then the first of the Lotus 10s.
Oh! The 5276 number from taking part in Emilia, that car, but it's gone around.
Under braking for the hairpin. It's facing the wrong way, and all of a sudden, yeah, he's got a nasty view of somebody coming straight at him. So apologies, well, number 80 there, yeah, is Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson.
Then it's Wakeman. And
then it's Smith Hilliard, and that is Adrian Sakari in a Maserati A6 GCS, Argentine driver. So come a long way to spin on the first lap.
And hit the barrier. Basically, he was offline and, yeah, hit the barrier twice.
He did. Hit the barrier twice. I think he'll be able to carry on. I noticed an Argentine stripe down the car as well. But Wilson and Wakeman, they've raced together a lot. Goodwood and other places, Silverstone Classic.
And it was Tony Wood who made such a good start.
Yes.
So I'm sorry it's taken us rather a long time to work that out. But there it is, Wilson, Wakeman, then Tony Wood, then Claudia Hertmann in 4th place, Martin Hunt upper place into 5th, and then Bourne in 6th, Smith Hilliard in 7th, Baker in 8th, Halusa in 9th place, and then in 10th place, Gregor Fiskin, already up about 13 places.
That was outstanding. So they're pushing that car. Will it go through that gap? Just about, I think.
we're not being shown that.
No.
Piero later also up into 13th place.
Yeah, but Wakeman's gone into the lead.
Yeah, Wakeman into the lead, you're right.
And
Wilson, where did that happen?
Well, we were looking at that other car being pushed back at the time and still waving the front. Look, well, they haven't got it through that gap because I think there's a strut that's holding the arm cut.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to get it past that.
It's sort of out of the way there, but if he can spin there, somebody else might. Yeah, so we don't know where Fred Wakeman made his move.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got a replay of that.
And Fiskin up to 9th, you know, and fastest on the first sector this second lap. So Fiskin's certainly moving up the field.
And I'm afraid Halusa is going the other way, dropping back. So I'm not certain why, but I think he's probably stopped on circuit somewhere. So number 70 there, Fred Wakeman ahead, and that's Claudia Hertmann, I think, going up 1 place.
Definitely.
Yep. So she's up into 3rd. Not to be underestimated. The lady from Aachen.
Who's been winning races here for a quarter of a century, the best part of anyway. Magnificent. Fiskin then up to 9th now. And Fiskin's middle sector on this lap was 3 seconds quicker than anyone else. So he is really flying. Gregor Fiskin done quite a lot of racing in the modern idiom. Race at places like racing at Sebring, amongst others. Now, is this the replay? This is what happened. Wilson in the lead in that shot. That Lotus 10 is not a pretty car. And then
round the outside.
How did it?
Round the outside of Massenet, which is one of the quicker corners.
People don't do that normally, do they?
They don't do that, no.
Lots of yellow flags now. Now, they just brought them in.
That was for the Argentines, Maserati. But look at this, under pressure again. Richard Wilson's come back at him.
Well, timing and scoring's gone a little bit AWOL, I think, hasn't it?
What have they done with that? What have they done with that?
They managed to get it. Oh, I don't know. They must probably.
So out in the lead is Wakeman from 80, Richard Wilson, and then Claudia Hertmann right behind them, putting pressure on them. Then a gap has grown now to Tony Wood.
Be interesting to see if Fiskin can get past 2 or 3 on this lap. I mean, he's raced so many different cars, such Gregor. So we've got a battle with 3 of them now. And there you see the trident on the front of those 2 Maseratis. Not the same model. So the 250S and the 300S.
So one presumably 2.5 litres, the other 3 litres.
Yes, that's right. But I could stand corrected on this. I've got an idea the 250 engine is the same that's in the 250F Maserati. A bit before my time, really, these. But superb machines, aren't they?
Well, this is a great battle for the lead, isn't it? Fred Wakeman really being taken to task here. A driver who is well known around these parts. He's won here. I think he won, what, 2 years ago, didn't he?
A very regular guy in the sort of Goodwood, Silverstone, the big historic meetings in Britain, with his car prepared by Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who had problems, of course, this morning when he was racing. He's got a nice stable of cars, which are definitely kept in the UK.
Piero Aleta also in trouble, I think, on that last lap. He's dropped back to 19th place. Gregor Fiskin, however, still, Halusa. Now, that must be a problem with his transponder, because he suddenly appears in 9th place. He was dropping right down the order.
Yes.
And now he's appeared back in 9th place.
That would seem about right for him, wouldn't it? Yeah. So we can have a look.
Fiskin.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's all a bit confused around there. Brad Baker's in amongst them as well. We're giving you wrong information, principally because we're getting it off the screen, and it's not quite right there either.
What I do know is that Fiskin's made up 2 places on this last lap, and
we've suddenly gone back up again. That's why.
No, Fiskin's just moving up the field, but some of the others, the transponders are playing up. But well sorted out. Wakeman in the lead, but Wilson putting pressure on him, as is Hurtgen, and there's a little gap then to Tony Wood, and then Max Hilliard and Martin Hunt, Rick Bourne, Gregor Fiskin. And Fiskin's got a next car to snap at the heels of, will be Rick Bourne, and there's a little bit of a gap there to catch up. And oh, look, a challenge for the lead. Wilson trying to get back in the lead. Couldn't quite do it there, but he's looking at it, he's thinking about it, isn't he?
Oh, it's tremendous high speed. These 3 really going for it as well. Fred Wakeman, and well, just trying to push him into some sort of a mistake, preferably nowhere costly in terms of body damage, but just trying to get him off line a fraction. That's what Richard Wilson would be trying to do in the Maserati. And now they're coming into the realms of back markers. And the first that they're going to hit is number 2. That is Thomas Rawlings in Ewan Surgison's Connaught.
Yeah, L2 model.
They've got past him, all 3, but it's going to bunch them up, isn't it?
Certainly is.
And this is the intriguing bit.
Yeah, and Wilson's really worrying at him, isn't he? He's trying to push him into a mistake.
Claudia Hurtgen taking different lines as well, just in case something goes awry. And just a tremendous trio, high-speed trio. And they're going to be weaving between these back markers.
Yeah, Cooper Jaguar. It's a lot of success, Cooper Jaguars, around this. Just suits this particular track, I think.
Is this the Colonel Michael Head Cooper Jaguar?
I believe so, yes.
Patrick Head's father. Well, he was a colonel when I saw him racing, but I think he went up to brigadier. He was in the diplomatic corps. He was Secretary of Defense, not Secretary of Defense Attaché,
okay,
to Sweden.
So, Piero Aleta, former winner of this race, is up to 10th, having had that penalty. Fiskin is up to 8th. Seems to have stuck there a little bit.
Great the way the back markers do really try and get out of the way. They must spend their entire time looking in the mirrors now, which can't be all that much fun, but great respect for one another in the competitors in historic racing.
Yeah, and they know each other well. So Richard Wilson and Fred Wakeman know each other very well indeed. And
Claudia Hurtgen has just been dropped a little bit because of the traffic there, and is she going a little bit slower? Well, she's certainly dropped back from the leading duo.
Now, Wilson hasn't given up by any manner of means. He's really pushing, trying to find a way past.
Is he going to try now, down into Mirabeau?
Wakeman defending well.
Placing the car.
Yeah.
Both right-hand drive, incidentally. Even the Maserati.
Yeah, that's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah. And also, so is Claudia Hurtgen's Maserati as well. Now they're coming up to more traffic. It's going to get complicated again. We are actually halfway through this race. A little bit of oil smoke there from, was that the Pegaso possibly ahead of them? Or David Franklin and the Ferrari? No.
Plenty of traffic threading their way through, and Wakeman seems to do a slightly better job of it than Wilson in the car. It's raced in period by famous Americans. Carroll Shelby, of course, AC Cobra fame, and Jim Hall raced the car. Richard survived a horrific shunt at Goodwood about 8 years ago now.
First and second, Wakeman and Wilson. There's Claudia Hurtgen. They've weaved their way through those back markers quite successfully. And again, they all close up as they go through Rascasse. And once again, Fred Wakeman really covering the road, making sure there isn't any possibility. It's only a short blast between the two, and they head up towards Saint-Devot. Wakeman really positioning the car well, but not this time.
And he caught it, though. Got lots of opposite lock-on, did Richard Wilson. Thought it was heading for the barrier, but of course that cost him a second or two.
And where is Claudia Hurtgen? I think she has dropped back as well.
Yeah, she dropped behind Smith Hilliard. Oh, that was so close.
Yeah.
Richard having basically to take to the curbing. But it's pretty difficult to get past into there, isn't it?
And Smith Hilliard then up into third place, and Claudia Hurtgen has dropped back. Now, I'm not awfully certain how or where that was, but now Smith Hilliard right on the tail of Richard Wilson. There is Claudia Hurtgen. She's still there, but she obviously was delayed briefly for whatever reason. And her place has been taken by Smith Hilliard in the Lotus 10. I have to confess, I'm not certain what power unit that would use, the Lotus 10.
I would think of a climax, wouldn't it?
We've got some excellent...
we have, yes. That might reveal it.
Excellent notes.
The Jaguar engine in Wakeman's car, I'm pretty sure is basically a D-type engine. But, yes, Lotus 10. And that begat the Lotus 11, which is a much prettier car. I thought it was hugely successful. They built an awful lot of them. Lotus 10's a pretty rare sort of beast.
So we have three. There is a Lotus 11. They've just overtaken the white Lotus 11. But we've got a trio, but it's a different trio to last time. It's now Wakeman, Wilson, and Smith Hilliard.
And Piskin's finally got up to 7th place. They're now charging after Tony Wood, and I think he might be able to get past him.
Smith Hilliard dropping back just a fraction now on the blast along the pit straight. Now, yes, Claudia Hurtgen was balked by a slower car to such an extent that Smith Hilliard got past her. And just on the blast between the swimming pool and Rascasse. Oh, and a spin from Richard Wilson. He's hit the barrier.
So he really got a bit wild, hadn't he? Had that previous incident. And Richard Wilson hopefully can get it out of there. But that's any chance of a podium gone for him.
Yeah. So yellow flags out of the casino square. And hopefully that isn't too badly damaged. It looked as though it should be cosmetic. But in theory, if he's still got the engine running, he should be able to get away with that. But Smith-Hilliard was really pushing him, but I don't think there was any contact.
No, I don't think so. Bit of panel beater needed.
Hopefully that's all it is, but he's still in the car, and I would have thought he should be able to drive out of there, but not awfully certain that's going to happen. So, Fred Wakeman in the lead then from Max Smith-Hilliard in second place, and they are about to complete lap 8 of 10. There's Max Smith-Hilliard. That's an Aston Martin DB3S, that's not him. But beautiful Aston Martin. Here comes Fred Wakeman. There's the Lotus in the background. What's the gap between the two of them? Wakeman to Smith-Hilliard. It was 2.6 seconds, and it is now 2.5 seconds. So it'll take a long time for it to come all down at that rate. But we shall see what he can do about it. And Claudia Hurtgen now comes through in third place. Tony Wood in fourth, Martin Hunt in fifth. He'll be happy with that. Gregor Fiskin in sixth now, and then Bourne in seventh.
Yeah, but look at the damage.
Eighth.
Yeah, look at the damage on the front of that number 10 Smith-Hilliard car, though. On the left, you'll see it on the left front. He's going to need a.
So you think there was contact? Yes. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, but that looks like quite strong contact.
Yeah.
It didn't appear like that on our screen. But he's getting a bit bold down there now, isn't he?
Fred Wakeman, they're following that Aston Martin through Portier now.
Beautiful DB3S.
Look at Smith-Hilliard alongside. The battle for the lead continues, but he hasn't got the grunt out of the corner. The Jaguar power superseding that of the Lotus, not surprisingly. And they accelerated through the tunnel, and Fred Wakeman, that's the biggest challenge he's had to his lead, and it was quite a challenge, and the Lotus certainly seems to handle well.
Been a cracking race, though, this hasn't it? Claudia Hurtgen probably going to be on the podium. Just checking Fiskin. It's challenging now for Martin Hunt for fifth place. I think he might snick that one.
Yeah, he might do. They're very, very close. Of course, they're both in HWMs. HWM making single-seaters and then making sports cars out of those single-seaters.
Yeah, Smith-Hilliard really is trying hard, doesn't have a go. Well, he does, though.
About to
really
start the last lap. They're still behind the Aston.
Yeah, and they're going to go past the Connaught now, and hopefully they find a way through. One lap to go, and Wakeman versus Max Smith-Hilliard, and all the disappointment Max had this morning with his Lotus 16. Well, very different story with this car.
And accelerating through up the hill from Saint-Devote up to Massenet, through the long left-hander at Massenet. Still the yellow flags there, so Smith-Hilliard can't attempt to overtake there because of the Maserati parked on the right there in the barrier. And as they go down the hill for the last time, it's Max Smith-Hilliard trying round the outside, but no, doesn't manage it. But might try again. He's trying everywhere, actually, isn't it? And that's a lovely thing. You know, there are certain places that you do or don't overtake at Monaco, not in historic racing. Everywhere is an opportunity.
Well, he's done it. Look, he's got inside him. Oh, and Wakeman spins. Oh, goodness me. Wakeman will get going again. I don't know if he's not going to hold on to second place. Claudia Hurtgen will go through. I expect quite a lot of people will go through. There's that Fraser Nash replica, and in his Graham Hill helmet.
Does Max Smith-Hilliard know he's in the lead? Look, he's in the
the cars everywhere now. That Connaught stop. Oh, of course, Wakeman is manoeuvring himself, but he's going to get back in the race. Well, he really was trying hard everywhere, and then there was just left a little gap, didn't he? He left Wakeman offline, rear end stepped out.
Might have been a bit more slippery out there where he...
didn't hit anything, but
thank heavens.
Couldn't get it into gear and away quickly, so he's probably dropped to 5th or 6th place, I would have thought. But, oh, entertainment all round this Monaco track. Smith Hilliard, Hurtgen, Wakeman shown in third place still, but they are coming towards the checkered flag now.
There it is, checkered flag for Max Smith Hilliard. Has gone into the lead in second place. Claudia Hurtgen to go with her first place earlier on. Now, who's going to come through in third? The suggestion is Fred Wakeman, but we shall see.
See if he got it turned round quickly enough.
Well done to Claudia Hurtgen. Congratulations to her. It's after all that, it's Nicholas Halusa from that penalty.
Well done to him.
Oh,
yeah.
From 22nd on the grid. Nicholas Halusa in third place, Tony Wood in fourth, Gregor Fiskin in fifth place, Martin Hunt demoted to sixth by Gregor Fiskin, and then seventh Fred Wakeman, who led for so long, just ahead of number 8, and that, of course, is Richard Bourne.
Yeah, well, Max was lucky, wasn't he, that the bodywork wasn't rubbing on the tyre.
Yeah, yeah. After that incident, I'm certain there wasn't contact, but there obviously was. Unless that was some other instance, but we shall see. So, what a result. What a race that was, too.
Yeah, afternoon started so well. I mean, I had cracking racing earlier on, but that was terrific. And, well...
Fiero Aleta finished in 9th place, Brad Baker in 10th, then Nicola Burt in 11th place, Ali Kelby in 12th, and when you think Max Smith Hilliard was actually left on the grid at the start of this race and then got going.
And that car originally was owned to Max Smith Hilliard Lotus 10 by a big character called Cliff Davis, who was famous for his motor racing parties, where Graham Hill used to perform his rugby ditties.
And that is where that number plate is so well known.
Yeah.
From Cliff Davis. He was a West London car dealer, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And he dealt in American cars quite a lot, if I remember. And there's quite a few in the lock-up garages behind his forecourt, or show space. There was quite a lot of racing teams in there. I remember going there as a kid. So anyway, that car did race in 55 and 56. Had a good second in class at the 9 hours at Goodwood. But yeah, that famous number plate. And I'm interested to see what Max has got to say for himself after that race.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because you got obviously some of the big names making mistakes. Fred Wakeman.
Well, wait a second, that's all taped up. That is almost, is it taped up? No, it isn't.
No, I don't think so. No. Well, I didn't see a big hit, but we'll see in the highlights, we may be able to see it more. Or maybe it's something else completely different. Now, I wonder if our interviewer will ask him about it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here's Claudia Hurtgen. Well done to her for her second place. She stayed out of trouble and just did a watching and waiting.
See his helmet, it says Hill Lard. And you got Hill in big letters. Just as Graham had Hill on the side of his helmet some of the time. He jumps out, gets a hug from his wife and the team there. So after all that disappointment this morning, it's all come good.
Yes, there's a couple of incidents he could be asked about, couldn't he?
Yeah.
And here is the young third-place driver, Nicholas Halusa. Well done to him.
Of course, the D-type was still being developed at the cut-off in this, so that was one of the early ones, I think, probably with a 3.4 engine. And they'll cherish that. Garland, Laurel Garland.
There it is, there's the result. Tony Wood in fourth place, Gregor Fiskin fifth, Martin Hunt from the South Downs in sixth place, then Fred Wakeman, Richard Bourne, etc. So great result, lots of names in there to be conjured with, but a really excellent drive for Nicholas Halusa up into third place as well, from so far back in the grid, working his way through the order. Richard Wilson down in.
Yeah, after his spin. So.
Every bit counts. Yeah.
Well,
thank you.
Cracking.
Well, Max Verstappen, congrats. Win here in Monaco. What a race. Big battle with the move for the win in the last lap. Can you describe this last lap, please?
I did a really poor start, and I didn't really know how many cars had gone by me. But when I saw sort of the 3 quickest cars out in front, I knew there was something to go for, and picked them off. I just guess I knew what I've got to do in that last lap, really, and it's great. I've got to write a new bucket list now.
You enjoy this race, this magnificent race?
Yeah, it was super. It was good. Because I was behind, I was chasing, and that's probably better than defending for me. So I was chasing, and it came good in the end. So brilliant. Thank you very much, Monaco. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thanks a lot. Congrats.
Now, I'm interested to see if he walks round and has a look at the front of the car. Because, Bob, I didn't see a push, did you?
No.
And I just wondered who was there before. There's Richard Wilson. He's got his crash helmet off. Looking a bit glum, as well he might.
The car being loaded onto a flatbed brake, ready to be there.
I mean, that's quite a big hit to do, though.
Yeah.
I know it's aluminium sheet, but nevertheless.
That's a fair amount of panel bashing, as you say.
Yeah. I'm so lucky it wasn't fouling the tyre.
Yes, exactly.
He's pointing at something.
Well, I think they're just pointing to go onto the rostrum.
Yes.
So, is he having a look at the front of the car?
No,
I don't think he has.
And it's a normal thing a racing driver do after that. So, I kind of think maybe that it was there at the beginning. Let's have a look at the early pictures of this and see.
Yeah, let's hope we
will in
can see
a
them.
moment. Obviously, we got this victory celebration first. And
there's
Nicholas
Halusa and Claudia Hertgen.
So, certainly a good weekend for her. A first and a second.
She has a big chat with Nicholas Halusa. And to be honest, those two are old enough to be his parents. So a little bit of a debrief of what's happening on the podium for Max Verstappen. Claudia doesn't need that because she's already been up there, thank you very much. Yeah. And Nicholas Halusa, I think, has had results here in the past. Perhaps not in this particular car, because of course the Halusa family do chop and change.
Nicholas Halusa in 21 was second.
Right. Here they go, up onto the podium, up onto the rostrum. And first of all, it will be Nicholas Halusa who goes on to the 3rd spot. Once again, the union flags there. Here comes Nicholas Halusa. Well done, congratulations to him. And, well, one of the Halusas has been on the podium anyway, that's good news.
Yeah.
In 2nd place, Claudia Hertgen. Big congratulations to her to go for her win earlier on today. Max Verstappen in number 1 position. Max Verstappen, and he goes through and onto the top step of the rostrum. And now we get the presentation of the trophies. With, first of all, to Max Verstappen, the winner's trophy. Now, does he get a picture of Vittorio Mazzotto? No, I don't think he does.
Do they know what Vittorio looked like?
Oh, yes.
A picture
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Now, whether that's him or he gets a kiss, too.
He does.
And to the 2nd place driver, there we are. To Claudia Hertgen and to Nicholas Hertgen, to Nicholas Halusa, excuse me. third place trophy. And we will hear once again the national anthem of Great Britain. So well done to Max Smith-Hilliard. Get together for the photograph with Claudia Herken and Nicholas Halusa. There we go. Fine result, well done. Congratulations to them, and of course now there is the lovely D-type with that distinctive number, OKV1. And there is the Maserati 300S of Claudia Herken. And the Lotus 10 of Max Smith-Hilliard. The driver's off the rostrum. Has Nicholas Halusa, is he racing again? I'm not certain. So carrying their bottles of Veuve Clicquot with them. Champagne. Haha. Claudia drained hers, and here goes, the champagne flies. I'll tell you what, Claudia Herken went after her mechanics like something else just then. She wasn't going to let them get away.
And you know, the winning car actually appeared in a film called Checkpoint, which starred some very famous actors at the time, Anthony Steele and James Robertson Justice. It was in that film.
Well, quite a celebration there, and the trophy is signed as well, will be signed, I think, for Max Smith-Hilliard.
I have to assume he's the guy that produced these most unusual trophies. Never seen anything like it in my life. I've seen models like that, but not used as trophies.
No.
I'm sure that will be absolutely treasured.
Yeah.
So it's written, this is written, nobody can steal the project.
And a special bag there for, I guess, is it for the trophy or is it a kit bag, a helmet bag?
I think it looks like a helmet bag.
Yeah, exactly. From stand 21, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So an extra little gift as well. So under the blue Monegasque skies, this is how the race for sports racing cars, front-engined, from 1952 to 1957, how this worked out. Series C for the sports racing cars from 1952, and of 1952, of course, it was a sports car race here, the Monaco Grand Prix, and the Series C race over 10 laps commemorated that race from 1952. And at the start, it was Fred Wakeman who got away. But in the background there, slowly getting away, is Max Smith-Hilliard. It wasn't a quick start.
No, he said in the interview it was a quick start, but it certainly wasn't. But then I think when he got it up into third gear, he suddenly moved ahead, and up they streamed in what was to be a pretty hectic race. Just remember, we're trying to see if there's any damage on the front of the Smith-Hilliard car early on. There he is. No, there isn't, is there?
No, there isn't. No, there was an odd spin here as they went down into the hairpin, into the barrier. And so there was a yellow flag there for a while. And then it was Richard Wilson out in the lead from Fred Wakeman. And
the Argentine-owned car just being manoeuvred. But Fred Wakeman here coming under a lot of pressure from his old rival, Richard Wilson.
Yellow flags at the hairpin, and Richard Wilson sticking his hand up and saying, we've got to slow here for the yellow flags, and that's why, because the marshals were manoeuvring that Maserati. And then Fred Wakeman round the outside through Massenet into the lead. That is not often done.
No, fabulous move that, but it was all to come to naught later on.
And Richard Wilson really challenging Fred Wakeman.
Just managed to hold on there, but Richard Wilson's getting a little bit wild by then, wasn't he?
Yeah. And he managed to hold it all together, as you say, and then they went through Casino Square, and behind him there was contact.
I was hit, you know. He was by Max Hilliard. Just saw the car bump up.
And the car of Richard Wilson ended up in the barrier. Max Smith-Hilliard got away with it, and then was challenging Fred Wakeman for the lead as they went down into Portier. Fred Wakeman very sportingly left the door open, and Max Hilliard said, thank you very much. Offline, the Cooper Jaguar of Fred Wakeman spun. Here it is again.
Took a little time to get it fired up again after that spin. Fortunately didn't hit the barrier, but that left the way for Max Smith-Hilliard after disappointment in the previous race, come home to take a treasured victory here in what was a classic race, and a super run from Halusa, and of course also Claudia Hürtgen inheriting second place. So Max Smith-Hilliard in his Graham Hill helmet on the podium, Claudia Hürtgen on the left. Wow, coming up next, Bob, will be Classic Grand Prix cars 1977 to 1980. We'll just let our colleagues speak to the French audience for a moment.
tiens, un jour, un petit peu, il n'y a pas de souci. Avec Arnaud, effectivement, on a bien tout fait. J'espère que.
De Monaco Historic Grand Prix. Ça se passe bien, j'ai dans la voiture de Senna. Voilà, je suis super convaincu. Non, c'est super, c'est extraordinaire. Vas-y, vous êtes en retour de base ou c'est une découverte? Moi, je viens de Rouen et Verstappen, il disait ça. Vous ne connaissez pas le jeune homme. Il était là, ça. Lui, j'ai y allé avec mon père. Et c'est mon enfance. J'ai une famille de passionnés de voitures. Mon père, voilà. Ils ont toujours aimé les voitures et j'en avais beaucoup depuis que je suis gamin. Quelle voiture vous avez piloté maintenant, on va dire, je reviens sur Senna, la McLaren, voilà, je veux bien celle-ci, moi. Elle est belle, le planning, elle est incroyable, c'est toujours très très bon. Merci beaucoup, Allez, Emmanuel et Dominique, on retourne un petit peu avec vous. Il y a la série qui va partir dans quelques instants, et c'est bon, c'est très intéressant, bien sûr.
Well, the next race is scheduled to start at 3:50. So that is in pretty much time. Which is for 3 Formula 1 cars for the period from 1977 to 1980. Class 1 is for cars that don't have ground effect. This is the era when the ground effect came into play, thanks to the 78 to 79 design by Don Chapman and Steve Pigliatos. So class 1 is for the non-ground effect cars. Class 2 is for ground effect cars which run with the bottom of the PFE engine. And class 3 is for cars that don't have the bottom of the PFE engine, but are ground effect type cars. And going on farms from qualifying yesterday, this is going to be a big success for Michael Lyons. So this is the race which you really should release. One of the other parts on how you find in this race. I want to take one by 8 minutes in to make sure you've got the right conditions in the S6COT, but massive success over the years. So although as a Grand Prix car, this sets the successful proposition.
In Michael Lyons' hands in historic racing, historic Formula 1 racing, the car's been very successful indeed. That's car number 24 on page.
So our next group of cars is Series F, Formula 1 Grand Prix cars, 3 litres from 1977 to 1980. This was the start of the turbo era. 1977 was when the Renault Formula 1 turbo first appeared, and it was the Renault, as I say, the 1977 car. So this is when the turbos began. They weren't competitive immediately. So these, most of these normally aspirated cars were still competitive.
And also when ground effects came into effect, and started, of course, by Colin Chapman's Lotus team with the Lotus 78. But not all these cars are ground effect. But here is an intro. We have a boy's own story in this particular race because Mike Lyons is on the pole. Miles Griffith was on the pole 2 years ago, and then the car broke. Is second. And then in the number 4 Tyrrell is Steve Shanley. We went, who? Because, you know, we follow this and we know these people, and the most incredible story has emerged. Now, we tried to Google him. We found a racing driver of that name from New Zealand. It's not him. We found some guy in America in the financial world. It's not him. This is a guy who's actually from a building family in Britain. And what has he done? He's rode the Atlantic single-handed. He has, Lando enjoying the action here, he has climbed the Matterhorn 2 or 3 times before, not having any previous experience before. He's climbed the 3 highest, the kind of highest mountain in England, Scotland and Wales. And he's done some racing in a Lotus Elan, I think maybe in a V2V car. Never driven a Formula 1 car, as we know. He then went to the AGS Racing School in Le Luc in
the south of France, just north of Toulon.
And they had a Tyrrell entered for Frank Montagny, former Formula 1 driver. And they've got quite a collection of racing cars there and Formula 1 cars, and a school and a nice simulator. And he has gone to this school, he's done virtual laps, and then with this Tyrrell he's done some other laps. And then he's gone 3rd fastest. I mean, it is unbelievable. Now, I've tried to track him down. I've been to the paddock 2 or 3 times to try and talk to him. I have not done that successfully yet. But, so we haven't actually spoken to this Mr. Shanley, but it is just the most incredible story. Now, qualifying 3rd in this is one thing. And I think we've got also one person's moved down, Bob, hasn't he, after a problem. But can he hang on for 45 minutes? And right behind him is Jonathan Cochet, who is a French driver with a lot of success behind him. And he's, you know, obviously going to be pushing hard. And it's Jonathan, 47 now, and races in things like the V2V Championship. But in the past, you know, he's been a French Formula Renault champion, a French Formula 3 champion, raced successfully in LMP2. Jonathan Cochet, so he is 4th. Well, Lando there, talking to fans.
Yeah, Lando was trying to wind up somebody else from Formula 1, Zach Brown, who starts in number 27, Williams. Zach Brown, of course, the CEO of McLaren, the McLaren racing team. And he was just trying to wind him up a little bit. No doubt they've had words about how to go quickly around here. But Zach Brown does not start really amongst the front runners. He's a bit beyond halfway in this quite big field of cars, it has to be said.
And strangely, he's not the only team owner racing here, because Wayne Taylor, very successful team owner from the United States, although of course he's originally from South Africa. A lot of success racing himself in the past in the big sports car races in America, and the 2 sons are also racing that. And he has acquired a Wolf, which has been driven by 2 South Africans in its career. So now we've got 3 South Africans driving.
That's Zach Brown, 18th he starts on the grid.
Yeah, and then I say Wayne Taylor, to be honest, he hadn't raced for quite a long time. He seemed a little bit overawed by it all. He hadn't been around Monaco. He's fulfilling an ambition. The car raced in period by Jody Scheckter, of course, South African world champion, later by Desiree Wilson. But
Wayne, of course, met Jody Scheckter when he was a kid in South Africa.
Yeah, yeah.
So actually, that Wolf is a really nice-looking car. Was it a Postlethwaite design?
Yes, it was.
Harvey Postlethwaite, yeah.
And that was after Frank Williams' team had been taken over by the Canadian oil magnate Walter Wolf, who also lent his name to a perfume, as related yesterday.
Which is still available.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can get the number 4 car in our sights.
So 1977 to 98 was just at the back of that group, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So Wayne Taylor, who's got 2 sons as well, Jordan and Ricky, both of whom are very successful racers as well. So the genes have passed on well.
Yeah, they race for Wayne's team now, which is now joined with Andretti Motorsport, but for many years he ran it himself completely. Sometimes the boys go off and drive for other teams, particularly Ricky, but the family outfit, Wayne, one of the best people you can interview in the middle of a race when things are getting a bit hectic, because he has some pretty good theories at times. But yeah, he's a great team owner and fulfilling an ambition here.
He really did confess that it was all a bit overwhelming when I spoke to him just before qualifying yesterday. Just needed to get his head together. There was so much going on around this circuit, so much for him to do. It's not like an endurance race, not like Le Mans where you can have a bit of a breather on one of the straights or anything like that. This is all action, especially when you've got a big DFV 3-litre behind you, pushing you as hard as possible, and a few other cars as well.
Miles Griffiths is in one of the several big lineup of Fittipaldis today, one of the F5As from 1977, and nice to see the engineer, Emerson's engineer of those days, Dave Luff, here enjoying the action. But Miles in that Fittipaldi F5A, I mean, we have to say, in its time, it wasn't a great car. And obviously for Miles to do that, man who runs the high-tech motorsport outfit, well, then we got this intrigue in the 3rd place of this Steve Shanley. What is he going to do?
Run by the AGS, as it was called, that Automobile Gonfaronnaise Sportive, a little village north of Toulon, where Henri Julien used to make racing cars, single-seaters, all of them, Formula Renault initially, and then Formula 2, and then Formula 1.
It sounds like they've still got a very nice operation there, with what they're doing with race driving schools and experience days and so on. So a lovely lineup there of the Monaco colours.
And Jonathan Cochet was really an espoir, a hope for the future. But one of those drivers who his career just didn't quite take off as it should have done, and so he never got any further. But a real shame, because Jonathan Cochet was certainly a talented. I think he won the French Formula 3 championship.
He did, yes. So Michael Lyons in this ex-Rupert Keegan Hesketh, the later model 308E, and has the penthouse pet there. She is on the front, and that was modelled on a real person, I believe. It wasn't somebody's imagination. So Michael there getting ready for this, and we'll see Griffiths just in the background in the 14 Fittipaldi.
And really, that Hesketh wasn't particularly competitive, I don't think. The one that James won in was the previous one, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Yeah,
and I think Alexander, by then, Lord Alexander Hesketh, was not putting so much money into the team. They were desperate to try and find a sponsor, and they never did actually find one, and then they wound up the team. It's been a very successful book about Hesketh team, published quite recently. I believe it's done very well. And I went to a forum at Silverstone the end of last year where Alexander was being interviewed, and it was absolutely hilarious, actually.
So here it is, Series F for Gilles Villeneuve for Grand Prix cars 1977 to 1980. Coming up, 18 laps scheduled. And yes, the 14th Monaco Grand Prix Historique. it's got a bit cloudier, a bit cooler as well. 20 degrees the air temperature. The wind coming off the sea now, and that's quite cool.
So, Lyons Griffith, and then what can this boy's own hero, Shanley, do? He's an adventurer. I mean, can you imagine? He had very little experience of rowing, and he rowed across the Atlantic. I mean, it's extraordinary. And then he climbed these mountains, and then he wants to go race. Oh, I want to race at Monaco in a Formula 1 car. Oh, here I am. Oh, I'm third. Help!
Shanley Finance is what he is involved in.
Yeah,
as well.
I think they build homes, I believe. So we'll see what happens. Also, just noting, Carlos de Quesada, the driver from Tampa Bay. Congratulations, son won a race yesterday, ran the Michelin Pilot race in America. So I'm sure there's been phone calls between Michael and Carlos, dad and son, overnight.
Lee Mole out there in the classic team, Lotus 78. So there's a few Lotuses out there as well. Basically Tyrrell's, was a Ferrari, Jürgen Boden, quite some way down in the Ferrari 312 T5. McLaren's, of course, M26s, Marches as well, Lotus 81 and 78. Fittipaldi's, about 4 or 5 of those, at least there were. We lost one, sadly. That of Sam Hancock, who made a rare mistake in the F8. The Wolf, we've also got a couple of Heskeths, that's to say Ensigns, Williams's FW07B and FW06, that's quite an early one. And then the Arrows as well, the Lek, which is a one-off, not quite a one-off, but it's the only one that exists in complete form for Ron Maiden, who used to run the Masters Championship and has now handed it over to Fred Fatien. And then we've also got the Theodore, Philip Hall in the Theodore, and a BRM 207, PT07, Bruce Marcon, if he is out there, but I'm not certain he is.
And, of course, Lek made racing cars and refrigerators. Charlie Purley, David's son, and one of the few...
David's father.
Father, sorry, yeah. One of the few British white goods manufacturers down there on the south coast.
Bogner.
Bogner, yeah, there's Shanley. That is Shanley. What's he thinking? Well, he had some racing experience, but at club level. And
this is big boy stuff.
This is big boy stuff. They're just getting the gloves nice, a Welsh dragon on the helmet of Mark Hazel. Another Fittipaldi. Just hoping Dave Luff, who's the chief engineer for Fittipaldi, hope to see him on the grid looking at the cars.
Probably thinking, I'm sure we didn't design it like that, but it looks better.
Just in the early, just before lunchtime, remember, we had Stuart Hall saying he had a problem, and I found out what it was, and strange enough, I thought I saw the cockpit coming up a little bit a couple of times. I looked again and I didn't see it. What was happening, actually a little bracket holding the cockpit down had broken, but Stuart was sort of holding it in with his shoulder, so that's why we didn't see it lifting again. Oh, a bit of last minute work there.
Yeah, on Lee Mole's car.
Yeah. Also, Marco Werner in that race, remember, he retired when he was a front runner. That was a dog ring, second gear dog ring broke. And also we saw the other Lotus that had a problem, and that was brakes and...
was that Nick Padmore?
That was, yeah, the Padster, yes.
So there was the FW07 David Shaw.
No, it was like that FW. So it's non-ground effects car. And then, of course, the next Williams model, FW07, was a very successful ground effects car.
Mr. John of B, a late entry in this, and a good grid position for him. We've seen quite a lot of him this weekend.
Yeah, and it's Didier Pironi Ligier. I don't know how many Ligiers he's got or how many Matras he's got, but it's probably in the double figures. And he's got other cars as well, as I mentioned before. He's got, Le Mans Bentley.
Jamie Constable, who certainly has owned a few cars this weekend. This is the first time we've actually seen him racing, I think.
Yes.
So good to see him. I saw him racing at COTA in 2022 when he won 3 races out of 4 that day.
Yeah.
2 in a Formula 1 car and 1 in a sports car, Pescarolo. So it was a tremendous day for him. I think it was his birthday that weekend as well.
Wow. So he's got a company called R Invest, and invest in emerging companies, and a lot of them actually. So well done to him.
Ewan Sergeson, we've seen him not have an entirely successful weekend. He was wheeled off the grid for one of his races, so let's hope this time he has a better race. He's about midfield, but more about 11th or 12th is Ewan Sergeson. Scottish driver, but has a garage in the Midlands.
Yeah, there's the for Steiner, liveried number 29, Arrows A1B. That's an early Arrows, designed by Tony Southgate, and always thought that car looked right. If you read motor racing history, there was a bit of stuff, legalese stuff went on between Shadow and Arrows. We're just picking out who's where from the graphic.
6th on the grid missing. So who is that? That, in theory, should be Mark Hazel. So I think we're missing Mark Hazel.
I thought, well, we'll see. Just to say that Miles Griffith failed on the line last year, or didn't start anyway, and Michael Lyons won in that Hiscox in from Cantillon and Lee Mole. And in 21, it was Lyons won this race, and not in this car. But he has had, they changed the categories around a little bit. I think they moved the year split. So Michael has won in this particular car more than once, but not in this category always.
As you say, they move them around a bit.
Yeah, they change the split, don't they? Just to confuse us, I think.
So great crowd here. Fantastic to see so many people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, whoever should start 6th. And
that was Hazel.
Yeah, Mark Hazel. Yeah. Yeah. So disappointment there. Sorry not to see him. That was going to be Mark Hazel. I'll get there in a moment. There it is. Mark Hazel was a Williams FW07B.
He's raced that car a lot. He's been racing for many years. I remember him truck racing a long time ago. But he's raced it here and in the Masters Series.
The curious thing is he actually did the warm-up lap, so...
now, is it stopped somewhere around the circuit?
Either it stopped somewhere around the circuit or was brought into the pits.
Or is it in the pit lane somewhere?
Can't see.
Well, we'll find out where in due course. So a couple of these 308Es entered. But the man who's going to wring its neck, of course, is Michael Lyons. High-tech on the helmet of Miles Griffiths, and the big M on the side of the crash helmet, and the Union Jack. Copaçucar, the sugar cooperative of Brazil, big sponsors of the Fittipaldi family. Just marked that Emerson's brother Wilson died recently. It hasn't been well for some while, particularly since Christmas.
Ari on rally.
Yeah.
Ari Vatanen, such an enthusiast. He comes always to the Grand Prix as well. Always great to see him. And there he is.
He was a member of the European Parliament for this part of France, which I thought was a rather strange thing for a Finn to do.
And he very nearly, well, he stood, of course, for president of the FIA.
He did.
Against John Todd.
Yeah.
So 2 rally people. And yeah, I think he lives down in this area anyway.
I believe he does.
So he spends a lot of time here in Monaco. Whenever I come to Monaco, I always seem to run into him.
It's a terrific chap, isn't he?
Yeah. Such a great guy.
Yeah. And just a phenomenal competitor as well in rallying. I was rallying when he first arrived in his beat-up Opel Kadett, and I remember being on a rally stage with my driver Andy Dawson, and knowing that Ari Vatanen was in the car in front of us, and we could see the marks of his tyres. How did he ever get there? How did he ever not crash? It was just tremendous. So on the warm-up lap,
away they go for the final formation lap. And we'll just confirm that Mark Hazel isn't there. Well, I'm not entirely certain. It gives me the impression that he is there.
Well, I suppose we'll see the split times coming through, won't we? So,
yeah,
we will then know for sure.
Watch out for number 26 then. 26, either he's not in position and accidentally they've left that grid position free, or I don't understand. Maybe he's, yeah.
We're getting some wonderful shots from our director and cameraman, aren't we? Look at that. Looking down.
Monte Carlo, one of the 4, or is it 5 parts of Monaco?
Yes, we forget that, don't we?
Yeah. Condamine, Fontvieille, Monte Carlo. Can't remember the 4th. Yeah, Condamine is the area more round where race control and the pits are. Above that. La Turbie?
La Turbie, I think it is, yes.
Is it La Turbie?
Yes,
yeah,
it is, that's the...
Yeah.
And
new development there on the right, incidentally. That's a very new development. And as they go through here, you see it off to the... no, you don't see it off to the left, but you can see it off to the left sometimes.
So, what can Shanley, this newcomer to this category, this adventurer, do in the ex-Jarry Daily Tyrrell, run by a French team with his club racing experience? He's
a lot of coaching.
I did manage to listen to a bit of a podcast with him last night, actually. He sounds a really nice guy and obviously just a can-do guy. I don't mean to say you can put the car in 3rd position in a race like this, though. So he's got to have a huge amount of inherent talent.
So they're just going through to back and accelerating past us towards Rascasse, ready to take up their grid positions for this 18-lap race. For these Formula 1 cars from 1977 to 1980.
So Michael Lyons in his 3rd race of the day. In the first, looked as if we were going to win it, and then the steering seized, probably with a bit of the rack snapped off inside. Then, of course, he was 3rd in his next race. What can he do here?
Such a regular winner.
Yeah.
We expect him to be on the top step.
Yeah.
There we are. They've taken up the grid positions. There is the Penthouse Hesketh. Rupert Keegan drove that.
Yeah, Rupert not very well at the moment in London. He has been in hospital for quite a while. Back at home now and having treatment.
So the back end of the grid taking up their grid positions. And the lights come on. 3, 4, 5. Out they go and away they go. And oh, Michael Lyons, not necessarily a very good start.
I'll tell you something, Shanley made a really good start, and that's not difficult, not easy to do. And there he is in 3rd place.
And they're all pouring through there.
Oh, a collision at the back, yeah.
What a shame.
That's good. Oh, and that's Wayne Taylor. Oh, Wayne. Oh.
That will be so distressing for him as well. Car looking quite badly damaged.
And looked, somebody might have stalled in front of him. I'll get another view of it perhaps later.
Lyons from Griffiths. Look at Griffiths putting so much pressure on, but I suspect we are going to have a stoppage. Number 30 is the other car,
See,
and that's Harold Becker.
Yes, in the Arrows A3.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a red flag in a moment.
They'll have to red flag this, surely. Yeah. Start again, but yeah, Shanley getting away 3rd, Cochet, Shaw, Hazel.
He is there.
He is there, Constable.
So who was missing? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Shanley, Cochet, Shaw, Hazel, Constable, Mole, De Caseda. I think they're going to have to do something about this very rapidly because Lyons is coming round towards the start-finishing line.
There must be flags waving, surely, down there.
Well,
unless they clear them away.
They can't have done. Here they come.
The yellow flag's
there.
Yeah.
And everybody, leaning over the pit wall and telling them all there's people on the grid. Wayne Taylor only now getting out of his car and not looking to... He's getting out very, very carefully. Safety car.
Gingerly he is. And... Oh, and Shanley's gone round.
And that's in the swimming pool.
That's inexperience for you.
He's good enough to do a three-point turn, though.
Yeah, and didn't lose the engine, but that would have dropped him well down into the top, outside the top 12.
Harold Becker walking away, and this is not... now, what happened? Here's the start. Now, do we look further back? And there's a bit of a bump there from... we see the Wolf going up in the air. But then it came back down again, and of course Harold Becker involved as well. So if we look further back, they all seem to get away okay. Ooh, what happened? Wayne Taylor.
What happened there?
Yeah, well, I mean, it hadn't gone very far. And an army of marshals ready to get the car off the circuit, and this is what happened to Stephen Shanley. Ooh. Well, at least he kept it out of the barrier. And safety car, they've got that onto a dolly very, very quickly. That's the Wolf of Wayne Taylor.
Oh, Marshall takes a tumble.
Oh, yeah.
And Harold Becker, we saw him racing earlier at the back of the field in his March 701. And I think they're finding it a bit difficult, aren't they, to push this car on that dolly?
Yes, they have to lift up the front of the car and put the dolly under the front. That's the way they do it. Obviously, the heavy bits at the back, so you lift up the front.
Yeah, it's got those little wheels there, that a bit susceptible to bumps in the circuit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Family time, watching a super race.
There's Wayne just walking away quite gingerly.
Yeah.
And there's the safety car. He's probably thinking to himself, I've had a bad injury to my wallet.
Ha! Seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yes. And a red flag. Quite wise, perfectly wise red flag.
Right thing to do. The Shanley dropped right to... Shanley dropped to 23rd. Zach Brown is in the pit. So the two team owners both in trouble.
Yeah. And the car's going into the pit lane. And this race temporarily suspended. They can. This will give them time to clean up the grid as well. Oh, that Wolf. Oh.
I don't think the tub's damaged, so that's the main thing. They'll sort that nose out. But, what a disappointment.
Yeah, exactly.
So Harold Becker's lovely Arrows A3.
It was in good nick, wasn't it?
It's pushed away.
There's Shanley in the pits.
Jacking the rear end up from that car.
Don't think he hit the barrier, did he?
He definitely touched the barrier.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah. On the initial spin, not the second part of it. Obviously quite a lot of fluid down where that incident was.
Yeah.
So I think that Shanley fairy tale story has come to an end. Maybe we'll see him again. Maybe he's got the taste for it.
Yeah. Well, particularly for the grid position anyway.
So I mean, he rode the Atlantic solo. He didn't do it again. But he did climb Matterhorn 3 times, apparently. So we read. So maybe he'll have another go at this. It was a great story. But Michael Lyons got a little bit sideways, didn't he, at the start? I know Marshall's out with a flag to immediately that incident happened. That was it, yeah.
I don't know if he moved over enough. He got a Wayne Taylor got a good start.
Yes.
He moved over enough. He then seemed to make contact with the arrows as he was trying to overtake it.
Yes, I agree with you. That's what happened. Everybody going through the pits.
Zach Brown's Williams in the background there. I think it was Zach Brown's Williams. There's the damage on the Wolf.
Yeah. I'm going to need a new radiator.
It's about 200 quid. No, 2,000, I think. Add a zero.
The damaged front wheel as well. Where we are, somewhere in there. One of those grey boxes in the middle of your picture. So wave, hello everyone.
Everybody else does.
Yeah. So a little bit of a hiatus while you get this going again. So, and Lee Mole quite well up. He did have, last time out here, had a third. This was the race when it was back in 2018 that Martin O'Connell, here's got his team working on a lot of cars, had a last-minute call to drive the ATS owned by Mark Davis, who we've seen, and it was a wet day. Now, the ATS was never the greatest Grand Prix car. That particular one was basically a copy of an FW07, and Martin O'Connell, good racing history behind him, and British Formula 3 B Series champion, and a lot of success in classic chevrons and so, and he just aced the race. You know, all these great Lotus cars which are won in period, and obviously the Williams which are won in period, and he motored away from him. Took the checkered flag in Davis's car. Davis indisposed for some reason. It's a terrific win, just showing, you know, real talent. And Martin likes to get behind the wheel, but he knows that business is the main thing, and I think he's preparing 4 or 5 cars down there.
I suppose really if you're going to take the car out testing, unless the owner of the car really wants to, 1, miss a day's work, and 2, maybe fly from the other side of the Atlantic to go round Snetterton for a day, you might as well take it yourself and
yeah, so particularly when you've got a big racing background like O'Connell has.
Yeah.
But he's got cars in this race. So everybody, I think this might take a little while, don't you, Bob, to sort out?
Yeah. Opposite us is the number 27 Williams of Zach Brown, and there's nobody in the cockpit, and there's nobody working on the car either. So the United Autosports team are leaving it where it is, and it doesn't look as though we're going to be seeing that taking the restart of this race. And I think I can see Harold Becker in the pit lane as well. And he looks okay, I'm glad to say.
Not quite sure and a bit worried by the chap who's now leaning into the Michael Lyons cockpit, or why he's got a brolly there. Is that, are we suggesting
something we don't know?
I know. The Lek being pushed back.
The sun isn't that strong, is it? Oh yes, the Lek, yes, there it is. Ron Maiden's car, he's out, not in that car either at the moment, so one wonders why the man who runs golf courses and calls Bigbury-on-Sea in Devon his home, he's walking back now, and he doesn't look as though he's going to take a restart either. Bigbury-on-Sea, a very attractive little place in Devon, on the south coast of Devon.
Just trying to see if Shanley is getting back in the car. He did bring it in. I suspect there was damage from when he kissed the barrier. Just inexperience kicking in, I'm afraid. Ah, look, a road sweeper with a Monaco plate on it.
Well, it's principally used outside the tip top during Grand Prix
yes,
early in the morning.
Yes.
So yes, we've got, well, basically 4 retirements already, and they've only done a racing lap. So the Williams engine cover being removed, but I don't suppose there's anything that can be done that quickly.
That 3 car we're looking on, that's Mike Cantillon.
Yeah, he was quite some way back, Mike Cantillon.
Yes.
Surprisingly, he was. He started in 11th place. He had a penalty as well.
Yeah, he's in the Tyrrell 010, 1980 car, rather than his Williams. There's that lovely Ferrari. Shanley, I think, is back in the cockpit, isn't he? Can I just see the tip of the yellow helmet there? Just up, if you look down from tag sign, we've switched now to this FW06. And so, Bobby, you weren't mindful of staying down here for 2 weeks, getting a bit of Riviera sun. Well, you be back here in just over a week, I suppose.
Well, I've got to go, got to do some work on Imola as well, of course.
Oh, you've got to go to it? Yes, of course you have.
I won't be going to Emilia-Romagna, as the Grand Prix is called, Imola, next weekend. But I still have some work to do back in the UK. So I'll be doing that next weekend. So who do we have particularly making up places in that?
Yeah.
Lee Mole had made up 3 places, I think.
I think he was the main mover, wasn't he? Lee Mole, yes.
4. Ron Maiden had actually lost 5 places, so there was obviously something wrong with that car at some stage.
Yeah, but there's huge disappointment for these team owners. Wayne Taylor. I mean, Wayne Taylor was basically a professional racing driver in the past, which Zach Brown, well, I suppose he was as well. He came to Britain originally to race in Formula 3 and was trying to make a career in racing. Wayne, winner of the Rolex 24 in 1996 and 2005. 2005 Grand Am champion with Max the Axe Angelelli, yes, sorry.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time together, those two, didn't they, in their careers? Massimo Angelelli and Wayne Taylor.
Yes. But interesting affiliation now with Andretti between them and Wayne Taylor Racing.
In fact, Zachary Challen Brown started in karting in '86 and moved to Europe in Formula Ford initially, and then Formula Vauxhall Lotus in 1993. He was 4th in that championship. Remember Formula Vauxhall Lotus?
Absolutely, some very good drivers came out. So I've just seen Bruno Senna being interviewed at the moment. Bruno did some very swift laps in his McLaren yesterday, and we had a marvellous Senna parade, didn't we, with karts. So we had the Tolman stop, and we spoke to the owner last night. Stefan Johansson driving, wasn't really sure why it had stopped. It had been fitted with a new turbo and had a thorough spanner check and everything. But there's Bruno Senna and some absolutely superb Senna cars in that display. So Lions,
including the Formula Ford 2000, of course.
Yes, hadn't seen that for a long time. Well, it had a Formula Ford 2000.
Russian Green Van Diemen, it was.
Yeah.
That's not a colour. That's the name of the team, Russian Green.
Yeah, Dennis Russian. And there was obviously the first Formula 1 car that he raced and had that great result here. And then I had the McLaren, in which he scored his 2nd World Championship, and they had another car which was a car in which he scored his 1st race win in that wet Portuguese event.
The Lotus.
Yeah, the Lotus. Not an easy car to get hold of either, I understand. So it was a lovely display. Some aspiring young McLaren development drivers in a couple of the vehicles.
Eddie Irvine, of course, drove his Ralt RT1, in which he had that championship battle with Martin Brundle, and then went on to win, of course, the Macau Grand Prix that year in 1983.
Yeah, you recounted, of course, how that Senna Formula 3 year when he won the championship, it wasn't that easy. It was a big battle with Martin Brundle, Senna getting off swiftly at the start of the championship, but Brundle really coming back to him towards the end. And great to see Martin still working in motor racing.
And of course, the funny thing was they were both Norfolk boys.
Well, they were in a way, yes.
Whether Ayrton still lived in Norfolk then, but he did initially live in Norfolk because he drove for Van Diemen, which was based near Snetterton, with the Furman family.
Yes, later he was looking for a house near West Surrey Racing, but he didn't want people to know it was him because he was getting a bit of a profile then, so he got Dick Bennett's to do it. But he came with Dick Bennett, so they looked at different houses, and he said, I want to see the garden, I want to see the garden. And Dick said, oh, you're not into gardening, are you? I said, oh, no. He said, I'm just going to see if I can take off my remote control helicopter from the garden.
Yes, he was very keen on those.
He was. I think he was very good at flying them too, as you might expect. So we did tell a couple of Senna stories yesterday, didn't we? That we had that the intensity of the man and the skill and the intelligence as well. Now they're on a boat there. Look at that group. There's not one glass in their hands.
No, absolutely. Obviously, l'heure d'apéritif has either gone or has yet to arrive.
The sun hasn't passed over the yard arm and they're sticking to it.
So we're just waiting to get these cars running again. I'm not certain, of course, how will they start. If they'll start behind the safety car and then have a safety car start, that would eliminate the necessity for starting on a grid with a clutch, of course, because the clutch is always a weak point on these older cars as well.
And the clutches are tiny on these cars. Well, we'll find out pretty soon. Here, DFV's running, a couple of them anyway.
And of course, the next race will also be DFV dominated. Yeah,
that's pretty well all ground effect cars. Only some of these are. But it's all about cleaning up the surface, isn't it? Because you've got to be so careful.
Well, it's also a quick part of the circuit, past the pits as well. So it's a DRS zone during the Grand Prix itself.
We didn't mention Fritz van Aert, who's currently shown in 14th place. He owns the Jumbo supermarket chain in Holland, huge supporter of motor racing and been a backer of Max Verstappen from the very early days. And he lost the Minardi brand, but he's not racing Minardi here. But he has got several Minardis. The Minardi team, of course, been through several transitions, Toro Rosso and so on, now into just RB.
Yes, exactly. And Fritz van Aert has he's one of the drivers who've raced in the Boss Championship, which is also a championship for older cars. Nicolas Mathil is the same. He's also raced in the Boss Championship as well.
Boss Championship used to be run from the UK, but I think it's possibly now run from Holland. And it's sort of a Formula Libre, as we use free Formula. You can run Indy cars in it and Formula 3000 cars, all sorts of stuff. And I think the guys have a lot of fun doing that. Everybody's in the cars.
Fritz van Aert, 57 years old. Started in Dutch Formula Ford in 1999. He's in 14th place at the moment, if they take any notice of those positions.
Yesterday we saw the actor Patrick Dempsey here, didn't we? Man's also raced at Le Mans, and very popular with the girls, is Patrick Dempsey. He was in a part which he was nicknamed Dr. McDreamy because they all dreamed of him. Goodness me. He was telling our French colleague down there the story of his career and how he went to a couple of racing schools, and particularly the Panos Racing School, actually, where he was trained by a chap called Joe Foster, who was his co-driver subsequently in various American sports car races. And Joe had been racing till very recently in the Creventic series, and actually the team has just retired, but it won its very last race just a few weeks ago.
Was that would that have been at Road Atlanta? He would have.
Absolutely, yes. There was a Panos school. A lot of good guys. Charles Esplanade, another bloke who was one of the coaches there. Well, a fine statue, and looking wide in the camera. So quite a lot of people. Maybe you don't have to pay to watch from up there. You're getting a bit of a bird's eye view, and then the grounds there of the palace. And Prince Rainier was here yesterday, Prince Rainier, looking around.
Prince Albert.
Prince Albert.
You're stuck in the
I'm stuck
1950s.
in the past, that's the joke. Prince Albert.
His father.
And Prince Rainier was his father, of course, absolutely. My era.
Yes, he was here yesterday.
I do that sometimes with fathers and sons who are racing and call it by the father's name, you know. You corrected me yesterday. I still didn't get it. There's the flag of the Automobile Club of Monaco, flying proudly above the pits here. So just 2 of the 18 laps gone. We've obviously got a bit of a delay. Fortunately, our plane's not until late. So I'm not sure. I can't see them still working on that area. So.
Oh, an engine fires up.
Engine fires up, gives us anticipation and a little bit of hope that we're going to crack on with this. And this is awful for the drivers as well, because, you know, sitting in the cockpits, getting hot, worried about what's going to happen at the restart, trying to feel composed.
There indeed is the Prince Albert.
Prince Albert.
His Serene Highness.
Yes.
When he goes round at the Grand Prix, he goes round and he chats to the marshals.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, he'll give a big hug to a lady of a certain age who is probably a nurse and who's somebody he's known since he was a kid.
Yes.
And that's, it just shows what a sort of family it is amongst the locals here.
Yes.
And it's a lovely familiar feeling and a lovely atmosphere when you see that happening. And it just goes to show he knows lots of the citizens.
Shanley is in the car and back in the race. Other cars going through.
No chance of either the Lek or Zach Brown going out, so those two are still in the pits and will remain there.
Well, we're still not quite sure, Bob, are we, of the starting order?
No, exactly. What are they going to do? Are they going to start it again? It was really only 2 laps, wasn't it? It wasn't even that. They are behind the safety car, so it's possible it will be a safety car start. The lights are not on the safety car, which always means it's going to come in at the end of this race. The driver at the head of the field controls the pace.
But Shanley is in 3rd place where he was before he had the spin. I think they've gone back a lap.
Okay.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
They'd have to go back 2 laps, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
The guy thought Shanley spun on the first.
On the first lap?
Yeah. Maybe they've just gone back to the original lineup. Who else might have been out of position then?
Well, Cantillon would have been... See, they haven't shuffled them around into a position, have they? So it's as though they're going to take up their original grid positions, but we shall see. But Cantillon was some way back. He was in 11th place. He started in 11th place, and he's in 10th at the moment. Mark Hazel, we didn't know where he was.
Well,
Nor did he, apparently.
No, well, we couldn't see him on the grid, but he was there somewhere. Maybe it was just a funny camera angle. So, those two Fittipaldis in their bright yellow stick out, don't they?
Yep, happily for us. Lyons, Griffiths.
I got a little flag in the left-hand corner, says red flag.
And the pace car, the safety car, is still on circuit as well. So it hasn't come into the pits. And so they're going to take up their original grid positions, it would seem.
I think we're just starting again. In the wow, what a
Shanley's in third spot.
Yeah, what a reprieve for him.
Yep.
Gets a second chance. This I said I thought the fairy story was all over, but it's obviously not.
Well, Mark Hazel is now in his grid position. Who was behind him? There he is, just coming in to take it in his position as well. And it's a bit of a mess behind because you've got somebody sitting in the middle of the grid there.
There's Jonathan Cochet.
I think there's a certain doubt and a certain confusion further back. And in fact, the safety car sets off for another lap. And as I say, they've got that one car sat in the middle who doesn't really know where he's meant to be.
Well, they can't start it like this.
No.
They have to sort that out. The chap there in the middle is waving his finger madly.
Marshall's hurrying off to sort it out, I think, whoever it is. And engines switched off.
Yes, the number 11 car, not in the JPS colours, but in the Essex colours. An extraordinary man called David Team became the Lotus sponsors after Imperial Tobacco pulled out. He was based here in Monaco. And
in a room in the back of the
Hotel de Paris, didn't he?
Yeah, Hotel de Paris.
Wore what we call a Zorro hat, a very flamboyant character who subsequently disappeared. And I'd love to talk to him.
Via the Swiss authorities?
No, I mean, there was some situation, was it? He was trading in oil, and we ran 2 concerts for him at the Royal Albert Hall back when. Well, yes, I mean, they've got to do something about that.
Yeah.
And then he fell. Yes, something happened with the Swiss authorities. I believe he did go to prison, and then came out and never been seen since. But he was a wonderful guy. I actually enjoyed working with him. He had tremendous ideas, and but that is what the Essex colours are. And I mean, the things we did at the Albert Hall were spectacular. Gave away a Lotus Elise, you know, in a raffle. And the second one, we had Margaret Thatcher was in attendance because we managed to get her to attend. It was funny. I was like, all the Albert Hall was filled, but really it was entertaining 15 or 16 of his biggest clients, and the rest of us were all just wallpapering.
Well, the last time I saw him was at an Elton John concert in Nice. And of course, he was always recognisable because he had that Zorro hat.
When was that?
I can't remember which date. Yeah. Number 29 being wheeled back. Well, that's fair enough because he probably needs to go into that grid position. That's Marco Copini in the Arrows A1B.
I don't think we got Marco's not one of the regular front runners. Brings his car out for this event. And
like the number 30 car, which is not taking part, Harold Becker's, that's in excellent condition as well, isn't it?
Yeah, beautifully prepared, isn't it? And Mark Warsteiner, a beer. In Germany, beer companies tend to be more regional than national. But they were a very good sponsor. Now, I'm just wondering if that is the car that Tiffany Dell raced at Monaco. Unipart, Mike Black, who was the promotions manager of Unipart, he's still around. He might even be listening to us if he is. Hi there, Mike.
And that's Gianluigi Candiani from Italy, owned by Luciano Biamino, who is also racing in this race, number 11. and he is starting 22nd, or...
that Williams still out of place. Here's the end sign.
Paul Tattersall.
Yeah. That's been Theodore Racing. That's when Teddy Yip of Theodore Racing got involved with Maurice Nunn's company. And
that's the car I was saying looks quite big.
Yeah, and Theodore still continues to this day, and at Macau and so on, I have continued in racing Teddy's son. Looking down, taking a little while to sort this out. Give us a bit of a breather. Fans up, so waving is a Ferrari fan. I wonder if he's seen Charles Leclerc here. We'll race along here, hopefully pretty soon. So Lyons it is, Griffiths, Cochet. Now, they've now produced a list with Shanley at the bottom of it, but he's in third place on the grid. So a little bit of sorting out to do.
So when they start, will they add the times together to make our...
Wow, interesting. We haven't got anything, have we, on any forum and device or stuff from the organisers?
We've still got plenty of cars to play with. And hopefully they will be setting off on their green flag lap very shortly. Although expecting the driver to remember
So
where they are.
Mr. John B will be in this as well. He's such an enthusiast. And I mean, had such an excellent result earlier on. It's one of his best results he will have had in single-seater racing.
For the first start. Patience will be rewarded.
Well, the 2018 race here, 35 entries, and that was won by O'Connell, as you said.
Yeah.
Nick Padmore was in a shadow.
He was second.
Jordan Grogor was third.
Yeah.
And Michael Lyons was fourth that day, from Jamie Constable in a shadow in fifth. In 2022, Michael Lyons had won it again, and poleman Griffiths did not finish in the Fittipaldi. Cantillon was second, and Lee Mole third.
And now, you see, they've pushed Shanley to the back.
Right.
And there was something going on with one of the Team Lotus people. I didn't quite see. It was sort of seemed to be in deep discussion with one of the officials. Everybody just wants it to start, really, don't they?
Yeah. And actually, once you start playing musical cars with like this,
it takes
a long time. Yes.
Back of the grid, but then it's being told it can't be there, is it? Or the car is obviously the driver is being told that. So.
Yeah, with everybody time to go for a cup of tea almost. Terrific period of Grand Prix racing, though, from 77 to 80. It's just a 4-year gap, and then the next race, of course, will be 81 to 85. The very fastest cars of all. We're expecting a cracking race there.
Literally, as the DFV was being phased out and being superseded by the turbo engines.
Yeah.
That'll be the Group G cars.
Yeah, that
we shall
was
see.
a very interesting time, wasn't it? That.
Yeah.
Michael staying calm in the cockpit. Haven't seen Frank here this weekend, actually. Again, discussions going on. Well, I do hope we have a nice clean race after all this.
Yes, exactly. We don't want another stoppage. The last thing we want.
Oh, we got bit of a Mexican wave going on.
Oh, well, we always get that when things are getting a bit boring and we want to get a move on.
A Japanese flag there. Because we had a Japanese winner earlier.
Yeah, I hope they were there.
I did manage to find out that the car is no longer run by Classic Team Lotus. It was a sort of bit of a group of not a race team from Attleborough who have set up, and are some of the ex-Classic Team Lotus people. And so Kubota recently moved his car there. So we thought Classic Team Lotus got 2 wins in a row, but it wasn't actually the case. But previous race, the car had been run by them. So got to keep up, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. Not easy. And he was such a loyal customer to Classic Team Lotus for so long, too.
Yeah. But there you are. These things happen.
So yes, it's gone back to lap 1, you see, so we've had 1 lap,
yes,
whereas it had been 2 laps. So it's gone back to the order after the first lap. That puts Jonathan Cochet in 3rd place.
Yes.
In 4th place is David Shaw, Lee Mole in 5th, then Mark Hazel, Jamie Constable, Ewan Sergeson, Collister Caseda, and then Mike Cantillon, completing the top 10.
See, if you move a chap like Shanley from 3rd to the back, you've then got to shuffle everybody.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Just to round out that circle on the new group that have taken over the running of that winning Lotus, they're actually called Mirage. And I say they're in Attleborough in Norfolk, and they're some ex-Classic Team Lotus chaps. So just to round out that story.
So we will have 22 cars remaining in this race.
22 or 23? Oh, is that? I hope that's 5 seconds and not 5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes.
Of course it is.
22 cars, because we've got 23 on our screen there.
Yeah.
-1 because Ron Maiden's in the pits.
Oh, yeah.
22.
Ron Maiden's in the pits. It doesn't look as if he's going to start from there.
No, it doesn't. Well, it didn't, unless they've done something.
Well, at this time, who knows what's gone on?
Yeah. Well, no. Neither Ron Maiden nor Zach Brown looking as though they're going to go out.
That looked like a nice spot to spectate from.
Well, there always are remarkable places to watch from around this circuit. And not just boats, but flats and apartments and balconies even, and terraces, roof terraces.
Yes. Yeah.
And of course, one of the best ones is literally on the outside of Saint-Devote. We saw it yesterday when they were craning a car across, and that's one of the best places to watch if you can get onto that balcony, but it's almost unavailable.
Just saw boats manoeuvring in the harbour there, quite a large yacht coming in, and we call that a 3-mast schooner that was behind.
Yeah, lovely. I think that may be quite a modern boat though, that 3-master. It may not be as old as it's pretending to be.
No. So a little bit of announcement going on from our French colleague.
That's where all the decisions are made. Mark Duez is the clerk of the course, who has been involved in the running of races here for a very long time. Once again, Mark Hazel's part is vacant there. His place on the grid is not filled. Oh, that's him behind. It's further back, isn't it? That's probably what it was.
And now there's some problems with that Theodore. 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes. So Mark Duez, yeah, a Belgian rally man, really. His family have a hotel near Spa, and he's always been involved in rallies, but he's also been involved in this race, possibly perhaps because of Jackie Ickx's involvement as well, but he's always been involved in the organisation here in Monaco.
I think he was a member of the Austin Rover Rally team for a while. Done some very good results, Mark Dewis, but he was an all-rounder, I'd say. There's not many all-rounders.
What, in the sort of Vic Elford?
Yeah, in the Vic, yeah, so obviously raced in Formula One. And there's a few of them. I mean, I call Alonso an all-rounder. He's done the Dakar Rally and he's done World Endurance Sports Car Racing, won at Le Mans, and then all his single-seater success. We saw him yesterday, but not today.
Day before yesterday.
Oh, was it? Yes, it was
that long ago.
It was that long ago.
So yes, lots of mechanics on rear wings. I always love the idea that they set that rear wing up so precisely with, you know, everything, and then about 4 blokes get hold of it and push it like mad.
Yes, absolutely. They've got the front off that
the ensign, yeah.
Yes, I think that might have been damaged, so it probably can run like that. Oh, now they're taking it. Look, we've got 3 minutes to go.
Less than.
And we start all this, and I won't be able to start the race again, except it's on almost on the back row of the grid.
That's not Hazel in number 26 there, I don't think. Is that Coach? Oh,
no, I don't.
You see, we've got a different screen again. It's very complicated. 1 minute to go.
Jackie Ickx up there in the middle of our picture.
Yeah, Jacques Bernard.
Was that Jackie's wife next to her? I think so. So the Lions Racing boys push that car, fire it up.
And we've got 0 laps and a 15-lap race coming up.
Ah, well.
And the ensign is almost back together again. Yeah.
They did, they got nose on it, yeah. Well, everybody's off the grid. I think they'll do one more warm-up lap.
Yeah. And I think once they come back, that screen will reconnect, will readjust, because at the moment it shows Zach Shanley back up into 3rd place.
Well, he's been up and down like a Western donkey, he has, on this timing and scoring without any cars going round.
We've even got Wayne Taylor back on the screen again as well, and Harold Becker.
Well, they were.
Zach Brown.
Yeah.
So they will suddenly drop off that when they start this race. So green flag, away they go for, well, I'd like to think it's the final formation lap. It wasn't last time, but hopefully this time it is. Up the hill out of Saint-Devote. That's a history of the era, isn't it? 1977, it was won here by Scheckter in a Wolf WR1 77.
I'm pretty sure that is the car that Wayne Taylor has just crashed.
In 1978, it was De Paillet in a Tyrrell 008. 1979, Scheckter again in a Ferrari 312 T4. And in 1980, Carlos Reutemann, Williams FW 07B. So those were the winners in period, covering 77 to 80. Niki Lauda, of course, world champion in 77. Andretti, world champion in 1978. Scheckter in 79, and Jones in 1980 in the Williams.
Back then, Lotus, one of the absolute crack teams, weren't they? Still under Colin Chapman and Williams, of course. We've still got Williams Racing, we've still got McLaren, and some continuity there. So many other teams have come and gone.
So they're coming round, hopefully to take up the grid positions.
They pack those yachts in pretty close together, don't they?
Oh, yes. You're very close to your neighbour, probably even closer to your neighbour than you would be if you were at home.
Yeah, I'm sure. So we look down on this field. Serie F Formula 1 Grand Prix cars, the 3-litre machines from 1977 to 1980, about to get back underway after the earlier problems which brought out the red flag. And signs still being hung out to the drivers, but they're going to take up their grid positions now. We're going to start it all over again, and this time it's going to be 15 laps, and let's have a clean one, please. Car still filtering out from La Rascasse, looking down on the potential winner here, a man who's won around here in this car before, Michael Lyons, best known these days very much as one of the stars of historic racing, but much earlier in his career raced in Formula Renault, raced in endurance races for one of the top teams, of course, the Ferrari virtually factory squad, really, run by oh no, what's happening now?
Well, I think people can't quite work out which grid position they're meant to be in, and we had people further back.
Yeah,
somebody, it looks as though they may have stalled on the grid as well, so away they go for another formation lap.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, Michael Isaac's AF Corsa, of course.
So we've got two at the back here.
Yeah, two at the back now.
The Essex Lotus that you were mentioning earlier on.
Oh, now they're not going.
And number 3...
It's lost the engine.
That's Michael Cantillon.
Yeah, he needs a push in the Tyrrell.
Yeah.
I'm very experienced with these cars, Michael Cantillon.
Yes, exactly.
The demolition company boss.
I think if you give both of them a decent push, they'll probably both step fire up.
Yeah, it's fired up.
That's happened with Michael Cantillon. Now he doesn't know whether he should take up his grid position or not. And
the Essex Lotus.
The Essex Lotus, that's number 11, and that is
Luciano. Yes,
Luciano Biamino,
yeah,
from Italy.
Another Lotus 81 chassis.
And he's got going as well.
Yeah, well done.
So it's going to be a 14-lap race now because of this extra formation lap. Really, if you think about it, if you had turbos as well, you can imagine all sorts of potential problems. If we're having the problems that we're having with normally aspirated cars, imagine what it would be like with turbos.
We don't really see the turbos racing very much, but Renault, got a fleet of their historic racing cars. They demonstrate on occasion. I have seen them running, but only as demo cars. They usually bring back their own old drivers, like René Arnoux.
Demonstrate them at Goodwood Festival of Speed, for example.
Yeah. Well, the Duke of Richmond has got a special pull over people, hasn't he? He gets cars that nobody else will ever get. But then there was obviously the fabulous BMW powered Brabants, all that, over 1,000 horsepower. So
and still by a certain Bernard Charles Eccleston, who does allow them out, but usually not for demonstration purposes. They'll be on static display. So, again, they take up their grid positions. Michael Lyons.
I suppose this is third time lucky, really, isn't it?
He's never been on pole position so many times, I don't think.
No, absolutely.
And into the pits comes, that was a JPS Lotus. Not certain which one that was.
Oh, that's not Lee Mole. Anyway, concentrate on the start. And it's
Mike Davis.
Davis, yeah.
Mike Davis into the pits.
Still got cars coming into position.
Yeah. Have we got them all in position? On come the lights. Here we go. Out they go, and away goes Michael Lyons. Wow, what a start. What a spectacular start.
Yeah, but excellent start from Michael Lyons. And Miles Griffiths is slotting in. Let's see what happens up this hill. We've got some few quicker cars at the back.
And they go pouring up the hill with Miles Griffiths in second place. And not Shanley. I don't know why it's showing Shanley in third place. How complicated is that? But very frustrating. But look at this. The first two absolutely roaring away, pulling away from the rest.
Well, at least this time, Miles Griffiths 2 years ago on the pole, he couldn't start it. Didn't start anyway. This time he is. And the ensign bringing up the rear.
Yeah, that's Paul Tattersal's car at the back, 22. But the first two going through, Lyons and Griffiths. It's turning into a duel between these two. But can Griffiths keep pace with Michael Lyons? Michael Lyons has got such speed around here. And it really is a challenge for anybody else who's in the same race as him to get on terms with the young driver from Essex. Lap one about to be completed. Lyons and Griffiths, and the pair of them pulling away from the rest of the field. In third place, it's Jonathan Cochet.
Yeah, it's incredible the way they've pulled away. Look at the gap they've let just one lap.
4.2 seconds that gap already. And then David Shaw in fourth place, Mark Hazel in fifth, Jenny Constable sixth, Ewan Surgenson in seventh, and Carlo de Caseda in eighth place, Lee Mull ninth, and Mr. John B in 10th place, Michael Cantillon, even when he had to have a push start, in 11th place.
Yeah, now the timing screen has got itself sorted out.
Yep.
And that Essex Lotus going slowly. Lyons and Griffiths 1 and 2, and this battle will continue, I'm sure. Miles Griffiths from, I think, Kidderminster in Worcestershire.
And he's hanging on, but he's not really pushing Lyons. Miles Griffiths hanging on, but getting a little bit closer, 2 or 3 lengths behind, and then it opens up through to back. Through the swimming pool section as well, which is so quick, and yet Michael Lyons takes it like a veteran.
Yeah, absolutely. These days, Miles races all kinds of different cars. That was all a bit hairy, but we got away with it, didn't they?
Yeah, 26, that's Mark Hazel. Mark Hazel in 5th place, Jenny Constable in 6th.
Yeah, I was going on to say that Miles Griffiths drives and races everything from Keith sports cars. Oh, and red flag in. Oh no, what has happened now? This just isn't working, is it?
No, another red flag.
So
can't tell you why. Looking out of our window, nothing visible, and cars being signalled into the pits.
So something in the tunnel there.
In the tunnel, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just climbing out. Difficult to see who or what it is.
And there's some black marks on the concrete there.
Yeah, he's run all along there, hasn't he?
Yeah. And as you say, the driver is out of the car. He's perfectly okay, walking towards daylight. But whether his car is remains to be seen.
Hopefully we'll see a picture. We might be able to recognise him from the crash helmet.
Two cars side by side, and is that John of B?
I think it could have been. He got squeezed into the wall, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly, in the Ligier. Who has come round? Well, he's fit enough to climb over the Armco, so that's good news. was it Shanley?
No, because Shanley's got that bright yellow and red crash helmet. Well, was it number 23? Overington, 23.
That was a Hesketh.
Yeah, difficult to see, obviously, in the tunnel there. We don't have any sector times for him. It would indicate it probably is.
Yeah.
Overington.
Although, of course, you would have a first sector time.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have a second sector time. So we'll be able to tell you, but I think Overington might have gone out earlier. But who that is, who is stopped in the tunnel, we'll try and work it out from what we're looking at on the screens here. But whoever it is okay.
Well, that's good news. Well, it's not good news. We're going to have to go for a third start.
I mentioned earlier on the problems of starts. Mr. John of B as the one who's got a... Oh no, he's okay. Overington is still the mystery without a first sector time even. The first sector ended on the way down to Mirabeau. So we should have a first sector time from Overington, although he was a late entry. Mr. John of B, still waiting for something from him. No, here he comes into the pits. So, yeah, the only person we haven't got anything from is Martin Overington, excuse me.
Yes, and now, sort of Emerson Fittipaldi crash helmet there, wasn't it? Not quite the colours, I don't think. But, not sure about people wearing replica or tribute crash helmets. Say have your own personality. Maybe if you're demonstrating the car for a film or something like that, I can understand it. I've had two different people here with effectively Graham Hill crash helmets on.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
And I've seen somebody with an Andretti helmet. Now we see an Emerson one. But it's a personal choice, I suppose. There's the red flag. And they're going to... Now, we might see when they push this car out of here, I guess our best guess is Overington in the 23, isn't it?
I think it is, yes. A blue Hesketh. Do we think it's blue anyway? We shall see in a moment. Whatever car it is. Certainly everybody else is back in the pits. And a flatbed truck turning up as well.
Yep. And an ambulance. And some other support vehicle.
And here it is, two cars side by side, both.
Oh, it hit the wall hard as well.
It was, wasn't it? It was a big hit.
I'm pretty sure that's Overington. It was blue. And his car is blue. So, Mason Narmino. That's one of I think he's a chap that races in the Boss series. I think Zigzag, I see on it, is involved.
Do whatever needs to be done to sort the incident out. Hopefully it won't take too long. So we're terribly sorry about this, but it sounds fine. The organisers control it. All they can do is cope with the situation if it arises. Anyway, drivers are sitting in the pit lane in their cars, waiting for the next chance to run this race.
So I wonder how many laps it will be now.
Yes, and they've actually got to get into the right grip positions, which they could, of course, do if they push the cars the wrong way, if they push the cars down the pit lane and onto the grid, they could actually form the grid now.
Yes. Now, this is so frustrating, isn't it, Bob? You know, we're expecting a really super race here, and the rest of the meeting's gone off. Well, yeah, a couple of red flags, but then this stop-start affair unnerved the drivers. So, Union Jacks waved, and we're going to see and wait for the restart.
Cercheremo di avere notizie, di darvi notizie fresche e di darvi notizie soprattutto su un orario di partenza. Bisogna avere pazienza.
Queste sono le gare e sicuramente porteremo anche a casa la catégorie F.
Voilà, ça n'empêche pas le public de faire, de s'amuser malgré tout, et c'est très bien ainsi, tant mieux, on vous salue, et on est ravis de vous compter parmi nous, ça va reprendre. Voilà, on voit venir Michael Lyons, Miles Griffiths, Jonathan Cochet, David Shaw, Mark Hazel, Jamie Constable, c'est le top 6 de cette époque, top 6 qui n'a pas évolué, si ce n'est qu'on repartira cette fois-ci. La confirmation que c'était bien l'escape numéro 23 qui avait été victime de cet accident dans le tunnel. La voiture de Martin O'Brien Hamilton qu'on ramène ici. Forcément perdu 2 roues, les 2 roues du côté gauche en allant frapper le rail de protection, l'aileron arrière, l'aileron avant également. Donc pas mal de dégâts sur cette autre esquette qui porte d'ailleurs les couleurs de Penthouse et qui rappelle les voitures pilotées à l'époque, qui est une livrée absolument similaire à celle de Michael Lyons, la numéro 24 qui est en tête de cette épreuve. L'esquette 308 Martin America, ok, on vous rappelle puisque cet extrait seul de la médaille.
Alors on observe les pilotes qui vont reprendre place dans les habitacles avec les voitures qui sont poussées vers la sortie de cette pit lane. Et là, ça repartira sur les voitures de sécurité dans l'ordre de rotation, bien évidemment. Encore avec le piste chaud grâce à l'intention de Paul Dustin dans le coup qu'on nous donne depuis tout à l'heure. L'image de cette Williams CW 06, ça va faire de Valiccio le numéro 28. Bien passé à Valiccio, il est Podium avec le premier français du quatrième pour l'instant du général. On est le positionné normalement.
I drove without the seat because I couldn't fit in the seat.
Almost cried.
And this one has some serious history, eh?
Striking is like cross.
I mean, he was 175.
Okay, so yeah.
So a bit shorter, but I think it didn't strike me to be like with narrow shoulder because it's extremely tight. And I was thinking I'm not going to be able to change the gears, but once you're like driving somehow, you sort of get some.
Forget about the bits that.
It doesn't matter, right?
Insane.
They put this extra display because the water temperature is not showing properly on the original dash. I mean, you can see the revs because the steering is in front of the revs. I don't know exactly how they
You can't see it.
It was on the. It's still doing 13,000. Yeah. So I was trying to shift a little bit earlier. So. You think about changing the gear, it was straight next year and downshifting as well. But I think for the first time I drove a car of his, I didn't miss a single gear, so that's quite good.
Still, you're doing Monaco with this. We changed gear 4,500 times. Really? 4,500 times. So it sounds easy and you do 10 laps, it's good, but then after...
I know
it's not.
What you should have done is use this gear ratio, which is super long, so you only run into fourth gear. You don't have even to think about changing the gear.
Yeah, I've just done 18 laps and I was decided to do 72. Doing is just insane.
Yeah.
Plus the warm up in the morning.
This is so stressful.
2 days of training.
Oh, everybody asks me, like, every time I drive a car like this, everybody always asks me, what's the difference between these cars, like how it's different in the race.
de 77-80, voiture de Grand Prix 3 litres de cylindrée. Et on a encore la série G juste derrière, naturellement, que pas mal de gens attendaient. Les pilotes qui remontent dans les habitacles avec notamment ce John O'Brien et cette superbe Ligier G115 ex-Didier Pironi. La numéro 25.
On repositionne la voiture de Goodwood ici sur cette week-end avec une fois de plus ce cher Stéphane Chambly avec ce Kylian Zébovic qui est numéro 4 qui repousse à l'arrière. C'est la deuxième fois d'ailleurs qu'on repousse cet auto à l'arrière. Du classement, magnifique sur le classement qu'on va faire du notre moniteur, Stéphane Chambly est 3e. Tout ça, c'est donc un bon moment de ce disque. On a peut-être retrouvé le pouvoir réintercalaire, les chambres, c'est tout petit. Michael Myers, Miles de Suisse, après le but de cette famille en troisième position, on a rapporté les défis, la troisième, Jimmy Constable, le numéro 1, Caroline Constable, Jimmy Constable, Michael Myers, juste derrière avec la tourelle, Seul, avec le Martin, Marcovis, avec Megan, Fournette, Spencer, Zarbaro, également, attendu sur la grille départ, on verra ce instant, on verra la confirmation de ça tout à l'heure. Goodwood avec le carré ex-19, Cotonou, Yann, Becker. Ce qu'on a été à 5 km, puisque la route a été accidentée tout à l'heure dans la grille de départ. Pour Michael, il y a une de ligne qui se fait suite à un accident avant le tunnel. Michael a accidenté également, bien montré. Attention, le travailler sur le lieu, ça a tout à l'heure même la grille de départ. Voilà, ça peut repartir en ce qui est concerne.
So, Serie F F1 Grand Prix car, 3 litres, 1977 to 1980. We had a couple of false starts here, early accidents. Let's have another go at trying to get this excellent race underway. So Andrew Marriott here with Bob Constanduras. So it's been a little frustrating time, but at least everything's back on track now. And we should see a crapping. I think it's going to be just 10 laps now, this race. But it should provide some great entertainment. Let's just hope they can keep them out of the Armco.
Exactly, yes. Unfortunate elimination of Martin Overington that last time, squeezed off into the concrete in the tunnel. I'm sure unintentionally, and I'm not sure who was involved, but this is going to be a safety car start. So basically, I think they'll come round and then the safety car will pick them up, do one more lap, and then the safety car will come into the pits and the green flag will be given, and they will be away for what will then be 9 laps remaining. So we've lost 1 or 2. We've lost Ron Maiden, we've lost Zach Brown, we've lost Harold Becker, Martin Overington, Wayne Taylor, Paul Tattersall, and I think we've also lost Luciano Biamino as well. So the car's being led around by Michael Lyons, who has led each time at the start of this race, and he's had some pretty lively starts too that we've seen. So we're hopeful of another one, although as I say, in theory what we understand is that it will be behind the safety car so as not to put too much mechanical stress, particularly on the clutch.
No, it should be an easier way to start it as they wind their way past the swimming pool. And we know that Miles Griffiths is definitely going to keep Michael Lyons very honest in this. And Jonathan Cochet, former rising star of French motor racing 25 years ago. Nice to see him there. We've got some of the regular Brits who we see racing in the Master Series, like Mark Hazel and Jamie Constable, Lee Moore are in there. We've got some of our French favourites like Mr. John O'Bee with Eligier this time, having raced Matras earlier in the day. And then we've got this complete wild card, Steve Shanley, having his first race in a car of this description, the adventurer who has rode the Atlantic amongst some other daring feats. So cars, well, I don't think it is a rolling start. They're
coming onto the grid positions, admittedly, but I can quite understand why it would be a rolling start, because even in the day, there is the safety car with the lights on, ready to lead them round, and they don't want to switch off the engines. I think they want to keep the engines running, but they don't want to sit there too long with the engines running. So there it is, green flag, they're being sent away. Best not to run in front of the cars.
Michael Lyons wasn't quite sure what to do there, was he? Because
well, I was listening to the track commentator, Ian Titchmarsh, and he was told by Michael Lyons that was what was going to happen. There's a Williams stuck in the middle of all that, which hasn't actually gone away. And that's...
that was the FW06.
Yeah. That's, is that David Shaw?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
And Zach Brown, of course, the...
that was an FW07, though, Zach Brown's.
Yes, no, I'm saying that he is not restarting. So now trying to bump start it, and it doesn't seem to want to fire up, does it? Well, is it... yes,
yep.
No, yes.
There he goes. So he's going to have to join in on the back. He can't take up his position, I don't think. But Michael Lyons can basically close everybody up. So they're all behind the safety car. That first formation, that did not count, so we still have 10 laps to go.
Yep. There's the Hesketh 308E. The other Hesketh 308E involved in the previous accident, which brought out the red flag. This the familiar car has been raced so many times before by Michael Lyons, the tall Essex driver with so much success behind him, and as we said before, more success here than any other driver, wanting to add to that total. Hasn't been able to do it thus far this meeting. Looked as if he was going to in one of the earlier races, then had the steering fail, and away.
Safety car in, and they're away. So this is hopefully going to be a nice, safe restart. And they accelerate towards Saint-Denis. Still cars going past us towards Rascasse. But they are away. The leaders are there. Michael Lyons and Miles Griffiths once again pulling away from Jonathan Cochet in third place.
So it is Hesketh versus Kopasuka. Not something we're used to seeing at the front of the field in period. But hey-ho. And Miles Griffiths went right up the gearbox. I don't think he can try down the inside there, no, but he's looking as if he's going to try really hard. He just flicks the tail out a little bit.
Michael Lyons has got enough experience, hasn't he, to cover all eventualities. He has. Make sure the car's in the right place on the road, not to open the door, not to allow anyone past, not to do the sort of thing that Fred Wakeman did so kindly to Max Smith-Hilliard at Portier earlier on today. But there, Michael Lyons just pulling away a fraction so that Miles Griffiths isn't in a position to challenge, isn't in a position to perhaps go through if the door is left open.
Interesting is the front nose treatment of these two completely different cars is very, very similar. Yet back in period you had all sorts of different designs.
And Lyons and Griffiths doing a grand job, isn't he?
He certainly is. I said, you know, Miles has raced all kinds of different cars, from little sports cars, and often races his customer cars at high-tech. And recently, Michael Lyons pretty well stuck to these sort of Formula One machines.
Jonathan Cochet in third place. Mark Hazel is in fourth place. Jenny Constable fifth. Ewan Sergeson in sixth place. Then De Caseda in seventh. Mola eighth. Cantillon ninth. And Mr. John B in 10th.
Yeah, that's the top 10, Bob. And don't think it's going to stay that way. Michael Lyons absolutely pushing here because he's under a lot of pressure.
As you say, Miles Griffiths keeping him very honest. Through the tunnel there, the tyre marks on the left-hand side, which is where Martin Overington ended up in his Hesketh. But these two flying around the circuit. There's Cochet.
Well, that's a nice little battle then for third, fourth and fifth. And then and the timing screens went a bit funny, but has put itself back in order. So that's good.
Lyons and Griffiths. Cochet in third, and then it's Hazel, Constable, and I think Sergeson.
Now that blue and yellow march was raced by Jody Scheckter's brother Ian, and in the Rothmans colours. There you see it.
Stephen Shanley making up positions. He was relegated to the back after his incident.
Yeah.
But he's up into 14th place now. But look at this pair. Miles Griffiths.
Oh, that was a big tank slapper there for Miles Griffiths.
I mean, a lot of drivers do that, but I'm not certain that he really meant to do that.
I'm pretty sure he didn't.
They come over to the other side of the circuit to avoid the bump.
Yeah.
And this is time.
Oh yes, nudged. Yeah.
This is 26 and 16.
No, that's Hazel and Constable.
Ah, this is the battle over fourth place then. Behind Cochet.
Fortunately, one wheel didn't ride up over the other, so it was a nudge.
Yeah.
They can continue.
And then there's another battle going on over the over sixth place with Sergeson, Cantillon, De Caseda, and Mr. John Lino as well. So four-car battle there over sixth. But this is the lead battle. Lyons ahead of Griffiths, and it stays under a second between the two of them as they come up and complete lap four.
Well, finally we've got it running nice and smoothly, touching wood Well, we got one stopped, and that is 16.
That's Jamie Constable.
Yeah, that's Jamie Constable.
He's almost in a safe place. Well done, Jamie Constable.
It's that as a result of that little clash. Maybe.
Yeah, one wonders. Yeah, it's such a funny wing, you know, front wing. And this is it. This was that clash. Boink. There.
Yeah, I just wonder if it damaged the steering arm, and that's now broken.
He's certainly off the line, but only not sufficiently.
No, I can see we might have another full course.
If you had someone
yellow coming up, and Shanley is up to 11th.
If you had someone dash out with a rope or something, you could pull it back into that area. But racing still very much continuing. Lyons ahead of Griffiths. And Griffiths not being dropped, but not actually in a position to challenge at the moment. Remember, and Griffiths might be bearing this in mind, Lyons has done quite a lot of racing today, and might just be getting a bit tired. He's still got another race to do as well.
Yeah, that may be completely 45 minutes long. Yeah, the Hesketh 308E, the last Hesketh model designed by Frank Durney, still around, and a very interesting critic of motor racing in its current form, and together with Nigel Stroud.
And of course, Frank Durney was a huge, like Brian Hart, massive enthusiast of music stroke hi-fi, if you like to call it that. As it was then, anyway.
Yeah, Frank's a hugely entertaining character, and
cup of tea.
Yes, cup of tea. That's the XC and Scheckter car has gone into that barrier very hard indeed, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be. Would you think another red flag?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yeah, I
think that's at Tabac, isn't it? Yes.
And I wonder if he's stuck in there, because he's gone in hard.
Yes, he has.
I mean, he's obviously moving around.
Nicolas Mathilde of Monaco, and he's still in the car. And it does look a bit foreshortened, doesn't it?
It does. We're going to see it here.
Here he was. He was battling with number 21, and possibly, yeah, he was offline as well. Number 21 there was Fritz van Aert. And presumably Ostall downforce.
It didn't go in as hard as I thought it had, looking for the damage. And indeed, he is out of the car. But red flag again.
Red flag again.
Oh, my goodness me.
Well, they've had half distance. 5 laps have been completed.
Yeah. And they got to drag that out of there, clean it up.
Lyons, Griffiths, Cochet, that's the first 3. Then Hazel, Cantillon, De Caseda in 6th place. Then Mole, Sergeson, and Mr. John of B in 9th. And then in 10th place, and we've scarcely mentioned this gentleman,
Robert Spencer.
Robert Spencer, who
is in another Fittipaldi F5A.
Yeah. Fittipaldi F5A, and then Stephen Shanley.
Yep.
In 11th, but once again back. Finish, it says, checkered flag. So is that it?
I think so.
It could well be.
It's just with these cars. I hope we don't have a similar instance. But so we got a few racing laps in.
Yeah.
And I suppose Miles Griffiths will feel a little bit peeved, because he probably thinks he could have had a bit of a go at Michael Lyons. Michael Lyons probably felt like, I could have held him off, but I'm pleased it's over.
Number 15. There is Robert Spencer, so he's happy boy. Waving to the crowd.
Yeah, with a top 10 finish.
So yes, we've got a checkered flag. There it is. Or I haven't got a checkered flag. That chap has that.
Certainly has.
And
he's got a radio, and he's got a stopwatch. He's got everything he needs. So the actual victory margin is shown as 0.5 of a second. And actually, they're getting that car away pretty quickly on the dolly, aren't they?
They have.
It's going to have a bit of a rebuild now.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I think it was just the angle makes it look fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, didn't go in as hard as I thought he had, as I said. But he just sort of ran wide, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he was on a wide line and possibly not with the grip that he would have liked. So sad, but that is it.
Yeah.
Michael Lyons there out of the car.
Oh, he's happy about that now, look.
Yeah, I'm sure. He's got to win.
On laisse la voiture ici.
So yes, as you say, quite a rebuild to do on that March.
Michael being congratulated down in the pit lane. And other drivers walking around. Oh, there's Mother Judy down there. So I guess Frank must be around. But now, of course, he's got to climb into an even faster car.
Yeah.
And against,
all again.
Yeah, against two ultra-competitive teammates. Well, I think that takes his victories here at Monaco to 8.
So are we going to have a podium ceremony, or?
Well, one would hope so.
Yeah.
He's won the race.
Well, anytime soon would be fine. You know the way to the podium. Yeah.
Been there a few times before.
Exactly.
Yeah, happy faces down there after what was a bit of a traumatic hour or so, to be frank. Here is the confirmation of results showing the Michael Lyons victory after 5 laps from Miles Griffiths, Jonathan Cochet.
Eh oui, avec Michael Lyons. Well, Michael, what a chaotic race, but finally you won.
After this morning, when we were counting the laps in the 30s and suddenly I have no steering, it doesn't turn, and I just can't do anything. Oh, they didn't make it easy, you know, like so many restarts, and Miles was quite close, was giving me good pressure, and I just thought, come on, eventually we must stop. I've got another race to do in 20 minutes, so happy to finally make the line and just finish. Even with all the craziness around, we were able to stay out of trouble, so it's good.
How did you manage to stay cool during the wait and all the waiting during all the red flag?
To be honest, the toughest thing was for the cars. We didn't know when we could switch off the engines. The water temperature was really high. I guess it changes your focus. Your focus is on looking after the car, not looking after yourself, so you don't stress too much yourself, I guess. But I've been lucky to have, like, obviously the 2 races in the morning, and my head's just, I'm in the groove now, so I'm looking forward to the next one as well.
Thank you, Michael. Congrats.
Thank you. Good.
Michael Lyons in the groove now. Well, maybe that's a portent of things to do. Now we can go on the final result. Michael Lyons winning by just half a second for Miles Griffiths in the Fittipaldi F5A. Jonathan Cochet was third in a slightly later version of the Fittipaldi. And then it was Mark Hazel, Mike Cantillon, and the rest of the positions showing there. Michael walking towards the podium. Hopefully they can speed this up a little bit, and along with Miles Griffiths. And I wonder where Cochet is. Hopefully he's there somewhere. So another British win here. So Harry Lyons, a little chat, the 2 rivals.
Thank you.
Who knows what would have happened if it had gone as a straightforward 45-minute race, as was originally intended. There they're watching from the balconies. Obviously, British family up there waving to us. with their nationalistic flags. And that's Jonathan Cochet.
Here he comes then, the third place driver, Jonathan Cochet. And understandably happy with that. Miles Griffiths in second place, comes up to take up his position. Well done to Miles Griffiths. But our winner is Michael Lyons. And he goes onto the top step of the podium. His 8th win here.
Well, a marvellous smile he has too, Bob.
Yeah, it does.
He's absolutely loving this. As you say, he's fired up for the next race, so that's great news.
Now the trophy is presented. And first of all, to Michael Lyons, there another trophy for him. He's probably got a trophy cabinet specially for Monaco trophies.
Ah, yes, probably has.
And he will also get the Jacques Villeneuve, Gilles Villeneuve trophy as well. There it is.
That's very much the Villeneuve helmet, isn't it, that we knew and loved?
And
I get a feeling quite heavy the way he had to put his knee up. Yeah, it's probably.
And a trophy there for Miles Griffiths in second place. And félicitations to Jonathan Cochet in third place. And there it is. Well done, congratulations. But in honour of Michael Lyons, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Et on écoute l'hymne national britannique. Et c'est une nouvelle victoire pour Michael Lyons devant Max
Griffiths and Jonathan Cochet in third place as well. They get together for the photograph.
Charcuté, on peut le dire, mais le principal c'est qu'on est en classement. Ils ont été jusqu'au bout. Michael Lyons, Max Griffiths et puis Jonathan Cochet. On apprécie ces conditions, ces compétitions historiques. Troisième marche du podium, ça c'est très
Grand Prix cars 1977 to 1980.
Michael Lyons, Max Griffiths.
Well done. And now they go down to celebrate with their teams. And the girls are going to bring the trophies for Michael Lyons. So here it was in third place, Jonathan Cochet, former espoir, if you like, of the French motorsport scene. We had another one, actually. Sahil Ayari was pretty much in the same sort of class, who we were going to see in Group G, but I don't think he's going to take part. In second place, Miles Griffiths. Great second place for him all the time, welded to the back of the gearbox of this man, Michael Lyons, our winner of Series F. 3 races, it took a long time to get it started. They deserve that. Michael Lyons, I suspect, will take the tiniest sip and then say thank you very much, but I'll come back for more in about an hour's time. Thank you very much.
It took a polite sip, maybe it'll be a glug later on.
Yeah.
Although Cochet is going to open his bottle of champagne. So coming up, our final race of the weekend. A packed, interesting, exciting weekend. The fastest cars of all, Series G. What's happening over there? Well, we're going to have a champagne. Don't do that, Michael, because you've got to wear that race suit in the next race. You don't want to be sniffing in to what? He doesn't. No, he's going for it, isn't he? That's the adrenaline and excitement. Well, he's gone for his team, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah. I was afraid he was going to go for his mum.
We don't want champagne all over a race suit that you've now got to wear, presumably for over 45 minutes.
And it may be delicious to taste, but it's less nice to smell.
No, absolutely
when
right.
It's been on a race suit, a sweaty race suit as well. So, well, what a race that was eventually, but it did take a while to get started, didn't it?
It did. Finally, we got it done and had a result. Still.
Congratulations, you win the second one.
Ah.
First one today.
No, the
second one of these, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember another Villeneuve one.
This one gets signed.
Yes.
I was hoping for the Jackie Stewart one as well, but the luck got away from me with the car.
I've got a spare trophy cabinet if he needs one.
Have you? Yeah, I think he's very pleased with that trophy, and I'm sure he was a fan of Gilles Villeneuve.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. We'll put it in the case. Yeah. We'll put it in the case. Do you have somebody from your team to help you?
Have you got somebody from your team to help you? Well, he's got a special box, very trendy.
Yes.
Looks sort of almost like kind of box to say move film equipment around in.
Well, and racing car equipment.
Yes.
As well. Yeah, proper packing case. Good stuff.
And I think it is quite heavy, just the way that chap was lifting it up. Well.
Here it is then, the highlights of F1 Grand Prix cars from 1977 to 1980, normally aspirated Series F. And, well, on pole position was Michael Lyons, and the first time he got away very, very well, but further back, right in the background there was a collision between Wayne Taylor and Harold Becker, and that brought out the red flag. And first of all the yellow flag, and then the red flag to clean up the mess and to drive the track as well.
Yeah, that was a very sad sight. Finally got the race going again later. There is always going to be about the front two.
And this is what happened. It was literally Wayne Taylor pulling alongside Harold Becker, and the two of them came together. Black and gold and black and gold.
Yes, leaping into the air for Senna versus John Player.
So Michael Lyons was leading from Miles Griffiths, and eventually they red flagged it. There was also a spinner from Stephen Shanley, the newcomer, who had been so impressive.
Yes.
Here he is. He got a bit of a tank slapper on, lack of experience, and hit the barrier backwards as well.
Yeah, just tapped the barrier. Fortunately, not too much damage, but there we had, well, the first of several red flags.
That was the first one. His Serene Highness Prince
Albert, yes, got it this time.
Jackie X.
Yeah.
And then we had another restart, and again, into the pit, into the lead went Michael Lyons from Miles Griffiths. But further back, while those two were tussling out in front with Jonathan Cochet in third place, we had this incident in the tunnel, which resulted in Martin Overington hitting the barrier very hard, the concrete barrier it is in the tunnel, although some of it is metal, but the lower part is concrete, and he hit the barrier very hard, and of course, once again, we had to have a red flag and stoppage.
And it was in a sister car to the one that, of course, was leading the race. So
exactly.
A bit of irony there. So then we had to be a little bit patient.
And then behind the safety car this time, because we'd already had two standing starts, and these cars are not used to that. This time, again, we got away with, this time with, once again, Michael Lyons leading from Miles Griffiths. Had a little nudge here with Jamie Constable losing out on the descent to down into the Mirabeau corner. Jamie Constable having to pull off and retire at this little nudge. But then it was more than a little nudge for the March, which went off into the barrier at Tabac, just went off a little bit offline and slid into the barrier, and that was another red flag, and so that was the end of the race. It was counted out there, and Michael Lyons claimed the winner from Miles Griffiths in second place and Jonathan Cochet in third.
Here's some earlier highlights. So going back a little way, and that was Max Smith-Hilliard with the Lotus 16. Not getting away, but later we have a much better result. There is that Lotus 16. Meanwhile, further back in there's Marino Franchitti. And talked to Marino at lunchtime. Bob absolutely loved it, but he said he had to concentrate so hard, not used to being in a race car without belts either. And but he felt it had a very good drive and absolutely loved it. There was that Ferrari coming home with Claudia Hürtgen scoring another victory here at Monaco, which has been a happy hunting ground for her. We're waiting anticipation for Series G.
Yes, Series G will be our last race of the day, of the weekend. And they are Formula One cars from 1981 to 1985, by which time the turbochargers were beginning to win races, become reliable, and win the World Championship. So normally aspirated cars were being phased out.
Yeah, earlier in the day we'd had some terrific racing, hadn't we, in the morning. That's a wonderful display by Claudia Hürtgen. But then that other Lotus 16 swapped ends. But there is Hürtgen heading towards the finish. A Ferrari versus Maserati battle. Shouting to her mechanics of the Methuselah racing team.
A tale of ERAs and Bugattis.
Yeah, and Paddington Dowling in the famous Remus R2B ERA, and also caught up with Paddington at lunchtime as well. I was delighted with this result. He only races 2 or 3 times a year. It's not a real regular, but absolutely loves it here at Monaco.
And behind the 2 ERAs, a couple of Maseratis as well, and then the Bugatti next up.
Yeah, it was an ERA 1-2. Both cars prepared by David Morris. His father was a famous ERA racer. And David done a few races in ERAs as well with success. But carrying the colours of Siam. And Paddington Dowling won this in the past. Certainly no catching him. So these were the pre-war cars. I mean, sure, certainly enjoyed that. But the sights and sounds.
Michael Birch got up into second place, but was unable to stay there, I don't think. And that Rubens Barrichello look-alike helmet.
Yeah, he did get past, didn't he?
Yeah, past Brad Baker.
And Brad did an excellent job. Remus there. And he just overtook him on pure power up the hill. And from then on stayed in second position. there's Baker in the black ERA. Really unusual colour. Car that Dowling used to own. So that's the end of that little highlights package. Back to our French colleague. So there's that special Senna version of the McLaren, but owned by a Senna. Bruno Senna lives here, done quite a lot of laps in this fabulous machine.
Yes, hopefully it's the fastest he's driven around Monaco. It is registered, street registered for Monaco. So I'm sure it's the fastest he's been around these streets.
Except in his Formula 1 days.
Yeah.
But I think Bruno's put a close to his actual Formula 1 career. He had quite a lot of success after Formula 1 in sports car racing. There he is, a lovely smile and a thumbs up. Nephew Ayrton Senna. And is he going to be the sort of course opening car? Not sure.
Yeah. Well, yesterday we had a parade of Senna cars led out first of all by a go-kart being driven by Gabriele Bortoleto, the Brazilian Formula 3 champion, not Brazilian Formula 3, international Formula 3 from Brazil. And then there was the Formula 4 2000 being driven by Cristina Gutierrez from the McLaren Academy, and that was the Formula 4 2000 that Ayrton won the European and British Championship. Then the Formula 3 car with the Ralt RT1, and that Ralt RT1 was being driven by Eddie Irvine, and that was the car that Ayrton won the race, the Formula 3 race at Macau that year, because it was in marble colours, and run by partially by Theodore and Eddie Jordan, but of course West Surrey Racing ran him in Formula 3 in period. And then we had we should have had the Tolman, not the earliest Tolman that he nearly won here in 1984 in the wet, but in 1984 he subsequently raced the Tolman. Unfortunately, it wouldn't get going. Bruno Senna giving Prince Albert a run around his own streets, so this is going to be interesting. Don't forget to put your belts on. And then, of course, we had a Lotus for the JPS Lotus, of course, which figured very strongly in his Formula One career, and in which Ayrton won his first Grand Prix in Portugal in 1985, and then, of course, a McLaren as well, which was such a landmark for Ayrton, and in which, of course, he had so many race wins, and the battles with Alain Prost in particular, both in Ferrari and McLaren, of course, as well. They were teammates, and those were the cars that we saw on circuit in the demonstration and the commemoration run for Ayrton Senna. 30 years ago, of course, since we lost to Ayrton at Imola, and that was the idea of the commemoration, 1994.
Yeah, that was a day nobody in motor racing will forget and usually remember where they were. But the Senna memory lives on. One of the greatest racing drivers of all time. Enthusiasts will always discuss who was, and different people have different ideas, but so difficult to compare people from different eras as well.
And an exceptional human being as well, one with very high standards and a very high moral compass, if you like, as well. That's the important thing. So Prince Albert being chauffeured around by Bruno Senna. Bruno Senna, his nephew, who has great memories of Uncle Ayrton. And
worked hard to follow up on the Senna name and get into Formula One through a lot of success prior to that in Formula 3000. But never quite got in the right team, did he?
I remember the day that he had his first Formula race at in Britain, and it was in a Formula BMW car at Brands Hatch.
Yes.
It wasn't impressive, was it? Were you there?
No, I wasn't.
It was not impressive. Let's face it, it didn't finish very high up, and we thought, well, I wonder where this guy has come from and whether he's got the same talent. And of course, he worked away at it and came back and eventually into Formula One. And then, of course, he worked in World Endurance Championship as well.
Yes, successfully so.
So Bruno Senna just doing a lap now before we have our final race of the day, Series G F1 Grand Prix cars of 3 litres from 1981 to 1985. And we've got a lot of those as well. They're not all going to take part. I can see one car that is not going to take part, I don't think. But here comes this intriguing road car. Now, you know a little bit about this road car.
Well, McLaren sent us some information. It's the ultimate McLaren road car, not ultimate racing car. It's got a lot of extra bits on it. It makes it extraordinarily fast. And yesterday, I don't have the sheet in front of me quoting the acceleration figures of it. And but it is built as a road car, and there were 500 of them made, and they were all sold. But it was the absolute top of the range McLaren road car, and most aggressive that they've ever built. It's all Formula One technology in the braking and so on.
So the track opened by Prince Albert.
Memory of great Senna, it's for cars powered by atmospheric or normally aspirated engines.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this final race for G. Stuart Hall is going to be on pole position with the 3 different model Lotuses, just 3 consecutive years. Marco Werner, Michael Lyons and Nick Padmore right behind him from the team from Germany.
And it was fantastic yesterday in qualifying for Stuart Hall to get on pole position in the March 821, which wasn't really a very competitive car. It was run by Ram, and that stood for McDonald, John McDonald, and Mick Ralph.
Yes,
and it wasn't a very, very competitive car at the time.
And it wasn't a March. They just used the March name. The car Ram had a car before that was the last car that Robin Herd, Formula One car that he designed as a March. To put not too fine a word on it, John McDonald described that as a pile of poo, and the next car was this March 821, but it was designed by Adrian Reynard. And so it is really a ram, I suppose. And they built 5 of them. And it weren't very successful to start with. And then they changed the front suspension from pull rod to push rod, and it transformed the car. But at that time, they also switched to a different tyre brand because it was saving them money, and that didn't help. But this car has come back from America, where it, we'll see it in a moment. The car has recently come back from America in the middle of last year, and Stewart's Hall team at Rothko have given it a complete and utter rebuild, and then they took it at the end of last year to Dubai for the historic festival there, where Stewart won one of the races in it, but didn't win the second. So this will basically be his 3rd race in this march that wasn't a march.
And it's basically, it also belongs to Roald Goethe. It's part of Roald Goethe's collection.
Yes. I did ask, is he going to have a complete Rothmans collection now? The answer is no, he isn't. But anyway, it's got an intriguing history. But, of course, and I mentioned that it wasn't on very good tyres. But here, of course, everyone's on the same Avons. Avon tyres originally from Wiltshire, but now produced by the Cooper Tyre Company in the United States. So everyone's on the same rubber. And no, Stewart was a revelation in this yesterday, because this car got such, you know, never scored any championship points. And then we're against the Lotuses, which are actually the class of the field. So we'll see what Stewart can do. Looking for another win here. So we got Padmore in the 88B. We got Michael Lyons in the later 92. And then, of course, we got the 3rd of those chrome cars, and Marco Werner in the 87B. So we got the 81, 82 and 83 Lotuses. Quite similar, actually. And it'll be inter-team warfare, I think, amongst those 3, but can they get Stewart Hall? And then after that, we've got Marino Franchitti, who wasn't expected to be in this number 9 Andy Wolf owned prepared Tyrrell 012, which Dario Franchitti was hoping to drive here, but then had to go for IndyCar duties with the Ganassi team. And then we'll have regular in these categories, Jamie Constable, we've seen him, and then Ken Tyrrell. And Bob, you know this full Ken Tyrrell story very well indeed.
Well, yes, it was via a sponsor of Ken Tyrrell that this Ken Tyrrell, he's American, so we'll call him American Ken Tyrrell, met English Ken Tyrrell, who formed the team. And in fact, English Ken Tyrrell sort of took him under his wing to some extent, even allowed him to hang out the pit board when they were racing at Detroit, and also arranged for him to go to the British Racing School at Snetterton.
Quite an age difference between the 2 Ken Tyrrells, though, of course.
Yeah, exactly, a big age difference. So there was quite an affinity there. I'm a bit worried that we actually haven't seen the American Ken Tyrrell on the grid. There was every reason why he should take part. I don't recall.
Just dive in a second. That's a very rare Alfa Romeo 182 from 1982. Richard Hope is driving. I don't think I've ever seen one race since a period.
No, exactly. And Stewart Hall, according to this, well, we've seen him go out.
Yes.
There's 1 or 2 cars who I suspect, there he is, he's on the grid, but according to this, his times haven't come up. So have we got more timing problems? I don't know. But again, the times haven't come up for Tyrrell, they haven't come up for Leone, they haven't come up for Four, they haven't come up for Hartley or Simmons. So are they actually on the grid, or is it just because there's a problem? Look at that number 8 McLaren there. That was real state of the art. That's Mark Higson in that car.
Yeah.
And number 8, the McLaren MP4 1B. And now we're looking at these chrome cars.
Yeah,
chrome car Lotuses.
That's a very early McLaren with carbon fibre, been looked after by Ted Higgins, who's got a week off from looking after Bernie's car, he tells me, because Ted looks after most of Bernie's cars, along with a little team there. There's Marco Werner. sporting a very new and fine beard. So Marco's usually clean-shaven, but there's Nick Padmore.
Who hasn't really got any hair at all.
No, the Padster. And then Michael Lyons, who's been driving most of the time for his family team, but now this time driving for a Chrome.
Yeah, he's obviously a hired hand, isn't he?
Yeah, he's hired for this, and
so the Prince is on the grid, and
there are quite a lot of celebs here. Some of them will know, and some of them we don't.
The racing drivers we've seen, well, let's start with Martin Donnelly. We've seen him here. He's been here. We've seen Fernando Alonso. We've seen Lando Norris. We've seen Oliver Behrman.
Oliver Behrman was here, yes.
We've also seen, who else?
Well, we've seen Patrick Dempsey, a bit of a racing driver, but certainly a big film star. And have we seen any others? Maybe someone was just watching from there.
Charles Leclerc.
We've seen Thierry Boutsen.
TB.
Eddie Irvine.
Eddie Irvine, the Irv has been here as well. So, yeah, there's been quite a few racing and non-racing, so it's been wonderful to see them. And the Prowse has spotted some friends up there on the balcony.
Yeah. You were saying he knows so many people around his principality here.
Yes, particularly, as I say, the people who have lived here, who have grown up with him.
Yes.
You know, you can imagine perhaps even people who have nursed him in hospital or whatever, and he remembers them.
Yes.
Which is a nice thing about the Principality. It is very small, and you wouldn't call it a village, but it's got a villagey atmosphere amongst certain people.
Yeah.
Amongst others, no, but amongst certain people, yes.
Prince just walked past the car of Martin Stretton, who had a lot of success here 20 years ago. And Stretton in his regular Tyrrell.
Was it Stretton who was on the podium every year for the first 5 historics?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't see Stretton on the list. Well, I'm sure I saw Stretton there in a car.
There he is. He's,
oh, sorry, yeah, I can see, yeah. It's not looking in the right place. We got the Count Dansenbergs, father and son.
Christoph is father, but actually, where is Werner?
It's not there, is he? I think they had some problems with that beautiful Brabham.
So he's not on the grid, sadly. In fact, there's a grid position there, which is vacant as well. But as I say, Leone, Faure, Hartley, Simmons, and Hall, actually, and Tyrrell, all without times on our screens here, which would signify that they have been around the circuit. But we know that Hall has been around the circuit, so we're not awfully certain we can trust this screen. So here it goes. Here we go. Formula One Grand Prix cars, Series G, 1981 to 1985.
Fastest cars here this weekend. We're looking for some searing pace from Stuart Hall in this march. We got Marco Werner, Michael Lyons, Nick Padmore, and we've got Marino Franchitti. Done a terrific job because he doesn't know this car at all, and the car has only just been finished in prep by Andy Wolff. And see how he gets on in that Tyrrell 012, the same model that Stretton has got actually. And actually for Franchitti to out-qualify Stretton in exactly the same car is a sterling effort. Marino having a great drive earlier on in the day in his father-in-law's Maserati 250F. Prince just exchanging words with some of the officials. And so the royal party proceeding down the grid. Once saw Princess Diana doing that at Donington. In the race...
I nearly had a collision with Princess Diana at Donington.
Did you?
Do you remember the control tower had a circular staircase?
It certainly did, and I went up it a lot of times last week.
Well, I went up that staircase to find a pair of legs coming down those staircases, and they belonged to Princess Diana, and we nearly had a collision.
Did she say sorry, Bob?
know.
Oh, right.
I didn't recognise them immediately, I have to say.
You're probably looking in a different direction.
It was only when I looked up, I thought, oh, I must get out of the way.
And that, of course, was one of Ayrton Senna's most famous races.
Well, that was a fantastic race, wasn't it? Yeah. 1993 Donington, the European Grand Prix, the only Grand Prix that took place at Donington.
Well, yes, in the World Championship.
In the World Championship.
Before the World Championship, there were some great Donington Grand Prix.
And,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he had 5 pit stops, although one of them he didn't actually stop. He just went straight the way through the pits. Yeah. Rubens Barrichello also shone during that race as well.
Well, it was that stunning first lap, was it overtaking people all over the show.
He took 5 cars on the first lap. Absolutely stunning. That's Ayrton did. TB, Thierry Boutsen there. Yep. He's been here for about 30 years, so he must be nearly accepted as a Monegasque.
He must, and because he's in the sale of second-hand business jets these days, sold a lot of them, very successful at it.
And his first office, or at least his office when I last saw it, was just, if you went up to Saint-Yvon, instead of turning right, turn left, was just up the road there.
And he's not showing his age. He's wearing very well as Thierry, former Williams driver, though that wasn't who he won his 3 Grand Prix with. So Thierry being introduced.
So here's the starting grid then. Have we got everybody, all of these drivers on the grid? That's the question, but Stuart Hall leading them. Have we got Ken Tyrrell? Yeah, in 7th place, apparently we have. Leone, is also Valerio Leone in 13th place. He's there. So is Laurent Faure, who I believe had a penalty of some sort. And what about Hartley? Is he there? No, he's not there. Max Girardo. Interesting to see Max Girardo there. Max Girardo, a very famous auctioneer.
Yes.
And, when anyone crashes a car, he's got some idea of what that was worth.
Yes. Well, we also should have a little shout out for Steve Brooks, driving the number 12 car. Another of these adventurers has helicoptered from one pole to another. I don't know how long it took him. I think did you say, Bobby, it circulated the globe with other pilots in a Spitfire, which was silver.
Yeah. Silver Spitfire, exactly. And look, when they left, they went over my house, and I heard this noise, and I realised that I wasn't outside. And of course, they had a helicopter with them all the way round, and there was a helicopter filming the helicopter and the Spitfire. So there was this sort of flight went over the house. It was just amazing. And I actually went down to Goodwood when they returned from going around the world, and I was at Goodwood when the flight returned. So that was an emotional moment as well.
Yes,
fantastic.
Yes, a couple of Steve Brookses that race. A Frenchman who uses assumed names. It's all a bit complicated. Brightech Motorsport is the preparation company for chrome cars, who is a big collector. And we've still got the royal party down there, sort of enjoying the late afternoon sunshine. And now with Bruno Senna, a little group photograph. 5 minutes to go before we get this underway. A little bit later than we'd anticipated, but that won't take anything away from what's going to be a tremendous and very close race, I would suggest.
Yes, Stuart Hall really has a target on his back, doesn't he? With these chrome car Lotuses behind him, Werner, Lyons and Padmore. And Marino Franchitti absolutely in the right position to watch what's going on. So a white car ahead of 3 black ones. And interesting at the back, you were talking about the march. It's actually bookended by marches. You've got the younger one at the front with Stuart Hall, and you've got the Chahuan car at the back, and Alejandro Walter Chahuan from Argentina. And that's a March 811, a year older, but it's actually black, whereas the one at the front is white. And the black one, sponsored by Guinness, And the reason I'm telling you all this is because my wife launched that car and had a bit of a party, if you like, at the Guinness Works in Dublin.
And she organised?
Something in a brewery. I'm not going to say it.
Excellent. Well, there's Marino with that crash helmet we saw earlier in a very different car, Maserati 250F. Now he's got the ex-Beloff Tyrrell.
That's not the 1984. Yeah, it could be the 1984 car, couldn't it? Which Beloff was, but it's not. It wasn't that colour. It was brown, wasn't it? The 84 car.
This is the 85 car.
That could be a later one. So, but Beloff was closing on Ayrton Senna at the end of that 1984 very wet race here, and right at the end, while Senna was closing on Prost, of course, Beloff was closing on the pair of them.
But if it had gone full term, what would have happened?
Who knows?
We will never know. But we can speculate.
Fingers crossed, a very spectacular race.
Well, the crowd have hung on in here after the various delays because they know this is going to be perhaps the, well, they know it's going to be the fastest race of the day, but also one of the most spectacular with these later up to 85 Formula 1 cars.
Martin Stretton's Tyrrell 012 is a 1984 car, so that perhaps is closer to
the Beloff one,
the possible Beloff one, yeah. And as I say, it's a different colour. I'm sure it was brown, that or brownish.
So it's extraordinary to look at this grid, Bob, and think, this is almost 40 years ago when these cars were racing in period. Yeah, they look like proper racing cars to me.
Absolutely.
They look like something, you know, out of the ark, do they?
And something we mentioned over the last couple of days, of course, is that they've had such a long history that they've actually been developed during that time. So they.
Yeah, and out of that car in pole position, we know that Roll Goethe never does things by halves. He would spend whatever was needed to make that car good. It had completely stripped down, and I'm sure he's got I bet he's got a much better engine in than it had in the days when John McDonnell was trying to rub two nickels together to keep the thing going. And John and Mick. And John, a real enthusiast, first met him when he was racing a Ford Anglia, yeah? Out of a little workshop in Hampstead.
Makes it sound grand, Hampstead, wasn't it? Kensal Rise?
It was West Hampstead, wasn't it? It might have been keeping Kensal Rise, yeah.
The cars all started apart from, we can see a yellow flag at the back, which suggests that somebody hasn't managed to fire up further back.
We can see somebody stationary? I can't, actually.
Well, I can just see a yellow flag.
No, I see the yellow flag, but...
Yeah. I can't see anyone stationary, but I can't think why they should be waving a yellow flag, unless somebody was stationary. So away they go. Yes, Ken Tyrrell is there, so is Leone, so is Faure, so is Hartley. We wait to see if Ian Simmons goes round, and Nicholas Pink hasn't started. So
there was one, you see.
Yeah, that's Nicholas Pink.
Yeah.
So
trying to bump start that arrow, don't want to.
Oh, that's not happening, is it? Come on, keep pushing, lads. You've got to get it off the grid. It's not going to be long. And the marshal's saying, no, pull it back or push it into the pit lane.
A bit of luck they're getting out of the way, and we can go racing.
So Ian Simmons, we don't think we've seen in Tyrrell 012, and Nicholas Pink in that Arrows is being pushed into the pit lane. That will be such a disappointment. So cars making their way round, warming up the tyres if they possibly can. and heading for the grid. 18 laps this is scheduled to be. Our final race of the weekend. And what a race weekend it has been as well.
Now, Bob, you haven't been to this meeting before, have you?
No,
You've been to so
time.
many Grand Prix here, but I think you thoroughly enjoyed it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of Grand Prix. I've been to Revival loads of times. I've commentated on the some of the Masters races at COTA, for example, in Mexico, and also in Singapore and in Barcelona. So keep going, chaps.
Keep it going, get it out of the way. Justin.
Not far now.
Oh, he's another chap taking a tumble. And I think they'll get it out of the way there. And
so the drivers taking up their grid positions. And
Ragnar was a tile company. If you look at it carefully, it is tiles, white tiles, the orange background. A livery that really stuck out in period.
Yes, it was, the orange and white.
I think they came from Imola, that Ragnar tiles.
I don't know who introduced the tile company to Arrows, but...
and of course, the man that started Arrows, Jackie Oliver, still around.
Yeah, still racing. Well, he was racing.
Yeah.
There we are, the first few rows stationary on the grid. Our pole man there, ICI record on there, but my wife handled that as well.
Well, it's a Guy Edwards deal, wasn't this?
Yeah, exactly, Guy Edwards. On come the lights, 2, 3, 4, 5, out they go almost immediately, and away it goes. Stuart Hall straight into the lead, ahead of the Lotuses.
Yeah, Stuart Hall on notice front sticker tyres, so he hadn't scrubbed them in, and somebody taking a bit of a shortcut. That's Marco Werner, and
the Alpha
didn't start. Oh, that's a shame.
The Alpha's still on the grid, and that's Hope, number 22, Richard Hope.
Well, I hope they can get it going.
Yeah. Hope so, for Hope's sake.
So it's...
but they've got to push that car off as quickly as possible, and a bit quicker than that. And
I try bump start, and it's going.
That's all right, good. So they're feeding round.
So Marco Werner second. Been involved in a lot of good battles here over the last 3 or 4 meetings. And that controversial clash he had at one race with Jean Alesi, making a bit of a comeback.
So Stuart Hall still managing to keep ahead of Marco Werner, and even stretching his legs a little bit.
It is, and Lyons is third, Padmore fourth. Marino Franchitti in a car he's not used to made a good start, and is in fifth ahead of Jamie Constable, Ken Tyrrell, Martin Stretton, Halusa, Father Donsenberg, the Count, Mark Hazel, the Japanese driver Tariba.
One lap completed, well done for Stuart Hall. Werner, Lyons, Padmore, Franchitti, Constable, Stretton up ahead of Tyrrell, dropping down the order. He's 10th, so he's lost a little bit of time. But Stretton in 7th, Halusa 8th, and then Christophe Donsenberg in 9th, and then Ken Tyrrell now 10th. Cantillon up into 13th, Steve Brooks 15th. And look at Stuart Hall, he's pulling away from these Lotuses.
Yeah, that's very impressive indeed. I didn't expect him to pull away that quickly, and then the Padmore car dropping back a little bit, isn't it?
Yep.
Maybe into the clutches of Marino Franchitti. That would be a turn up for the books.
And Michael Lyons really challenging Marco Werner.
So the leading car rescued from America, they said, where it languished for some time. Had to do an awful lot of work to get it race-worthy.
So Stuart Hall leaving these 2 Lotuses to tussle over second place. He's disappeared, hasn't he? He's gone.
Absolutely gone, hasn't he? So see his first fastest lap in a moment.
Through Rascasse, here they go, lap 2 completed. And
let's see, Nicholas Halusa and his Williams FW08. He's out of the way there.
Yes, hopefully that's at the swimming pool exit.
I'm not sure how he got there.
Well, I think, did he spin or did he just pull off? Come on, Marshals, there's a hole there.
Yeah, there's a hole there, just put him out of the way.
Yeah.
He's maybe trying to fire it up again. Look at that, got complete straight. Stuart Hall's just checked out, hasn't he?
He has.
Haven't got his lap times yet.
Now, here's what happened to Nicholas Halusa. There he is, yes,
he
spun.
spinning on the way in. And he probably drove it to get out of the way, as afraid of being T-boned, I would suggest.
And then stalled it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Hall, Werner, Lyons, Padmore. I keep wanting to call him, after saying Werner, Leon, but Lyons, Padmore, Franchitti, Constable Stratton, who is he? And then Dansenburg, Tyrrell, and Toriba has gone up into 10th place now after the, temporary retirement, hopefully, of Nicholas Halusa.
Yeah.
Yellow flag's out for Halusa. The car is still there.
It is. We still haven't seen a lap time yet. Stuart Hall 1:31.776. I think he's going to bring that down a little bit more as the race wears on. A little bit surprised that Padmore's dropped off the back of the other two chrome cars. There they are. Werner and Lyons pretty close together. But I don't think... here's a replay. Oh.
Yeah, a bit of a bump there. And there is Richard Hope in that Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, that was Steve Brooks, I think, involved in that incident.
The Alfa Romeo pulling off and allowing the leader to go through. Richard Hope keeping an eye on his mirrors. He knows he's pretty much at the back, and he's about to be eaten up by the two Lotuses tussling over second place, Werner and Lyons. Padmore has, behind him, has Franchitti, Constable and Stratton.
Yeah, a bit of a Tyrrell battle there.
Yeah. And in fact, Constable in the older of the Tyrrells, ahead of the newer ones, with the Benetton sponsorship, which came later. Padmore not pulling away. He's not exactly struggling, but it's pretty close, isn't it? Padmore, Franchitti and Constable, gap to Stratton.
That Williams still parked there. Would have thought they could have slotted it through that gap. Disappointing for Nicholas Halusa. I've had one Halusa on the podium this weekend. And the Tyrrells in their different colour schemes.
Yeah, they ran blue for so long, but of course when Benetton came along and wanted that green, money talks.
Certainly does.
With Ken.
Yeah. So the last lap from Hall was 1:33. And so he's not on the... But I think that's his first full flying lap was the really quick one, 1:31.776. So that gave him the break. And now he's pulling away. And in fact, I think Werner might be starting to chisel away at him. But Stuart's a wily old bird, been racing a long time, over 20 years, at a very high level.
And you know, 18 laps around here in a Formula One car with these with a bit of ground effect as well. Yeah, it's quite tiring. You've got to be a fit man. And these drivers will have worked. They may not be Formula One drivers. Oh, here comes number 9. That's Franchitti.
Overtaking Padmore. I think Padmore must have a problem. I'd be surprised that in the earlier race he did have a problem with brakes.
So Franchitti will be up to 4th place. Question is, can he make any inroads into the margin between himself and Michael Lyons in 3rd? That'll be the question. And we'll tell you what that gap is in just a moment.
Oh, that's a dear, oh dear.
Arrows.
Yeah, the 17 Barclays Arrows of Steve Hartley. Has raced that car a lot over the years, Arrows A6, and that is steamy. He climbs out. Huge amount of experience, Steve, in that car, or certainly in Arrows, and obviously the steering arm is broken, and that is not a nice place to be.
No, I'd hazard a guess he's basically lost control on the bump as they under braking as they come down into the chicane. Here it is again. Here's a replay, and he's got cars ahead of him. There he is, and
yeah, there's 2 Barclays Arrows, aren't they?
Yeah.
So,
he's already had the accident.
Yeah.
Oh, was he held up? Was he surprised by the Alfa Romeo, which was ahead of him there? Possibly. But the car is, safety car is going out. Safety car, oh, that's destroying Stuart Hall's 6.1 second lead. So that's really unfortunate. There's Steve Hartley out of the car. So he's okay, but yes, it's right on the apex.
They could just push it, hopefully, if it's a roller, they can push it round the corner, couldn't they, and park it next to that yellow vehicle, get it out of the way, and let's go racing again.
So really unfortunate for Stuart Hall losing his whole lead, but he's he's in amongst traffic as well.
Yeah, he already had about 6 seconds.
Ahead of him there is the older March, number 18. That's the one I was talking about earlier on, the 811, as opposed to the 821 that he's driving.
Yeah, that's the Argentine guy who's nowhere.
He didn't actually set a qualifying time.
No.
That's why he started at the back. And
well, the safety car has picked up the leader.
He's lost all his margin, his lead margin. And oh, that is a Lotus.
Yeah, is that Padmore?
Who was stopped on circuit?
Yeah.
You reckon that's Padmore?
Yeah, I do. I think he had a problem when Marino overtook him. He already had a problem. And, well, clear up time here.
Yeah. They're ready to go. And in fact, you're absolutely right. That the third Lotus has disappeared, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
So we've got the first 2, and that promotes.
Nick will be devastated by that. He was so hoping for a podium here.
We've got a back marker, Rosella, slightly in the way there. Slightly out of position, hence we think it's leading what is now 3rd place. What is now 4th place, apologies.
I think I'm correct in this one. In previous races, we've had quite a lot of different classes, but these are all in the same group. There are no separate classes.
No separate classes, no. Are they getting straight on?
Yeah, well, that's sensible.
Yeah, yeah. So that gives the marshals space and time and safety to get rid of that car.
Well, they don't seem to be pushing it. Presumably they think it won't roll, so I suppose they're hoping to either get a dolly there and lift it up, or I don't think, is there a crane in that spot?
I think there is.
I thought there was.
Yeah, as far as I can see. So that's number 31, as I say, slightly out of position. That's Lottini.
And now they're moving it around. Yeah, they've got it up on a dolly, look.
Straight on the dolly. There's a bit of water that's come out as well.
He's damaged the water radiator at the side of the car. But, yeah, they pushed it back there nicely. But then, what about Padmore's car?
Not certain where that stopped. There's the first 3 have gone through, so that's Hall, Werner, Lyons. Then there's a gap to the Osella, which is in out of position. It's lapped by the first 3, and behind the Osella is Franchitti in 4th place, Constable and Stretton, and then Ken Tyrrell is in 7th place ahead of Christophe Dalsenbourg, Cantillon in 9th place, and Faure in number 14. That's Laurent Faure in an ensign in 10th place at the moment. Mark Hazel is just behind him, then Steve Brooks, and then Vittorio Leone and Fritz van Aert. Max Girardo in 15th.
So all that hard work by Stuart Hall has been negated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, this was Nick Padmore being overtaken. And as you say, obviously in trouble.
Yeah, immediately dropping back.
And he came into the pits, so we missed him coming into the pits. So I tried to have a look, but he must have gone all the way down to his pit, and we didn't see him come in. So that's where he's retired. So there's no problem about removing his car. And the marshals now, as though they're going to be happy with that. I don't know how much fluid there is on the circuit actually on the line, but they might have to just hang out a red and yellow flag to denote a slippery surface.
Yes, the safety car lights are still on, though.
No, they're not.
Not now.
And yes, Stuart Hall backing them all up behind him, and he's going to be ready to go. Not quite yet. Where's he going to go? There he goes. No, not yet. Still not yet. Now perhaps he goes. And the timing of the safety car, Stuart Hall, again, he pulls away from the Lotuses. He's done it. And in fact, the Lotuses are not even under pressure from Franchitti in fourth place.
So Werner, the great Audi sports car driver, always wanted to be in Formula One, tested a Minardi, thought he was going to get a drive, it didn't happen. He also owns his own Formula One car, but he doesn't race it. He's got a Tyrrell that he bought, but Marco here, still very competitive. Understated man, but has a good engineering background as well. But look at Lyons, he's right up his gearbox. And then we got this string of Tyrrells, and then a Williams. In fact, a string of Williams.
Yeah, string of Tyrrells there. And they've disposed of the Osella, which has dropped back. And then, as you say, the Saudi Williams.
And that's as well. It's a shame our Japanese friend Uriba has gone into the pits. The 60-year-old has been racing in Japanese Formula 4, has shown pretty well actually in practice, but he's out of the race. And I noticed Stuart Hall's just done the fastest middle sector, Bob, so he's really trying to break the toe now, having done it once already. And
it's really Formula Tyrrell, isn't it, over 4th, 5th and 6th?
It certainly is there.
And then 7th is Ken Tyrrell.
But at the front, this unusual march, as I said, first time Stuart drove it, I think last November in Dubai, at the historic meeting there, a super circuit also, did have a win. So the boys at Rofco done a terrific job with this.
Well, pulling away is Marino Franchitti from Jamie Constable, Martin Stretton and Ken Tyrrell. So a little bit of a gap appearing there. The two Lotuses, Werner and Lyons. Lyons still shadowing Marco Werner. Lyons, I'm sure, wants to come out top Lotus, doesn't he?
He absolutely does, but Werner's actually pulled away from him a little bit now. Well, Stuart's driven a lot of Formula One cars. We've seen him win his. He's never driven anything as modern as this. These high downforce cars, and neither has the team ever worked on one. So I think we could say safely they've got their head round it.
Yeah, absolutely. There they go. They're up the road already, completing lap 9 of 18, half distance. Stuart Hall with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:30.6.
I think fastest lap of the meeting. I wonder if he can break it under the 1:30 mark. There's Werner. And
I think
Lyons, and then Franchitti doing a strong job here in a car he doesn't know.
And he's pulling away from Constable and Stretton.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that Martin Stretton is behind Constable. prepared by his own company, the Stratton car. Cantillon in 8th, Donsenberg 9th, and Fort doing a job in the 14 car. Laurent Fort from France.
Being pushed hard by both Hazel and Brooks.
Yeah, a later ensign, one of the last ensigns, the 180B.
So some very interesting groupings of cars all the way through the field. And I think Ken Tyrrell beginning to come under pressure from number 28, Michael Cantillon, in the Williams FW07. Cantillon, of course, is normally a Tyrrell driver as well. We've got number 8 stop there. That's Mark Hickson. And he stopped at least on the inside. Ooh, stopped with a badly damaged. The left-hand wheel is awry. So he's hit something somewhere. Probably under braking. And there's an Ocella coming out of the Saint-Devote escape road. But Mark Hickson gets out of the car, and it is damaged. The Ocella in the middle of the road, making its way up the hill. And here it is again. This is what happens. Here's the Ocella, and I think probably it surprises Mark Hickson, who slams into the back of him and
breaks the steering arm in the process.
Yeah.
And oh, what a shame, that lovely McLaren there.
So that's a real shame, that is.
That's a very famous car, actually, raced by Niki Lauda, 7 Grand Prix in 1982. The car retired, though, here at Monaco, and it was later driven by John Watson. And this is the car that Watty won in Long Beach when he started at the back. So it's a car with a great history.
Piero Lottini was the driver, and Mike Cantillon there has sort of run out of road, really, at the Fairmont hairpin. The McLaren is removed. That's in a safe place, so that's good. But Michael Cantillon, in trouble as he stalled the engine. There is just space.
Can you got enough lock? He can get enough lock on to get it round.
Well, that's the problem, I think. It's got a little bit, but not very much.
But it looks as if it locked it up. Those are his black lines, look.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'd like to see that again. I wonder if that was a transmission seizing or something similar, because it's a bit strange that he isn't able to move it. So, Stewart, you might have to do it all again.
28 and 3. This was Cantillon.
Yeah, well, losing his wing, did he, in that process? Yes, look at the left.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And then he just
lost a little bit of, left front wing. And strange. I mean, he was going around there pretty slowly, and then that was it. He parked it. So Cantillon getting out of the car.
Well, the demolition expert has had his front wing demolished.
Yeah.
Wearing the Irish colours on his crash helmet.
Oh, and we've got an ensign there as well. That's Fort. Laurent Fort, who was in the top 10, but isn't any longer. His place is taken by Valerio Leone, and well done to Fort, because he's virtually almost got the car off the circuit.
So, high rate of attrition in this event here. Stuart Hall, though, has led from the very beginning, really without much of a challenge from the Lotus trio, and obviously one of them dropped out. Now we got the radar-built March, followed by radar design March, followed by Werner, Lyons, Franchitti, Constable, Stratton, and Tyrrell. And they got that one nicely out of the way. These marshals had to work pretty hard on the last 2 or 3 races, haven't they?
Yes, they have indeed. They're well trained. They don't do a lot of training before this race meeting. But here is the man who's still in the lead, Stuart Hall, coming down the hill to Mirabeau, and he's got a very comfortable lead of 7.8 seconds. Very comfortable, ahead of Marco Werner and Michael Lyons. Marino Franchitti in 4th place, Jamie Constable in 5th, Ken Tyrrell up in 6th place. And
Werner's got a back marker to navigate, though, which means that Lyons might be able to close up on him a little bit. And we'll go past him in the tunnel, I would think.
Stratton in trouble dropping down the order. He may well have stopped on circuit.
Yeah, I think he has Stratton. So it's had a real war of attrition, this.
Yeah.
And Werner gets by before he gets down to the chicane.
And Lyons just beginning to lose touch, isn't he, with his teammate?
Oh, he is, yes.
Well, probably 50 metres between the two of them now. But what a drive from Stuart Hall. What a car from Stuart Hall, from the Rofco guys.
What a weekend from Stuart Hall as well.
Yeah.
Winning at the end of yesterday. And looks like winning at the end of the day, but it's never over until the checkered flag waves.
Absolutely.
And sometimes it's not over then.
14 laps completed by the leader. And
going to be a bit more traffic now.
Yeah, 34 there is Mark Hazel.
And we got Steve Brooks in another JPS livery car, so don't want to get confused by him.
And he's in 10th place at the moment, Steve Brooks. Valerio Leone is in 9th place in the number 29 Arrows.
Yeah, Steve's been winning races in the Peugeot from a few years ago from Le Mans, factory Peugeot, which he races in the Masters Endurance Series. Steve's got several other races, GT40 sometimes as well. Going well here, keeping out of the way, you know, happy with he'll be happy with 10th in this sort of company. Hall, Werner, Lyons, Franchitti.
I think he may be up into 9th place, Steve Brooks.
I think he may, yes.
He may have got ahead of Mark Hazel.
Oh, that was really very nearly an incident, but yeah.
15 laps completed by Stuart Hall. He's got another 3 to go.
He has. He'll be listening for every strange noise. Remember in the previous race when he won, he had the cockpit coming up slightly, but he was having to hold it down with his shoulders. That's going to be a big weekend for Stuart Hall then.
And he's has a 10-second lead over Marco Werner. And this really has been worked on, this car. And again, like the Williams, shows affinity to ICI.
Yeah, and interesting, because that Rothman sponsorship on that car, somebody went to Williams, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
There's Werner. So they've got clear track in front of him now, but he's dropped back some 10 seconds. And I don't think this is going. Marco's not going to have a win this weekend. Whereas Stuart's going to have 3.
Marco Werner in 2nd place, now with a 4.5 second lead over his teammate Michael Lyons in 3rd. So the Lotuses will be 2nd and 3rd. At this rate, there's still 3 laps to go, 2.5 laps. From Marino Franchitti doing a good job in 4th place. Jamie Constable in 5th, and 6th is Ken Tyrrell, ahead of Christophe Dansenbourg in 7th. Valerio Leone in 8th place. Steve Brooks up into 9th place, and Fritz Van Aert in 10th place. Mark Hazel has dropped back a couple of places. He's now behind Max Girardo as well in 12th. And Laurent Faure in 13th place after his little excursion as well. Martin Stratton down in 15th place.
The Werner car's a little bit older model than the Lions one. The year between them. So Marco Werner rounding the hairpin. Top endurance racer, former American Le Mans Series champion, Audi factory driver for many years, and loving his historic racing. Oh, this was all a little bit close. Oh,
yeah.
That was Lottini in.
Lottini and Ken Tyrrell.
Yeah.
Ken Tyrrell finding himself a little bit at play for Lottini.
Lapping Lottini.
Yeah. And of course, the Lotus's 11 and 12, you expect to see those numbers on them, but Lyons is in 11 and Steve Brooks is in 12.
Yeah.
And there are two different teams this weekend anyway. So,
yeah, Stuart
Hall on the last lap.
Yeah, tapped off the pace now, so it didn't quite break into the 1:29 barrier, but fastest lap of the meeting, Stuart Hall.
1 lap to go for Michael Lyons. Is Michael Lyons being caught by Franchitti? Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
Wow.
And
Franchitti could be on the podium here.
Well, he'd be delighted with that. I mean, obviously saw him on the podium earlier in the 250F, but a very different sort of racing car.
Stuart Hall through Portier for the last time at racing speed anyway.
So Stuart from Chelmsford, and just had a sublime meeting here. Everything got his way. His only problem was a bit of a cockpit sort of lifting a little bit in his second race win, but the Ragno car keeps out of the way, and there he is. So his third race in this car, be his second win.
2 corners to go for Stuart Hall. He's through Rascasse, up into Noguez, through there, and heads to the checkered flag. As our final winner, there it is, checkered flag for Stuart Hall.
So, what a weekend, trio of victories. And Marco Werner raised his hand as he finishes second for Chrome Cars. But what about this Lion situation?
Just gets it.
Just tolls off Marino Franchitti. Well, excellent, another driver, excellent weekend is Marino. And I mean, we can speculate if Dario had raced the car, I wonder how it would have gone. Dario had to fly back to America. Jamie Constable fourth, Ken Tyrrell, Donsenberg, Brooks, Leone, and Fritz van Erd, the supermarket chief from the Jumbo concern, finishing in 10th.
Yeah, very happy man there, Stuart Hall, isn't he? He was happy with his last victory, and he's happy again, not surprisingly, as they make their way down to Mirabeau, past the tip top on the left, and into Mirabeau corner. And a very happy man indeed, Stuart Hall.
Well, you don't have much better weekends than that here, do you? Well, I think they were a little bit diffident with this March, so-called March, because they don't know the car well, unlike the others, and they weren't quite sure how it was going to go around here. Well, it's been magnificent. I mean, it was fastest in qualifiers, fastest lap, led the race right from the get-go, and Stuart Hall completing his weekend.
I don't suppose they got much setup documentation either, because probably wasn't archived anywhere, whereas with the Lotus, you know,
yes,
we've got lots and lots of that information available.
Or a Williams or McLaren, yeah, I think that's a very good point. So it just shows you, you know, when they ran the car in period, you know, there was very little money to run it, and they couldn't afford the best tyres, all that sort of stuff, and all the best engine. But intrinsically, Adrian Reynard done a very good job when he designed it.
Yeah,
and particularly when he changed the front suspension. So, disappointment for Nick Padmore in this one. So, really, about almost half the field dropped out, but it was fast and furious, wasn't it? And so pleased that that race really kept going. We had a bit of continuity after the hiccups of the previous one. So the marshals waving their flags. They've had a long weekend, and interesting. hear what Stuart has to say after this. Let's give it a little bit of a blast then. Look at that, now you see the emotion coming out. What has been a terrific weekend for Stuart Hall. Emerges from the cockpit with the Rofco Racing strip on his helmet, and there. That's a guy who's really masterminded the preparation of this car, I was speaking to earlier. And very well done. Raul goes to there, hugging. Raul lifts him up. It's a man of few words, isn't he, Raul? Doesn't say that much. Probably does in meetings when he's doing his mega deals. But so a very close-knit team there at Rofco.
So hopefully we'll hear from Stuart Hall. He hasn't an action-packed race for him, but it's just a really regular race and just competitive.
A little earlier, we saw him before the race, maybe inspired sitting in one of Senna's cars, didn't we? And,
yes, exactly.
With Thierry Boutsen explaining it to him.
Yeah.
And
Marco Werner there.
There's that new beard. Bit salt and pepper, isn't it? We got our man down there.
And here he is. Here's Stuart Hall.
Yes, Stuart, congrats, second win for you today. What a race and what a day for you, second win. How do you feel right now, double Monaco winner for you?
Yeah, it's lovely, you know, the boys prepared. You know, the race one was not without its little issues. Race two, you know, apart from the safety car, it all went to plan, you know, the car was really good. Pushed really hard for the first bit just to get my gap, and then tried to manage it. And the safety car came out, so I then pushed quite hard again to try and get a gap to Marco. And then, you know, away we went. You know, just car was amazing today. You know, amazing.
Safety car in Monaco is always tricky to have a good restart. How did you manage to find the good gap and the good way to restart the race?
You know, just. You know, I've been around a long time now, so I've done a few safety car restarts in my time, and Monaco is one of the easier places because it's easy to cover off. You know, so you know, I knew Marco was there. I knew he's got a lot of experience as well, so I knew he'd be trying to sort of get the toe out of the last corner. But luckily, we made it stick, and I was able to get another gap. And you know, I just want to say, the unsung heroes of today are the marshals, all the marshals around the track. All the marshals around the track, you know, the way they were with the blue flags, and you know, the way the other drivers respected them was, you know, was brilliant, you know.
Thank you, Stuart. Congratulations, Stuart Hall.
Voilà l'interview effectivement de so the weekend and today at first victory where he had the problem with the bodywork, and now this outstanding victory. So no problems this time.
Absolutely a great win from Stuart Hall. Well done to him.
Another two, he might catching Michael Lyons up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But British drivers again being very much in the ascendancy here and winning the majority of the races. We have such a strong historic racing scene in the UK, both from the driver side and the preparation side.
Well, Stuart Hall knows the procedure to get on the rostrum now.
He certainly does, yeah.
And so does Marco Werner probably, and so does Michael Lyons, come to that.
Yeah, he does.
They've already rehearsed this.
Avec Stewart Hall, bien sûr, avec Marco Werner, c'est toujours un honneur, et avec Michael Lyons. On va gagner une épreuve.
So the drivers just making their way towards the rostrum, all three of them. Two Lotus drivers and the march. Haha. Marco Werner with Michael Lyons.
Sorry to push you, but the dignitaries are...
Yes, I suppose just thinking about it, if the Stewart had driven the M19, that could have been a win for him. I got carried away with the excitement because Roel Gotha drove the car today. But super weekend.
Bruno Senna.
He must have enjoyed the weekend, being there all the time, hasn't he? Getting involved, very much so.
And Prince Albert. So here is the third place driver, Michael Lyons, coming onto the rostrum. Well done to him. And in second place, Marco Werner. Congratulations to him. But the winner, Stewart Hall, gets a big and shaking hands from Bruno Senna.
He's well pleased with his day, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, they get presented with the trophies first of all, and so the winner is presented with the trophy by Prince Albert. And that goes to Stewart Hall. Well done. Warm congratulations to all three of them from the Prince. Now we have the British National Anthem. No, just a photograph, that's it, because we've got other trophies now to be presented. And there is the Senna trophy. I just wonder if she is a relation of the Senna family. Bruno Senna will be presenting the second place trophy to Marco Werner and enjoying that. And we'll be presenting the third place trophy, maybe, to Michael Lyons. No. There it is. That's the third place trophy presented as well. So congratulations, gentlemen, the British National Anthem. The question I'd like to ask is, will we hear that in 2 weeks' time here as well?
Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? The man that might be able to do that, we've seen around this weekend.
Yeah. Well, photographs with the trophy presenters and with their trophies. Well done. Congratulations to all. And that'll be a photograph to be proud of.
It certainly will.
Well done to all, and we just may see a little champagne being sprayed down on the grid. Here it is then, Michael Lyons in third place.
He came home ahead of an interesting field of cars, but in second place. His teammate, Marco Werner. But no question at all about the winner. His second win of the day. It's Stewart Hall in the March. A car that's just been restored, and he made no mistakes on his run to an outstanding victory.
So congratulations to all three, and what a weekend, what a great weekend. Enjoyable. Now you can have a drink, Michael. No more racing, don't worry. And congratulations.
Well, it was only a little sip, but it's a token sip. Maybe he doesn't like champagne, of course.
Maybe he doesn't. Yeah, there we go. Cheers all
No,
round.
he is going to do it.
That's it.
The trophy going to go into its special case, as we saw previously.
And it gets signed as well, first of all.
Yep.
And yeah, here comes the champagne show. He's keeping his powder dry, and he's not showing anyone. But here comes the champagne. Where's that team?
Oh, he dropped the bottle, did he?
No.
Oh, no.
And Michael Lyons gets his revenge.
Ah, look at that. Love that camaraderie amongst the big rivals there.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's oh, what a mess. Yeah, it's completely broken on the track.
Well, they got those sweeping machines that have been put to very good use this weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've been warmed up, that's for sure.
I think that was Nick Padmore down already in his civvies. Disappointing for him. More congratulations for that team that worked so hard to regenerate that car and make it into a race winner, which never was in period, of course.
I don't think he even scored points.
No, it never scored any points.
No.
Oh, look at that. They've given Stuart another bottle. Yeah, and now he's going to waste that champagne.
Marco Verna gets a big hug as well.
Terrific for Marco to have his wonderful Le Mans career with Audi, and then a second career almost in historic racing. But historic racing doesn't get any bigger than this.
No, exactly. What a weekend. I hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. It's been a great weekend, and this man has done a sterling job asking questions out on the grid. So thanks to him as well. There is the trophy, which is going to be autographed as well for Stuart Hall.
Well, that's a ceramic, I think, and I'm glad he didn't drop that, because actually, a friend of mine who got the fastest lap in a Formula 3 race, it's a glass trophy here, and he dropped it and it shattered. Yeah.
Well, we've seen some trophy disasters in the past. This is how it was. This is the highlights, and Stuart Hall went straight into the lead of Grand Prix cars, 3 litre from 1981 to 1985. This 18-lap race.
Yeah, he got an absolutely cracking start. He had the 3 chrome cars after him. The Alfa Romeo got away a little bit slowly, but Marco Verna was ahead of Michael Lyons, and then Nick Padmore had a terrific start from Marino Franchitti, who never started that Tyrrell before, completely new to the car. Dario's younger brother substituting for Dario, and he was certainly on the pace as well, but ultimately at the front it was Stuart Hall who quickly started to pull away from the 3 chrome cars, Lotuses.
Padmore is in trouble and was caught by a trio of Tyrrells before his retirement. And Padmore failed to finish. The arrows crashed at the chicane into the barrier. We had not quite a, yes, the safety car came out to control the pace. It was rapidly
rapidly removed, yes. Then the pace car came in. Stuart Hall had to do it all again, and Verna, obviously all his experience from Le Mans right over the back of Stuart's car to try and unnerve him. But when the car came in, Stuart immediately scampered off again with this revigorated march, and Verna tried his best to hang on, as did Michael Lyons. Franchitti was running strongly behind them, but there's nothing the JPS Lotus pair could do about flying Stuart Hall. The Tyrrells were having a fine scrap. And then we had this little incident with the ex-John Watson Long Beach winning McLaren. And we also had Mike Cantillon spinning. So quite a lot of incident in this race. That was how Cantillon lost his front wing and steering arm. Stuart, meanwhile, was imperious, wasn't he, at the front, as he then started to pull away and really reward the Rothko team for all the hard work they put into this very new to them car, and taking his second checkered flag of the weekend, and then coming back, giving it the thumbs up, and then receiving the award from Prince Albert. And there they are on the podium, and Stuart flanked there by the two Lotus drivers. So the sun's setting here at Monaco. We started racing at 8 o'clock this morning, Bob, and it's had 11 hours of action on and off.
What a weekend. Great weekend. Hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. Don't forget the 15th Monaco Historics won't be until 2026, and hopefully we'll see you then.
Yes, from me, Andrew Marriott, and from Bob Constantine, it's goodbye from Monte Carlo.